Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy. I'm a good boy. There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes.
Hold on, your head is bloody. So we gotta move to the front.
That's not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want to. I work super hard together, and they're really special to me, so I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House is providing...
You can make announcements, and he also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give...
arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
That was the wrong screen change. What? YouTube's giving me weird shit again. It must be mad at me. It's telling me I have 4 concurrent viewers, but then the chart is saying 13. Whatever. Let's get the show started, boys. Been gone for a couple days. It's been a wild ride. All right, but before I get into all that, 13 is kind of low, not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, usually I start with usually I get up to like 20 or close to 20 when the intro video is done, but I miss a couple days, so it'll take a while. And also Thursdays and Mondays aren't great days. But before I get into all the crazy shit that happened, not to me, just to everyone around me, I want to say that I was doom scrolling last night online, and I was like, yeah, there was a little bit of me that was like, oh man, I'm not it's like, sometimes you get a little depressed, right? And you're like, why do I even do this shit? And you know what I mean? Like I just see other people get really famous being fucking retarded, and I see like astroturfed fucking feminist journalist or something that has like an IQ of like 12. Yo, there's a good documentary about North Korea from a guy who suggested hours of film from a film and propaganda movie there. It's called Under the Sun. I wrote it down. I think you can still put links in super chats, even if you can't link in chat. I feel like I've heard this before. Might even have seen it if it's an older one. No, because this is a new one. Or no, there's a re-upload that's like online. But yeah, I think I've seen this before. I don't even know which one's real now because there's a re-upload from 6 months ago. And then there's another re-upload from 8 years ago. And they're completely different films. You'll tell, this is the link to the real one? Okay, yeah. I'm not going to watch it right now. It's probably super copyrighted too, because if it's like actually a produced film, it might be a problem. But write it down and remind me in Discord. And maybe like one day when I'm not doing anything on a weekend, when it's like not my weekend with the kids, or maybe like this Sunday. Actually, maybe this Sunday. Like when I'm like, because I'm not going to have the energy to stream or whatever after the weekend with the kids. But maybe we'll like watch it in the Discord if a couple people show up Sunday night. Like around like 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern. Maybe we'll just like hang out and watch it. So if you're in the Discord and you want to do cool shit like that, join the Discord. It's also where you will always get the Go Live links. Follow me on Twitter if you want to watch my, see my shower thoughts or watch me be toxic. And consider supporting the channel. As you saw, I always answer super chats. I appreciate the 100 fake money. I like check fake money. We appreciate good real money and fake money, especially considering the only real money is probably like BTC and commodity currencies like gold. US dollars, fake money too. So I appreciate it all. Consider joining the channel as a member. It's only $3.99. You get emotes, and that's about it. I'm not positive this stream is real. Are you even real? Je pense donc je suis. Wait, he wrote it down in Latin originally, didn't he? So it wouldn't even be French. So it would be like cognito sum incognito or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I took 2 semesters of Latin in college and I didn't do that well. But anyway, so I'm doomer scrolling, right? I'm like, why do I even do this? And I'm like looking at people and I'm just like, oh man, like there's so many people that just get astroturf that are like just complete fucking retards. And then like, people like Connor that like can just find some new media group, get funded by DNC money and people that are trying to take down Trump or whatever, and can just like, just get fed money, get fed interviews, get fed TV appearances just because they have the right political opinions. And I'm a little sad about it, right? And then I'm scrolling, and then I see someone live with 886 viewers. And it was a mentally challenged man with a very poor quality, like 480p webcam, just playing with WrestleMania action figures. And he was like just under 1,000 live viewers. And he was just like, yeah. And he goes for a smackdown. And then he like hits a button on his little plastic fucking WrestleMania thing. And it's like, ah. And I'm just watching this. And I'm like, how the fuck does this dude have 1,000 viewers? And I'm not going to lie. I did like horseshoe theory of nihilism. Like I saw that and I was like, it's going to be okay. You know what I mean? Like I can't be mad that like the retards are getting paid for this shit, because like that's just what's going on. You know what I mean? Like I was like, you know what? Fuck it, man. Like sometimes that's what happens. What's up, Grid? Like it would horseshoe me. I went so off the deep end of like nihilism that I like got like that well sought after acceptance within nihilism, where I'm just like, nothing matters and that's okay. So we're here. You know what I mean? Like we're here. We're still fighting, but like I'm not gonna lie, I was a little sad about it. And then I saw that and it actually uplifted me. I was like, all right, man, like it doesn't even matter. I could do a hair and makeup channel and get 1 billion views. Like, what's up? We can talk about normal until the cows come home. Yeah, smash that like button. What the fuck, bro? 9 likes? I normally have more viewers and more likes. Hurry up, boys. That one's free. Of all the things I ask you to do, that one requires none of your time. Like, just hit that like button. I mean, or hit a dislike button. Fuck it. Give me some engagement. Whatever happens, happens. So, I'm sure you guys have been like, what has been happening? So, we have two things to talk about in my family. So, my mother, for the past like 3.5, 4 months, has been, let me go back. We're going to go backwards. We're going to go 2 years back in time. Okay? 2 years ago, my mother bought a house, and she moved in with her lifelong friend of many, many years. And this lifelong, well, maybe not lifelong, but like ever since I was a kid, like 3rd grade or something, I have known this woman. And I became best friends with her son, well, her stepson. And we're still friends. We still talk every now and then. I mean, he's not in the state, but like we still chit-chat. And we have been trying to tell my mom from about the time I was 10 years old to about the time I was like, maybe like 20. Hey, your friend is a two-faced, manipulative, evil bitch. Like, she will smile when you're in the room and talk about how great of a kid I am. And then she will secretly try and get me and my friend in trouble and make up shit and manipulate. She's an evil person. And then eventually you can only tell your mom that her close friend is an evil monster for so long before like that doesn't fly anymore and no one wants to hear it. So we both gave up. We both were like, all right, whatever, that's your friend. You know, I'm an adult now. Have fun with your friend. So they move in together and they're still cool. She's got a medical condition. She's leaving her husband, supposedly. You know, he's gone off the deep end on drugs and is crazy and violent. All this pitiful stuff, right? So she's lazy. She does nothing. She burns through a bunch of money she had saved up from like some like medical insurance thing that was supposed to tie her over because she had like a brain tumor type shit. It's an easy East Coast thing for sure. Oh, driving back from New York City. I'm in Virginia right now. Dude, I wish you would have told me ahead of time. I would have just been like, yo, crash at my place. Just so I could meet you. Or like come or have dinner with me or something, you know, it's a break. If you were already in Virginia, Richmond's not like maybe like a half-hour detour, even if you're in like the upper part or something. But anyways, so then my mom gets to the point where she's like, all right, cool. It's like time for you to move out. You've had plenty of time to like get your life sorted. And then long story short, she just kind of weaponized her own, her own situation. I'm trying to restart the music. It like got weird on me and didn't want to restart. Sometimes it does that. Pretzel Rocks will just fuck up. So anyway, God damn it, the music was helping me get through the story. I'm also very tired. It's been a long week on top of the fact that Mark and I ate like a bunch of barbecue right before we came here. Yo, music player, what are you doing? What is happening? It's just like not loading the page at all. I'm heading on 81. I'm on 81 heading south. Yeah, well, it's like not 95 and it's too late, but yeah. There we go. Come on. Let's press that play button. So anyways, she basically just like, oh, I can't do anything. Like, I have to figure something out. So my mom's like, okay, well, you gotta get out of here. Like, it's, I'm trying to like, she may or may not be moving in with her boyfriend. And then, she may or may not be doing, like I'm trying to rent out my house. Like, I can't have you here forever. Get your stuff together. She drags her foot. She doesn't get anything done. So eventually my mother has to be like, hey, you have to leave. And then she refuses to leave. So then my mother had to start the eviction process on her friend of 25 years. And what followed after that was a whole bunch of manipulation, playing the victim, lying about things, going, like, she eventually ended up going to court. She wouldn't stop. She would leave her window open and just chain smoke in her bedroom because she no longer cared that my mom, and there was nothing my mom could do. Like, she can't do anything. So she had to go to court, and then the court was like, okay, well, you can't start the eviction process because after COVID, there's this new rule that you have to get her to sign this paperwork, or you have to get a witness saying that she wouldn't sign this paperwork. And she's like, well, Judge, we're in court right now. Can you be my witness? And he's like, no, you got to come back on a later court date to file this, right? My mom had to spend like something like close to $600 in different pieces of paperwork she had to file with the court in order to legally be able to evict this person from her house that has been staying there rent-free for like 6 months. And it wasn't just with the court. She had to do like pay money to like the sheriff's office because it's a civil matter and not a criminal matter. So it's not criminal trespassing. So in order to evict her, they have to pay cops to come to your house to deal with civil matters. Like, it's literally just an entire racket of fees that the state of Virginia has set up to basically make it to where landlords have to pay $500-$600 in order to evict someone, on top of the fact that they like can't evict someone for like 4 months. And so like then the cops finally come to kick her out, and like she's filing false police reports saying that she's like this drug addict and shit. She's accusing her of crazy shit. All this stuff is going down. And then like it's the last day, and again, she's been evicted and she's been kicked out. Legally, my mother still has to allow her access to the residence in order for her to move out some of her furniture and stuff. And my mom's about to fucking lose it. And so like, this is what happened last night. I was like, Mom, I'll cook you dinner. I'll cancel stream. I made like some like cheap steak with like, some romaine lettuce and cucumber and avocado and like a homemade balsamic vinaigrette. And like and then like deglazed the pan and cooked oyster mushrooms in that to like put on the salad, and like some baked potatoes and stuff. Paired it with like a good beer and some mead, and I actually got kind of drunk last night. I got real drunk last night. I drank like a full glass of mead and a hefty beer, and I drink like maybe once a month, and if I do, it's like a little glass of wine. And so, like, that's where I was last night, as I was like, Mom, don't be in the house, because the last time she was there, like, they cut off her cameras. Her ex-husband, who's violent and on meth, showed up when she went to go get, like, evicted, and, like, started cutting off the cameras that my mom has on her house. I'm like, and also, she may or may not have broken her HVAC system while my mom wasn't there while squatting out of spite. We don't know. Or just broke because she had the window open all day and was smoking cigarettes, and it's not designed to pump out the AC like that. So that's where I was like, don't stay there, because she could do anything at this point. Like she's like stalking her. She's like living in her car, but like a couple like 2 roads down, and just like watching her. Even so, she's not even like in a place right now. She's just like in like 2 blocks away from my mom's house, just like in her car, like, I know you see me when you go to work. I want you to know I'm sleeping in my car because you're evil and you made me homeless. Type weird manipulative shit. Whilst also taking money from some local church, even though she's like an atheist. But anyways, I was like, Mom, I don't want you being there when you're supposed to allow them residence, because I don't want anything violent to happen. Or worse, I don't want her to like beat herself up and then blame you and try and like start more legal shit. So I was like, so just unlock the door and then just come right here, and then you'll have an alibi. We got like a ring camera on our door, and like you can be here and eat dinner and hang out, and then you can go home after she's gone. And then of course she never showed up to get her shit, but is also expecting to try and blame her for that and say that she did, so that she can file paperwork saying that she didn't allow her access. And who knows, fucking with the way all these squatters laws are and shit. But my mom finally no longer has her living in her house after she's squatted there for 4 months and made the entire house smell like cigarettes, and is like may or may not have broken her HVAC either intentionally or unintentionally and shit like that. So that's what I was doing last night. That's why I didn't stream last night. I was cooking with my mom and being like an emotional sponge for her and getting drunk. The night before that, okay, that's story number 1 of crazy shit. We have 2 more stories to get to, and none of them directly involve me. They all indirectly involve me. The third story, I'm just going to say like 2 things about, and you can, it's because it's not really my business to tell or get into. So the second thing, my sister, I love my sister. She is actually a pretty hardcore libertarian these days. The more I talk to her, the more libertarian she becomes. And like pretty well read on it. Well, maybe not super well read. She's read Anatomy of the State, and she's read Democracy, the God That Failed. But she's like trying to go to college, right? She's an 18-year-old girl. So anyways, a long, long time ago, my father, I love my father. My father is not an evil man. My father is a very irresponsible man. And what I mean by that is that my father is very non-confrontational and does a lot of drugs. But his wife, the mother, by the way, my sister is my half sister. Same with my brother, right? Second marriage type shit. She's got bad alcohol problem. My dad's got a bad alcohol problem, but won't admit it because he's a functioning alcoholic, at least now. Super big pothead. They've done a lot of drugs. They've had a lot of problems, right? Well, long story short, drugs and craziness caused them to lose the children. It caused CPS to come in and take the kids. And my sister went to go live with my grandmother, and my brother eventually ended up going back to my dad and stepmom. So they live separate. So my grandmother, who is, in her 70s now, is raising a teenage daughter. My grandmother, the sociology professor, and she's starting to lose it. She's not very healthy. She's just in her 70s. Like, she's kind of crazy a little bit, because she's just older and she's trying to raise a teenage daughter, and that doesn't work out. So they're in fights all the time and shit. But my sister is trying to go to a good college, and nobody has helped her understand any of this college shit, right? Like, she didn't apply early enough for certain places. She did a lot of extracurriculars, but she didn't like get them done right. So she did like soccer, and she's been playing soccer for 10 years, but they wouldn't let her do travel soccer, which is like kind of what you need to kind of automatically to get scouted for soccer teams. So she's an amazing soccer player. And there are people that are on the travel soccer team that are already getting into college to be D1 athletes who she outscores. And she's not even a ball hog. Like, she'll play any position. She's better than them. And they're going to be D1 athletes at like nice universities. So that's already like been a point of stress for her. She's in a bunch of stuff. She's in a bunch of things. She's a good kid. Her grades are slipping a little bit here in the last half of her senior year, but it is what it is. Why can't she go? Well, it's travel soccer, and travel soccer, like this would require her to travel. Like, she's in the soccer team. She's just not in the travel soccer team. So that's not the super important part. The super important part is that my grandmother is simultaneously trying to control her and simultaneously like really, really ready to get rid of her. And when I mean really, really ready to get rid of her, I mean like she's like kind of lying about, she's just making up shit. She's like saying that like she was going to push her down the stairs. It's not true. She's constantly gaslighting her that like she's going into her bed, that she's not going into her bedroom, but like she'll go into her bedroom and like leave an empty wine glass, and like all of her drawers will be tossed with everything on the bed. And then she'll be like, "You're not that. They're vegans, and they won't let her get a job, and simultaneously they won't let her buy meat. But they tell her she has to buy her own food a lot of times, and she has to cook her own food. So like, so she's like living in a vegan household, and she's like, she gets an allowance. She does get an allowance, to be fair. But she has to use that allowance to like try and find meat so that she can cook food that actually gives her enough fucking protein to like go to be a high school girl that plays soccer and does all this other stuff, right? And long story short, all this drama comes to a head and they get into an argument over like some soccer uniforms, whatever. And this happens Tuesday, the first time, okay, that I canceled stream. So Tuesday, she learns no one will help her do any of her college paperwork, which if anybody has done college recently, imagine you have college paperwork and you have paperwork and all the stuff you have to do to get in the dorms. And then also imagine that your grandparents who are rich as fuck are your legal guardians, but you're trying to use your father's benefits who don't claim you as a dependent for your for his veterans benefits that he has because he's 100% disabled combat veteran, and it's a ton of shit. Now I'm the only one that was like able to help her with it. So they call the school that she's going to a nice university, a private school that she was accepted into, and she's going to try and do the walk-on to get into their soccer team so that she can transfer to like a much probably get a soccer scholarship to a better university, but it's still a nice private school. So even if she graduated there, she'd have plenty of connections because she's trying to go to law school. And so they supposedly called them and said that she had missed all the deadlines to go to the dorms, and that wasn't true at all. We didn't find that out till like the next day. But and then she called and they were like, no, just fill out your paperwork. Like, you want to get this done as soon as possible. So they lied to her about that. And then my grandmother was like, don't worry, you can just stay here for like a year or two and go to community college. And I'm good friends with all the professors at that community college and you'll do real good. But like, I just don't think you have it in you to go to law school. I don't think you have it in you to like get good grades in college. You don't have that work ethic. It's very clear that you're lazy. Like, you don't even do your laundry and like you're not doing things, and you're not getting very good grades in your senior year. I just think it would be destructive for you. So why don't you just stay here and go to this local community college? And they're lying about her paperwork and what she needs whilst telling her all this shit. So she comes. So I was like, no. Then they kick her out of the house. They're like, she's like, fuck you, I'm not accepting all that. I'm going to a good college. I'm getting my shit done. I have a career. Like, you guys didn't tell me what to do. You wouldn't let me do the things I needed to do to get into a really good college. But like, I'm smart. I know what I'm doing. I'm going to go to this good college. I'm going to walk on. I'm going to be a D1 athlete, or D2 at least. And then I can, transfer over to a more prestigious school and get a good pre-law degree and then go into law school. And like, I mean, she's committed to taking like organic chemistry just so that she has a really hard class that she can get an A in so that she can make sure she gets into a good law. Like, she's got the plan. We've been working on the plan together, me and her, for a while, but it's mostly been her. So Tuesday I had her, after she got kicked out of her house and everything packed up. And then they were like, well, you're not really kicked out, like texting her and shit like the next day. After they kick her out of the house with like no car, no job, no nothing, because they won't let her work, but then they bitch about her not buying her own food. It's just a tumultuous control freak kind of situation. And I'm like, let me teach you how to fill out this paperwork. We're going to get it all filled out at my house. I've done a lot of this before. When I was at VCU, I worked at Military Student Services, so I know all that paperwork. I know exactly what documents you need. Like, let's get all this shit done. So we got most of her paperwork done. And we found out, like, the deadline's in, like, June 15th. Yeah, the actual deadline that they said she had already missed and she couldn't go to the good college because she'd missed the deadline is in a month and a half. So her and her friend were over, and I was like their emotional sponge while helping her get all of her paperwork done and explain why my grandma doesn't actually hate her. She's just losing it. She's kind of crazy. She's a bit of a control freak. So that's what I've been dealing with. Not me personally, but me just having to like be the stable emotional son and big brother on Tuesday and Wednesday. On top of that, Hold on. Testing. What the fuck, man? The energy is off today, boys. So, on top of all that, Scott doesn't PMCS his equipment. Mark got into a fight with some random ass dude who fucking attacked him and assaulted him, and then he like a hardcore fight. I'm not going to give you a bunch more details other than some, also because of potential legal issues. But Mark got into a random ass fight from some dude that just assaulted him, and that happened Wednesday morning. So as you can imagine, I have been sitting here just on the phone and or talking with people. Like, Mark's over there filing out a police report, and I'm over here talking to Mark's all right. Mark's in chat. I've been dealing with fucking, like calling my sister, getting updates on that, calling my mom, being like, Mom, no, come here. And then Mark's like, my finger's fucked up, man. Like, it was like, let's go to the store together. I'm not trying to get attacked by a random ass dude. It's been wild. Also, I'm pretty sure Mark won that fight. Pretty sure he won, which is another reason why we had to fill out paperwork. Little loopy from muscle relaxers right now. So that's been my last 2 days. Yeah, so I've been gone. I was supposed to do like an interview thing Tuesday, and then Wednesday I was just gonna do like a bullshit thing. That's just like I'm just tired, guys. I don't really have a real. I didn't struggle through anything, but it's just been like, you ever like talk to somebody on the phone? And like towards the end of the phone conversation, like you like this person, but you've been on the phone long enough that you're like, okay, I'm emotionally drained. I need to cut this conversation off, and like go watch a TV show or something. That's like kind of how I feel right now. But I wanted to come in and like do a stream and like chit chat with you guys and just be like, here's what's going on, here's the craziness that's happening, and then just have fun and catch up. And in that spirit, I saw that like James Lindsay and Jordan Peterson, whom I both love talking shit on, did a whole thing about the woke right, and I was like, oh, I can't wait a week to talk about this. Like I can't wait until this is no longer in the cultural zeitgeist. Like we gotta talk about James Lindsay calling everything under the sun that isn't center left liberalism woke right, and being a vague little thunder cunt about it, and like blocking anybody online that like tries to talk any level of shit on him. And then like Jordan Peterson being like, well, you see, that depends on what you mean by God. Like, it depends on what you mean by God. Because what if God is just a central goal, a North Star, amongst which people can, you can't, like, and that, like, just this. I'm like, there's no way this isn't just full of comedy gold of stupidity, while at the same time, two brilliant people are speaking. It's like this has to be both brilliant and retarded at the same time, and it's just too good of content for me not to at least kind of like brush up on it a little bit. James Lindsay is still relevant? I don't know if that's sarcastic or not. A little more Kermit, a little less Mickey Mouse. I don't pretend to do a good Jordan Peterson impression. Right? Like, so I'm okay with having a bad Jordan Peterson impression. I can do a good Alex Jones before he lost the weight, before he started doing chin-ups, and taking all the methylene blue. I could do a pretty good goddamn Alex Jones. But that's about it. That's about the only famous pundit I feel like I can do a decent impression of. That's me in the intro. It's just me saying some dumb shit that I recorded for the intro. It's edging on Mike Tyson, though? You mean Jordan Peterson? Mike Tyson scares me. Mike Tyson seems like one of those people that's really cool until you say something, and then like his violent side comes out, and then like and he looks at you a certain way, and then you're like, oh yeah, this man is a cold-blooded murderer. I mean, I don't know if he's a murderer. He may or may not be a rapist, but I don't think he's a murderer. But I just mean like, you know what I mean? Like if we fought, I'd be dead. I thought you could do Donald Trump impressions too. I mean, like everybody has a Donald Trump impression because I'm a streamer that does politics, right? But like compared to like other people that do good in Trump, like compared to Shane Gillis, you know, if you just watch a Shane Gillis, you're like, oh wow, my Trump impression is horrible. You know, it's like this is terrible. Sounds nothing like Trump. You know. I mean, like, I think Trump is more about the mannerisms, getting the mannerisms right, than getting the voice right. Because you got to get the, I said, you know, like, you got to get, like, the offbeat hands, you got to get the repetition. Wow. You know, I said we have a great team of doctors. A lot of doctors, the greatest doctors, right? Like, so you got to get there's so much to Trump, right? You got to get the speech pattern. You got to get the hand ticks. You got to get the weird stuff. You got to lean forward at the right time. And that's on top of like the vocal pattern. Trump's a hard one to nail. There's a lot of subtlety to Trump's. Why do I keep hearing people say talking on person or lying on person instead of talking about or lying about? Is this grammatically correct? You found James Lindsay's song? I mean, I got to be careful about copyright. So give me a second. Let me see what it is. Oh, it's literally just Thundercunt. It's literally just Thundercunt. Okay, that's funny. Trump's a hard one to nail, Fabian Liberty. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. If it was like a washed up porn star, I could get a couple $1 million out of him. But I'm not. Where is my... Does anybody know fucking this actor? Hold on. Does anybody know this guy? Because I was like, I saw this post and I was like, what? Because I've seen this actor and shit before, right? I've seen this guy in like a couple TV shows. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, whatever. Yeah, he's on Lucifer, he's on Supernatural. He's been on a couple different like, you know, TV shows. Guy, right? And then I go to his account. And his account is just actor, rebel, rational warrior, real life Lucifer. He's got a Patreon. Then he's got AmericanCapitalistParty.com or .org, which I've never heard of, but it's literally just glazing free market capitalism. And then he has this fucking thing. And then here's the quote from him. Individual rights are as absolute individual rights are an absolute as in an inviolable aspect of social morality. There is no degree, there are no exceptions. He's an objectivist? Okay. I was like, this dude has to be an ANCAP or an objectivist, right? Like, and it seemed more like he debated Dave Smith, did he? I just saw him and I was like, I was like, isn't that the dude from the TV? You know, I was like, when did the dude from the TV get based? He said, but he thinks Palestinians have no rights because they're savages. That sounds like an objectivist. Have you listened to any of the Leonard Peikoff talk about war? Hold on, let me see if I can find Leonard P. Hold on, it's just like, have you listened to objectivists? Like the ones that are not anarcho-objectivists, that are only claim objectivists, are psycho when it comes to total war. See if I can find it. Yeah, here we go.
Out of military power. Joining us from Los Angeles is Dr. Leonard Peikoff, the founder of the Ayn Rand Institute. So, Doctor, I understand that if the U.S. does go in with heavy-duty air power and all kinds of things like this, and civilians get killed, you're not so worried about that.
I'm absolutely not concerned with innocent people in the enemy territory. If they get killed, that is the responsibility of their government for initiating aggression against us. In any war, when you fight the enemy, you have to take anyone in that territory and regard him as part of the enemy. Otherwise, you can't defend yourself. If you're concerned with the innocents in those countries, you are pulling your punches and thereby jeopardizing the innocents in our countries. It's either or. If you believe in self-defense, you fight it to the full.
If they were to adopt your philosophy, the Bush administration...
he's like the Bush administration's not bombing enough people. This is how objective. This is how the Ayn Rand Institute feels. Fucking Yaron Brook blocked me because I was like not supportive enough of Israel bombing Gaza. And like out of all of the libertarian pundits, I've been one of the few. Like it's like me and Jack. We're like the only two that have been like critical of libertarians for like being too pro-Palestine and not taking a libertarian view on things. And like he blocked me just to be like, how fucking dare you not say that Israel has the right to bomb anyone and everyone as much as they ever want ever.
And go in and just level the country, which wouldn't take much. I mean, it's not a sophisticated country. You could level that place in probably a day. The rest of the Islamic world would probably rise up. You know, you'd see the dead babies and all of that. And we would be fighing then all of the...
Yeah, he sees dead babies or some shit and all that. Like...
the hundreds of...
Dude, you guys, you Zoomers don't... You Zoomers have no idea how crazy it was to live next to neocons. Like... If you're like 25 and under, you don't remember at all what happened after 9/11. Right? Like you weren't alive or you were like a baby. If you're like 25, maybe you were like a baby, but like no, even then you weren't. So like you don't remember what the world was like leading up to Bush and like Bush's first presidency, because that shit was wild. It was wild. Sounds like Yaron really hurt your feelings. I mean, a little bit, yeah. Like I interviewed him. I had a wonderful interview. I had a lot of exchanges with him. Like we were talking about setting up another conversation about like, you know, whether or not you can blend libertarian legal philosophy with objectivism and like where are those contradictions and hammering that out. Like the interview was only supposed to be an hour, but like it went so well that it was like, I think it was like 2.5 hours because like he just went over his time because it was such an interesting conversation. I had a great time. And then October 7th happened. And then he just like flipped on every libertarian that wasn't 100% behind Israel. And it was like, dude, like I'm not even like a pro Palestine person. I just don't think the IDF is fucking, you know, like these great fucking defenders of freedom. So yeah, Kofi, or Kofi Campbell, or however you say it, like, or Kofi or Kofi, depending on whether or not it's like ironic or an actual native. Yeah. Well, I'm perfectly fine being like, yeah, that kind of pissed me off a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, of course, why wouldn't I?
Millions of Muslims across the world. It seems to me that might be a war we don't want to get into.
I don't think Afghanistan should be the primary battle place at all.
But answer the question.
Yeah, but like one of the most pro-Palestinian people in libertarianism is right now in terms of communication is Dave Smith, and he's like stupidly pro-Palestine.
Get Bin Laden.
If they did
what you suggest. If we hit the right country, which is Iran, and with the full effective force of the United States and unseated the Iranian government and made clear the principle why, I say, you would terrify the terrorist governments in the rest of the Middle East.
What if you're wrong? What if you're wrong? What if you ignite a global conflict? What?
You don't ignite a global conflict by exterminating an enemy that's trying to exterminate you. Otherwise, you can say, I'm afraid of the repercussions of defending myself.
Well, look,
so I'll sit here and let the terrorists unleash germ warfare and chemical warfare and nuclear warfare on us. That's what's coming next. It's the survival of this country. So either you say we're going to fight and we're not going to worry about the reaction, and the very fact that the United States is the only superpower, if it doesn't stand up and take over the worst country there, which is Iran, the source of this maniacal Islamic fundamentalist movement, if we don't...
Right. So when you say, oh, but they're an objectivist, but they're not like one of the anarcho-objectivists, they're just like an objectivist, but like they're crazy about war. Like this is the head of the Ayn Rand Institute. I mean, it's Yaron Brook now, but I mean, he's still a member. Right, like this is like one of the leading philosophers in objectivism. His philosophy series on YouTube is still fucking amazing. You should listen to it. But this dude was a psycho when it comes to total war philosophy. I'm just saying. Right. There we go. And he's close to Peikoff. Yeah, that makes sense. Peikoff must not have learned about insurgent math. Yeah. To be fair, that was like when everyone was a neocon. So I'm just looking to see if there was anything I was like trying to save for stream. Oh, did you hear that there's going to be pride parades in fucking GTA 6? This is like the worst thing Rockstar could ever have done. Yeah. It's they could not have made a worse decision. I cannot, because listen to me, guys. There are one of two possibilities with pride parades being in GTA 6. Option number one is they put them there and then they just leave it alone. And that means there's going to be a whole bunch of YouTube videos of people running over people at pride parades saying horrible shit. Okay? Which is not going to be good look for them. It's not going to be a good look at all. Okay? So that's option one. That's going to be real bad. That's going to cause all kinds of controversy that they don't fucking need in their game. Number two is that they do it in such a way that they make them invulnerable, or like it's only on like a certain mission and you're not allowed to attack them. And they basically change the entire concept of what GTA is, which is a lawless free-for-all gangster game where you kill people and you grab hookers and throw them in the car, and then when they get out of the car, you kill them and take your money back, right? You completely change what the entire point of the fucking of Grand Theft Auto is about. And then people are going to be like, the wokeness got, like, you're never, like, there's going to be like 20 different fucking Geeks and Gamers videos and like 20 different fucking Udemon or whatever his name is, and like Grums is going to have like 1,700 tweets about it. Like, it's going to be so bad. And the worst thing is what's probably going to happen is they'll probably make them invulnerable, and then like people will make mods that let you kill them, and then Nexus Nexus mods will like ban those mods, and then people will be like, Nexus is gone fucking woke, but they've always been kind of woke, and then it'll be a whole fucking nother thing. And I was just like, who was the retard that decided to do that? Because it's literally, there's no good way out where it doesn't just become a shit show. I can see the mission thing. They've slowly been moving to more cinematic experiences rather than free open in the missions. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my vibe, is that it's probably going to be a mission. And then that's how they'll get rid of like the idea of it being like problematic that you can't kill them, because like it's only like a mission that it's occurring in. I said I'm mostly an objectivist. What aspect of objectivism do you still disagree on? Well, first and foremost, that's a difficult question to answer. And the proof that I'm not fully objectivist is that I didn't make you pay a super chat for me to answer this question. Because I do answer all super chats, guys. So if you want to make sure that I see your question and I answer your question and it doesn't get lost in chat, make sure you send those super chats. So that's the first bit of proof that I'm not 100% objectivist, because there's no way in hell that Reardon wouldn't fucking make you pay for his time if you were going to ask questions. But setting that, joking aside, I don't know that I have any conflict with objectivist philosophy. I just don't claim it because I don't want to be associated with Randroids, and I have some disagreements with Ayn Rand. I think that Ayn Rand and like the modern objectivists are just wrong on intellectual property. I think you need to integrate libertarian philosophy into objectivist philosophy. And so this concept that property starts as a scarce resource in the mind, it's like, I agree, but the moment it leaves your mind, it's no longer a scarce resource. And so I think they're contradicting the non-aggression principle when they try and claim that someone can own an idea after they've told other people of the idea, after other people have reverse engineered the idea, and then they're using their own private property to reproduce that idea. So I think objectivists that aren't anarcho-objectivists, like they're not ANCAPs and objectivists, or, we want to say true objectivists, however you want to put it. I don't care about the labels. I think they're just wrong on IP. And then I think Ayn Rand was wrong on like abortion, right? I am an evictionist. I think she was just completely and utterly wrong on the concept that like you can kill, a distinct human that has its own replicating human DNA. And that you can just like dismember and kill it because like a woman's right to choose comes first. No, I think you have to do a C-section and you have to attempt to preserve the body to the best of your ability, and evict the baby. I don't think you get to just go, oh, well, you're in my house, so I get to ice pick you. It's not the same thing as like a home invader, because like I don't know that I'm not a departurist in the sense that I don't think that like there's like an explicit, an implicit contract when you have sex that like you are a guardian of this entity, and that you cannot get rid of this entity, that you can be forced into an implicit contract, with a baby until the baby is born. I don't agree with that. So I'm not like a pro-lifer per se. I'm an evictionist. But those are the only two things that I think are like, and then obviously a lot of objectivists have this crazy total war philosophy that I just think is just, I think it's patently against the non-aggression principle. How could you have movie production without IP?
I will not be denied.
Open fire!
Foolish boy. You grieve for the dead wife of an insolent Jedi. Forever shall you remain weaker than I. Always the servant. Always the slave, young Skywalker.
This is Star Wars Theory's like homemade fucking thing he did with a couple of boys on episode 1 of a Vader fan film series that there's multiple episodes of. And then Disney sued him for this. And then he won because it was like an obvious, like entirely new story. Because he wasn't making money off of it. They tried to copyright him despite the fact that he wasn't making any money off of it. He did it completely 100% free with no ads just because he's a fan of Star Wars. So if there were no IP and he could run ads on this, then he probably could have put more production into it. And this isn't even the better ones, right? Here's the teaser trailer for episode 2 from 2 weeks ago. Without IP, how could this ever occur? now let's compare that to was it Ahsoka? Oh, god damn it. Where is it at? Is it this one? Where is the fucking... There was a recent fucking... I can't know if I can find it. There's a fucking recent fight that they did in one of their shows. If somebody finds it, maybe they can show it to me. But it is god awful. And she's like, she has like this super like armsy shoulders. She clearly did like barely choreographed, and then stormtroopers with ranged weapons going towards someone with magic laser swords that can reflect that they're walking towards her as they're shooting her, and like they're all like pew pew pew, and she's like and then she does like a double thing at the end. It's supposed to look bad. It looks awful. Star Wars Theory is capable of making far better Disney than Disney. Because Disney is just horrible at it, and they own the IP. So, I hope that I hope without getting into the philosophy or making some long-winded, high-minded argument, that like that video evidence is all of the answer you could ever need to answer the question by capital science: how could you have movie production without IP? The answer is IP is in the way of movie production. The real question you should be asking is, how are we able to make good movies with IP still holding us back? Hayden Christensen's the only person that's been in Disney Star Wars that does convincing sword choreography. That's because when he was... No, hold on. The guy who plays Darth Maul, the voice actor for Darth Maul, who played... was it Bendak Starkiller? No, that's in KOTOR. Who's the fucking Force Unleashed? It's Starkiller, but it's his name is... What's his full fucking name? Oh, Galen Merrick. That's it. Right? The guy who plays Galen Merrick and plays Darth Maul in... what is this dude's name? Sam Witwer. That's the guy's name. Like, this guy is somebody... You give this guy a lightsaber, and I guarantee you he'll do it insanely good. And here's why. You can just get it. This is all you need to know. You don't need to know any of his accolades. You don't need to know that he played Galen Merrick or Starkiller in Force Unleashed, or that he was the voice for Darth Maul in the Clone Wars cartoon and in a couple other things in the Disney shows. All you need to know is just this.
I have a leg up because I happen to know Star Wars pretty well. Lucasfilm was working on this project, and they made this painting of this character. They needed to lock down a really strong visual image for the character. And I had a buddy who was working there at the time, and he saw the painting. He was at the meeting, and they unveiled the painting. Here's our character. And the character was of Darth Vader's secret apprentice, a guy he was training years before he even knew about Luke. And he looked like me. He looked exactly like me. So my buddy calls me up at night. He goes, listen, I need you to send me your reel and your headshot and your resume. I'm like, well, why? What is this? He's like, and do it and shut up. And so I did. They called me in for an audition, and then after that was where the love of the genre.
God damn it! That's not what I was looking for. Sam Witt. Oh my God! It's Witwer audition. Let's see if it'll come up here.
Role. And I came in.
There you go. Like you give that guy like the ability to do like a lightsaber scene, and he'll do exactly what Hayden Christensen and the guy who played Obi-Wan in episodes 1 through 3 did, which is practice. I mean, they did those fight scenes over and over and over and over again because they knew that they had to get it right. And that's why, especially by the time you see episode 3, it's like, that's why that's peak. Like the fight between Hayden Christensen and the guy playing Obi-Wan, I can't remember his name right now, is so much better than everything Disney has done, is because those guys practice. Ewan McGregor, thank you. Like, in episode 2, like obviously Ewan McGregor in episode 1, but Hayden Christensen in episode 2 and in episode 3, they lived, breathed, ate shit that choreography. And also the choreographers that were doing it were martial artists that had worked on other, films and things of that nature. The guy that played Darth Maul in episode 1 was the same guy that played like Toad and X-Men, and he did he was a stunt guy. He wasn't a fucking actor really, as much as he was like a stunt guy that was a hardcore martial artist. Right. And so it's like Disney sucks because they don't care. But anyways, we've gone way off topic because someone said a question about IP. I got to get into this fucking reaction. So let's let me find this, because I want to start this. Let me put this at 1.5. I want to hear Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay say
what are you in trouble for now?
Ridiculous shit about the woke right and stumble. This is going to be so fucking funny to me. I can argue. So anyways, is the woke, before I even start this, right? Is the woke right real? Well, it depends on how you define the woke right. I would say the woke right isn't real because they're not the right. They're just woke, and they happen to have a veneer of right-wing cultural values that tend to be on the right. Right? They have, they might have blood and soil. Their idea of the elites is the Jews instead of the elites, but these are just collectivist socialists who are trying to fight fire with fire because they don't like trannies and they don't like, their kids being taught that whiteness is a problem, and they're playing the exact same game. I think that their definition of that is likely the same. But the problem is that if you're someone like Jordan Peterson, and especially if you're somebody like James Lindsay, the only defense you have against the woke right is to double down on this, like, the very thing that he was kind of attacking, but from a centrist perspective, when he was only focusing on the left, which is collectivism. Well, okay, statism, socialism. If you're not actually fighting socialism, you're not actually fighting statism. And instead, you're just trying to sell this, we shouldn't care about skin color. We shouldn't care about, culture. We shouldn't, because there's going to be this one homogenous American culture. Then you are the very problem that the right is recognizing, and you're not giving the right that is, like, you're doubling down on the problem that is creating the woke right, if so far as the woke right exists, right? Which is that you have a culture that is attacking white identity. You have a culture that is talking about, whiteness as a problem, and has been trying to sell us on multiculturalism. And it doesn't matter how many immigrants come in. Isn't it going to be great because, you get your taco stands and you get you get to try your fufu when the Ethiopians move in. And isn't it so cool? Isn't their food so good? And we're not talking about the facts, which is that culture matters and ethnicity informs culture, and that you can't just force a bunch of ethnicities and cultures together and then they just magically work it out because democracy is wonderful and great. Like, the problem is democracy. The problem is giving these people a vote. The problem is allowing politicians to curry vote in favor from a conglomerate of identities to attack a pacifist identity. And the woke right, insofar as it exists, see this and they go, well, then we'll reclaim our white identity before it's too late, and we will attack the Jews, and we'll be super base when we call the kid, the 5-year-old autistic kid at the playground, and or a 10-year-old kid that was just stealing her shit. I don't fucking know. Like, we're going to call them the N-words again. Kanye West is going to come back and he's going to be one of the good ones with his song that I cannot repeat any of the lyrics to this song that just came out. It is on YouTube. I have no idea, but I'm not playing it on my stream. And also the beat is kind of a banger. Like, it's a dangerous song if you listen to it, because you might find yourself humming it. And there's no song more dangerous to say the lyrics out to than Kanye West's new song that just dropped, right? Like, but this like this concept of like the woke right isn't that far off from the truth insofar that I see it. But the problem is that they have no foundation upon which to stand on, because like much of the woke right is criticizing all of the problems of liberalism, and liberalism brought us here. This obsession with equality that isn't real. This obsession that like multiculturalism is this beautiful, wonderful thing we can all pack it in together. This obsession that like one man, one vote will somehow, breed a stable society, and that politicians won't, use all of this. All of those things are what are brought us to this. That these ideas that are incongruous with reality are what allowed the woke to infiltrate our society, and the right is just playing that same game again. And so I'd be interested to see what nonsense they say about the woke right, because every time James Lindsay, I've ever seen him talk about it, he's incredibly vague, and then he just says shit, and he's like, "Oh, you don't get the Gnostic reference of Hermeticism that I'm making? Oh, well, just watch more of me, and maybe you'll get it. Wink, wink." Instead of fucking explaining what the fuck he's talking about, he makes just as much spurious connections to things as do the fucking Juicebergs. I think he's an embarrassment, and he's an embarrassment because when he was critiquing the left, he was really good, and the right kind of accepted him. But once he started critiquing the right, he tried to critique them the same way that he critiqued the left, and it doesn't fucking make sense, because you just can't use those same tactics to do that. And on top of that, the left's not going to fucking like James Lindsay. So all he did is just burn his base, except for a bunch of fucking liberals that, a bunch of liberal fucking pussies that just want to compromise on everything and don't act. Oh, wouldn't it just be great if we went back to 1980s America? It's like, no, you dumb fuck. 1980s America is when you guys fucked our economy, when you fucked the value of our land, when you fucked the labor market, when all of the problems started that put us in the position that we're in. And so fucking compromising and trying to dial back to fucking 30, 40 years ago when you remember things were better. It's literally Nietzsche when he is talking about like God is dead, is that he's talking about society is living and cannibalizing the corpse of the dead God. And it's like that's what the 80s and the 90s were. And so I'm interested to see how Peterson reacts to it, and mostly I think it's just going to be funny. I think it's just going to be a lot of nonsense with some good ideas, and we'll see what sparks what. I just got here. Is Fabian a fan of Jordan Peterson or no? I'm a fan of Jordan Peterson when Jordan Peterson is talking about psychology, especially when he's talking about addiction, and especially when he's talking about post-traumatic stress disorder and trauma-informed post-traumatic stress disorder and things like that. I'm not so much a fan of Jordan Peterson when he delves too deep into politics, because he goes into it with the same arrogance and the same sense of superiority and the same belief that he's really knowledgeable in it whilst being a neophyte in it. Was he my professor? I mean, I watched all of his personality psychology stuff, and I read Maps of Meaning when I was in grad school. And I think Maps of Meaning, again, is a genius work. I think it's his magnum opus, and everything he has done since then has been downhill compared to what he did in Maps of Meaning. Maps of Meaning is an insane, it is a genuine continuation of the work of Carl Jung and Eric Neumann, right? It is psychoanalysis, and especially looking at psychoanalysis from a Jungian perspective and utilizing mythological substructures, going beyond just kind of like Sigmund Freud's, interpretation of dreams and his daughter's kind of like dream and defense mechanism. Like that is something that was like full of nothing but charlatans, and there was only one person since Eric Neumann that actually understood Jungian psychology and was able to modernize it and understand it and truly look at the mythological structure of malevolence in large in like the animus of like culture and in ideological subversion and in the ego and in the structure from a macro scale. What he did with that book is genius, and it's and everyone that actually understands. If you're not a well-read psychologist or like, you know, well-read in psychology, I'm not a psychologist, right? But if you're not well-read in that, read Eric Neumann's Origins and History of Consciousness, at least part 1. You don't need part 2, because part 2 is all like psychotherapy and it's all outdated. You just need the half. It might be part 2. I can't remember. I'd have to go grab the book. But read that and then read Maps of Meaning. And it's a dense read, as old Joe said, but it's 12 Rules for Life is just self-help bullshit. And it's fun, but you could get it from any streamer that like understands some psychology. It's nothing special. But Maps of Meaning is amazing. But let's get into it.
Now, the woke right is a fraught term, right? Because you have woke, which they associate with left. You have right, which they associate obviously with the right. And so now you've got a paradox.
It's troublesome for those with a conservative bent to throw away the idea of institutional legitimacy.
Like, you see how he's smiling? He's like, ah, see, it's the left and the right. Ah, it's fucking, this is going to be hilariously dumb and entertaining.
The only possible antidote to really unrestrained investigation. The idea seems to be something like the more radical the revolution.
Old Joe, I'm not insulting your intelligence when I say this. I'm actually doing the exact opposite. No one should read Maps of Meaning unless they have an understanding of Jungian psychology. And so if you have to reread Maps of Meaning, it's probably because you don't understand the foundation of what Maps of Meaning is building upon. And so it's like, that's why I suggest everyone read Eric Neumann's History and the Origins of Consciousness before they read Maps of Meaning, because Maps of Meaning is a continuation of the work of Carl Jung. And it is the only person I know of that has genuinely done that. And so that's going to be a problem. If you try and read, I wouldn't even really read Jung unless you're really into Jungian psychology, because then you'll have to read like 14 different things, and it's kind of all circular and it's all self-referencing, and he's kind of figuring it out as he goes along his career. Whereas Eric Neumann's Origins and the History of Consciousness is able to take everything that Jung learned and put it into one book. So if you really want to read Jung, I would still start with Eric Neumann's Origins and History of Consciousness, then read Jung, then read Maps of Meaning. But you really only need Origins and History of Consciousness by Eric Neumann. I think it's 2 N's, it's German. And then move into Maps of Meaning.
Precept, the more likely something Luciferian is behind it.
So now we're talking at a very abstract, I think metaphysical is the right word, level for what represents woke. This isn't going to be recognizable to your average Joe on the street who's dealing with, you know, a pride parade. But
and they are called pride parades.
They are called.
Oh my God. Immediately, like you called it. He's like, I get the impression Lindsay is the kind of person that gets off on the feeling of superiority that comes from possessing esoteric knowledge. And then immediately he's like, the average Joe could never understand this dealing with the pride parade. That's the problem, is that people are too stupid. It's like, no, James Lindsay, you make accusations, then you refuse to name names. Or when you do name names, you like throw a couple of fancy words out there and you don't connect the idea, and you quote tweet like Carl Benjamin and be like, see how he's woke? It's the progression of the dialectic. And then people are like, what do you mean? And then he's like, if you don't get it, you never will. It's like, make your fucking argument, you bitch. Like, dude, like he does that shit all the time.
And the cardinal sin of Lucifer is pride.
It's entertaining to me that Lindsay can't give the game away and just state that critical theory can hijack any social group. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. My guest today is James Lindsay, who's...
I have to bring it down to, I think, to like 1.25, only because like I started listening and I was like, they're going to use a lot of big words and I'm going to be too dumb to listen at 1.5.
Been a commentator on cultural affairs for a good 10 years, I suppose longer than that, but being well known for that long. He was one of the people, along with Helen Pluckrose and others, who published a sequence of papers in radical journals that were...
That shit was hilarious. Like the dog fucking study that they got published.
Not genuine, let's put it that way. And that was very scandalous. It was part of an attempt to expose the pathology of the academic, the pathology.
Old Joe, I agree with you. Here's the problem. You don't listen to Jordan Peterson and I are very similar conversationally, right? Which is our natural tendency is to go into like professor mode. And so if I'm having a genuinely good conversation with someone, I really want to expand upon an idea. And I really want to get the idea. And it's like, if you want like a 50-50 thing, but you're going to interview me, I'm not the right guy. And Jordan Peterson is the same way. And this is why Jordan Peterson does so well when he goes on Joe Rogan, because Joe Rogan gets that and is just like, he'll ask him a question and then he'll let him go on. And then what naturally occurs with Joe Rogan episode is that Joe Rogan will make a comment, and then it'll, because Jordan Peterson is comfortable and because he is in that professor mode, he'll be genuinely intrigued by something that Joe Rogan said, and then he'll begin to examine that idea and pick apart that idea and then expand upon it from his perspective, but genuinely wants to know what that other person is. But if you have like two people that want to like take up the conversation, then what ends up happening is you can see Jordan Peterson get frustrated, and then he tries to like domineer the conversation. And so it's like but it's like, he's not a debater, right? He's an interviewer and a professor at heart. And so if you talk to Jordan Peterson with that in mind and recognize you're only going to get 20 or 30% of the speaking time, but that he's thinking through speaking and that he's trying to, get complicated thoughts right, then it's great. But if you try and capitalize time, or you interrupt, or like you're not willing to be, like you're probably not even going to get interrogated by him too often. And that's mostly because he's not interested in what you're saying, because you've interrupted his train of thought too many times, but he's got like a long-winded train of thought. Is that why you like JBP? Because you think talk the same? I mean, I'm not like a super big fan, but I am a fan in some ways. But yeah, that's probably a similarity that we have.
That had set into certain aspects of the academic institutions, and it's become much more widespread now. James has got himself in trouble in recent months, once again, for popularizing the phrase woke right by accusing or pointing out, depending on your perspective,
that's a joke.
Fact that various members of the so-called right are engaging in shenanigans that are very much reminiscent of those that characterize the radical left. And so that's what we talk about today, the nature of the woke right. I discussed the overlap between such behavior and classification of psychopathology with James, the relation.
You see, here's a problem right now is that like this conversation should start with a definition. Like this conversation is ultimately an hour and 40-minute failure if we don't immediately come out and go, this is what I mean definitionally when I say the woke right. Don't say, oh, it's when the right uses some of the things it's kind of similar to the woke left. Like that is nonsense. Like it should immediately come out and say the woke right is when individuals that, first you got to define the right. You know what I mean? Like those that believe in order over chaos, those that believe in like stability and rules organization and hierarchical structures. Like give some understanding of the right beyond just people on the right, and say that it is when they adopt, authoritarian policies and socialist policies to socially engineer society, utilizing the same framework of critical theory with a anti-Jew or white identitarian perspective that is, that goes beyond civic nationalism and, liberalism where, races and people are equal, but focuses specifically on European, culture, etc. We can play with the definition, but we need to start defining what it is as opposed to, oh, it's this thing that's similar to wokeness on the left. Because we know what wokeness is on the left. It's just critical theory. Okay? And so it is, and so what is it on the right? It's just critical theory. It's socialism and oppressor narrative and, social engineering, through the state et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's all those downstream effects. And then we can show the similarities in how the right is adopting aspects of critical theory, socialist economic policies, and things of that nature. I'm still a JP fan. I mean, I'm a fan sometimes, but I'm not like going to fucking buy a Daily Wire subscription to watch his shit.
Relationship between woke behavior, mobbing, extreme perspectives, self-victimization, protest, gaming the system, and cluster B psychopathology, narcissism, histrionic behavior, borderline, antisocial, and the dark tetrad. And
again, like, that's cool, but you just said that, like, the woke right is, hold on, like, the relationship between woke behavior, mobbing, extreme perspectives, so self-victimization, that makes sense within critical theory, right? Now, protest, gaming the system, what fucking system you mean? Then he just goes on to name all 4 types of cluster B. How, like, I hope he connects it, because it's like, I recognize that leftism and critical theory, tends towards, borderline personality and narcissistic personality disorder perspectives. I don't really see histrionic and antisocial personality disorder as a main thing. Now, you could say ASPD is an aspect of critical theory once we get into psychopathy, but that is that wokeness, or is that cult-like beliefs within wokeness then kind of like become a breeding ground for sociopathic people to avoid accountability and responsibility and attach themselves, right? It's kind of like, does public education cause pedophilia? Does the Catholic Church cause pedophilia? Or is it just a good spot for pedophiles to go because they have access to children and because they're in a position of authority and predators will go there? Like, so I don't really see ASPD being a consequence of wokeness or critical theory so much as I see it as it is, when you have cult-like beliefs in that, you begin to reward grifters and online people that have those perspectives that will then go into that and utilize those cult-like beliefs and those identitarian beliefs, and push and pull those levers to get their narcissistic supply to fill that void, right? But the same is true of like Mr. Beast. You know what I mean? Like, Mr. Beast is like the most clearly antisocial personality disorder psychopath I've ever fucking seen online. He is so obviously a psychopath. I've never seen someone be more of a psychopath than Mr. Beast. You can just see it when you look in the motherfucker's eyes and you go, that guy's a psycho. You like alarm bell. You can go look at a Mr. Beast thumbnail and see a smile with dead eyes and you go, and alarm bells immediately start ringing in your head. But Mr. Beast figured out that, like, we can play Hunger Games and fucking we can play all this shit and he can do good things for culture, for the planet, heal people that were blind and build wells in Africa, and he can get all of that narcissistic or all of that supply fed into him, and he can fill that void that he needs to fill by being this super popular person, and then he can grind like 80 hours a week to make it happen and be incredibly successful. And the world is literally a better place because Mr. Beast exists, right? But he's clearly a fucking sociopath, right? You wouldn't want your daughter to date him, but like as a figure in the world, like he's done a ton of good things, because that's the beauty of capitalism, is that capitalism offers people to feed what is their rational self-interest. And then, wait, Mr. Beast cured? Yeah, Mr. Beast got into a bunch of trouble because he cured a bunch of people that were blind, literally. I mean, it's a surgery. He didn't cure it himself, but like here you go. Blinds 1,000 people. That's funny. Yeah, like, look at that thumbnail. Look at that. That is a fucking sociopath. That's a sociopath. But also, 202 million views. He just made a video. A reality TV show where there's a simple medical procedure that costs money that some people can't afford, and so he just gave it to 1,000 people, and now those 1,000 people can see when they were blind before. and he was able to make ad money and revenue and ad deals and all kinds of money off of it, and everyone talked about how much of a hero he was, and that's what a sociopath wants at the end of the day. I've heard some accounts of how like he didn't pay the full amount in some instances. I've also heard that like that's mostly bullshit. There was a lot of people that were extremely angry about him the moment that video dropped, and I immediately started seeing like all kinds of bullshit be spread about him. Okay, sorority. Let's assume everything you just said is true. So he's a sociopath, and then he cured 1,000 people blindness, then he didn't pay, and then once he was going to get in trouble for it, he did pay. Sounds like exactly like how a sociopath is. Do you define sociopath and psychopath as different? I probably shouldn't even say sociopath. It's just a word that most of you recognize, but both sociopath and psychopath have been connected to antisocial personality disorder. Psychopaths tend to have less control and tend to be more violent, right? And so like these tend to be like your serial killers, whereas a sociopath doesn't have like this compulsion towards any violence, doesn't have like these bursts of rage, things like that. They're a little bit more like psycho or crazy, socio or planners. Yeah. But all of it is really just antisocial personality disorder.
Gaming the system, and cluster B psychopathology, narcissism, histrionic behavior, borderline, antisocial, and the dark tetrad. And you
think I have it reversed? I mean, maybe, but like it's changed from the DSM-3, 4, and 5. They have all changed. And so like at the end of the day, and then like those words have cultural connotations, like from like Hollywood and movies and shit like that. At the end of the day, it's really, we should just be saying ASPD. And maybe even we should just be saying cluster Bs.
We attempted to determine how our views align and how they differ. And well, it's a walk through the dark side of ideology. So join us for that. Nice to see you, Dr. Lindsay.
It's good to see you,
Dr.
Peterson.
It's been 2 years, eh?
It's been 2 years.
Yeah. So what are you in trouble for now?
The woke right.
I just have an anti-socialist personality disorder. That's fine.
Lay it out, man.
It's a fraught term, right?
Yeah. Well, that's why I said 420. It's like at the end of the day, you should just say like ASPD. But just look at that motherfucker's eyes, and you know something's not wrong.
People see it as paradoxical because you have woke, which they associate with left. You have right, which they associate obviously with the right, and so now you've got a paradox. And so I've caused myself some trouble by calling a radical segment, not the whole right, a radical segment of the right, woke right, which I kind of started doing, I guess, last fall, September. Yeah. I started using it before.
You started using it on fucking everybody and then trying to be like esoteric about it and like not explaining what you were doing to people. And then you would just be like, see, there's a dialectic here. And it's like, shut up. I like Mentis Wave's definition of woke. It's basically using government DEI on the premise that there is usually an unnatural oppression, discrimination, disparity. I think a woke right would be something like this, but forcing their own cultural beliefs. I think that is, that's a domain of like, sure, you could say, I would just assume that it's critical theory and the natural progression of critical theory, right? Which would include critical race theory, critical legal studies, critical pedagogy, critical democracy, queer theory, intersectional theory, etc. Right, and so all of these have an elements of the oppressor dynamic, right? But it is also Gnostic, right? Especially when you get into queer theory, it becomes very spiritual, and the concept of like a gendered soul, whilst also being gender abolitionist. It is full of contradiction, but it is intentionally contradictory, much like cult-like beliefs are, insofar as they kind of break your brain because it's not possible to be rational and be woke at the same time. It is praxis is a domain of wokeness, right? And because it's a domain of critical theory, so it's not enough to believe in critical theory and view the world, right? You ever hear that phrase? It's not enough to not be racist. You must be active actively anti-racist, right? Which means you must be an activist. You must be pushing, the concept that there is a superstructure, right? And under traditional Marxism, this would be like capitalism, but like under let's say critical race theory, it would be whiteness or whiteness as an ideology, not as like a skin color. But they're one and the same because the whole fucking ideology is full of contradictions anyways. So it's like, there's a lot more to it. And so it's easier just to say critical theory, but most people don't actually understand what critical theory is.
Before that, the term, I didn't invent the term. A lot of people accuse me of inventing the term.
Mintus got me into libertarianism. I'm a basic bitch, I know. Dude, like, Mintus is a large account. Like, I'm happy he exists. Like, I love Mintus Wave. Right, like just I'm sure there are things we're going to disagree on, and and I think Mintus Wave doesn't delve as deep onto when he's just doing news and things like that. He's not as deep into the philosophy. He does a little bit. He backs up a little bit, but I love Mintus Wave. It's great content. It's good content. I'm happy. I'm happy you found Mintus Wave.
Or credit me with it. This term has been in rough circulation, floating around in the internet space for at least since.
I like Mintus Wave. I just wish he quit with the little girl anime plushies and the mindless background gameplay. Sometimes I do mindless background gameplay. I might get into that later on, and that's because that's just how you get 100,000. Sorry, but people have short attention spans, and the mindless background gameplay is like an important part of people coming in and having something to watch, because if they don't, they'll tune you out. Well, on a live stream, it makes sense. On an edited video, it doesn't.
It's middle of 22, so it's not a brand new term. I just adopted it and went kind of hard about it. And the simplest explanation I give people for, well, what do you mean by woke right? How does that make sense? And I say, well, it's woke people who call themselves conservatives. And some of them don't, though. They call themselves right wing. And they distinguish that conservatives and right wing are different. But it's woke people. So the whole suite of behaviors, beliefs, even the deep metaphysical constructs underneath.
That's not actually that bad. I thought it was going to be dumber than that. That's actually not that bad, right? Like, I mean, now the problem is defining woke. He's done that plenty of times, but it should be like I think a better one would just be critical theory on people that call themselves right wing, because the games that they play tend to be on like white identity or against the Jews or connected to other things. But the thing is there is a significant difference here that's missed, right? Which is no one that he is called woke right is an anti-hierarchical individual. Like, all of these people on the woke right believe in hierarchy. They believe in order. They believe in top-down authoritarianism to maintain the order that like naturally occurs within a human society. And so there are going to be differences between the woke left and the woke right insofar as that, because all the people that he's calling woke right, or the people that tend to be on the right that are socialists and adopting critical theory, they're not adopting all of it. And the big one is hierarchy, right? Like, you find wokies on the left and like they believe in the utopia where we're all going to trade, and that like capitalism or whiteness or whatever has like kept us from realizing that we're all the equal and we're all exactly the same, and things of that. Woke right, not or Volk right, yeah, like I'm Volk, yeah. But right, so like there is a distinction there, which is order-based politics and a belief in hierarchical structures, specifically with people, and a belief that hierarchy is natural. And that is a domain of right-wing belief. And so that is part of what puts it kind of on the right? It's at least in some part.
Beneath those beliefs.
Definition of woke right, Connor? Yeah.
And as you recently pointed out, I think the psychology that generates those beneath all of that, the cluster B personality disorders are presenting, and the psychopathologies, psychopathy itself sometimes, all of that kind of feeds upward into this concept of woke, which I think we can talk pretty fruitfully about. But I don't believe it can only be presented through.
Well, I mean, calling Connor a closet socialist is weird to me, because most Republicans are socialists. They're just varying degrees of how much socialist interference they want in the mixed market economy. But they're all fucking socialists.
Left-wing causes. You can present it in terms.
And they can be like, oh, I'm not a fucking socialist because I'm not a lefty. And it's like, okay, fine. Like, I get that you're not in, like, you don't have the same beliefs and values as those people do, but you don't have any limiting principles that keep you from being that in 20 years. When the Overton window shifts, you don't have any line in the sand that says, I don't do these things because on principle we don't believe that. And so the fact that you're not for as much socialism now doesn't somehow magically make you not a socialist, right? Every conservative that's like, yeah, we should keep Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, and we need the FDA and the SEC and the FCC and the EPA because capitalism is contradictory, and like there are things that capitalism can't self-regulate, so we need a state to step in to protect the people from the horrors of capitalism. That's socialist. And then you get a little bit further right, and then they're like, we need to ban pornography and shit like that. It's like, I agree, that shit's horrible, but the fact that you think the state is going to intervene to fix culture, and that you can change the culture of people, and that you can change society and what society values by instituting violent state policies to stop the market from giving them the thing that they want, is proof that you're just a different type of socialist at that point. I hate how people conflate Marxism with socialism. There's plenty of non-Marxist socialists on the right. I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I think, wouldn't a right-wing socialist be a fascist like me? Well, so like, being against Marx doesn't somehow make you not a socialist, right? I mean, Mao is explicitly anti-Marxist in his Little Red Book because he believes the concept of, some people are incapable of adopting critical consciousness, and thus they will always be reactionary right, and they must be purged, that you can't put them into a re-education camp and then reintroduce them into society. So would you say that Mao is like not a Marxist and not a communist, or that Marxist Leninist Maoists, or Maoist Leninist Marxists, however you want to switch up the MLM, would you say that they're not Marxists, or that they that they don't owe any of their theory or philosophy from Marx? No, you would say that was absurd, right? You could say the same thing about Pol Pot in the Khmer Rouge, right? Like when he said, we are not Marxists, we are revolutionaries. Right, and the same thing occurred in some of the speeches from Che Guevara. Not so much. Not so much. Oh my God, I can't think of the fucking Castro. Castro was, and Castro would say the same thing, especially when he did appearances in, in America state media in like the early days. Like he was very much like, no, we're not Marxists. Okay, but it's like being against a policy or some certain aspects of the ideology doesn't mean that the philosophy isn't informed by the natural progression of those ideas, and then they don't come from the same place, right? So I don't know that I necessarily agree with you that a socialist can be, like, they can be anti-Marxist, but that doesn't mean that they're not a Marxist, if that makes sense, right? Like the philosophy stems from that. But if by definition, if we're just doing anything that disagrees with Marx, then Kropotkin's anti-Marxist, Lenin is anti-Marxist, Stalin is anti-Marxist, Pol Pot, Mao, basically every Marxist dictator is anti-Marxist because they have disagreements. The Bolsheviks would be anti-Marxist, the fucking Luxemburgists would be anti-Marxist. So I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I think it's more accurate to just say that there is a vein of Marxism in all socialism, and that it is informed by such, but that they're not traditional or classical or vulgar Marxists.
In terms of right-wing causes or religious causes or other causes, because it's the pathological expression of an ideology or of a belief structure that ultimately is woke. And so this term has confused people. It's angered people. I decided to try to put...
Who is it angered?
Well, this is the thing. This is what has I'll use this word. This is a heavy word for the beginning of a conversation, but this is what has dismayed me. I knew it would anger the people that it applies to, in my opinion, because who would want to be called woke right, first of all? And second of all, it limits their ability to interact because they have a label that's not a good label that sticks to them. But what I'm dismayed over is that almost I hate to use this word so glibly, but what I refer to sort of as a bookmark as elite MAGA, or the more...
Yeah, so I gave you a label, and then I wouldn't explain it to you, and I just labeled you and was vague posting on Twitter, and I did this over and over and over and over again to everybody that I don't like, and I wouldn't explain it, and it's dismayed me. I'm so sad about it. And it's like, why are they triggered? I say something stupid and call them something, and then I refuse to explain it. Why are they so triggered? I wonder why, James. Like fucking, like you're trying to get people, like you're using a tactic, like a fucking psycho, to try and get people to follow you so that they can begin to unpack this esoteric knowledge instead of you just explaining aspects of what people say and being like, here's why this is problematic and here's why we shouldn't do this. Right? Like if you have a critique of fucking like Sargon of Akkad, just say like, in this thing, he says this thing. I don't think that that's the appropriate way to look at it, and I think it leads to bad outcomes because of this, and here's the underpinnings of why this is a bad idea, and here's where I think it historically leads to, and it should be said or done this way. If he did that, people would be like, then there would be a conversation. But he's not doing it to create a conversation. He's doing it to try and embattle people and get fucking more podcast interviews and get more readings and get more money and get more attention and cause drama so that he can be the head of a new term and a new social movement. Like this is shit behavior. Like you're acting like a fucking like 99% of all these fucking people that do podcasts anyways, right? But like pretend but the problem is that you're pretending to be above it all.
Who's who of the conservative movement seems entirely captured by this as well, and they also became upset, saw me as a turncoat and a traitor against the movement.
One of the things I think, tell me what you think about this, but I don't think we should name any names in this podcast, if that's
fine.
okay with you.
That's totally fine.
Okay, we can talk about why that is as we progress. Okay, good.
So my message to the haters out there is no one cares, no one's listening. All right, well, let's get...
That is so gay. That is so fucking gay. You're going to do this entire expose on this term, which I've already kind of shown you fucked up, that you're just straight up wrong because he's missing a critical element of even the own groups that he compares, which is the woke right and the woke left, is that he does like he either doesn't understand or hasn't chose to define appropriately the concept that the woke right people believe in order-based politics and believe in hierarchy, and this is a major distinction between wokeness or critical theory on the left and how critical theory influences and pushes the right towards the compromised position that we've seen in the past, such as fascism or third positionism or this kind of new thing, which you can call the woke right all you want, but you're still missing something. And now you're just going to say, yeah, we shouldn't name any names. What a pussy thing to do. Like, name the names, dude. Again, James Lindsay, my biggest problem with James Lindsay is that he'll call people out and then he won't explain why that label applies to them or what's occurring, because he wants argument and he wants acknowledgement and he wants people following him and he wants people bickering in the comments. He's trying to be divisive so that he can get attention on this bullshit and so he can start some new social movement. Like he's doing like he's doing leftist tactics whilst accusing them of being woke right because they do leftist tactics. And it's like you're just a liberal version of the same beast. So you get low tier clout farming. And now you're going to do all that. And the first thing you're going to do is like, well, let's not name names. No, bitch, name names. Be like Jake Shields. Jake Shields is an anti-Semitic retard who posts dumb shit like how he asked Grok a math equation about how many fucking people were turned into ash at Dachau, and he doesn't realize that there's 2 other concentration camps where that occurred. He doesn't realize that the math doesn't make sense because they were burning 2 or 3 bodies at a time. He doesn't realize that the math doesn't make sense because they would crank the heat up high and they would just burn to the peak efficiency. He doesn't realize that it's not this that like these people would shove one person in after the other and they wouldn't clean them, because it's very important when you cremate bodies today that a large part of the process is letting it cool back down and then cleaning them out, as opposed to like only letting them cool down a little bit, dumping everything out and throwing another body in. And he's like, ooh, even Grok knows 6 million's too big of a number, right? And it's just like, that's stupid. So just, why do you lack the balls to do what I just did? And I don't have all the fucking connections that feed me money and feed, keep the lights on and the bills paid, right? Like, I'm burning bridges before they ever occur. Like, it's part of the reason why I'm not that famous, but it's just grifter bullshit behavior. Like, dude, just call out the names. Stop he vague posts on Twitter all day, and now he's gonna vague post in a podcast. Fucking gay.
I mean, I wasn't going to make that a cut and dried rule, but I have my reasons. So you just referred to some comments I made on Fox News and also to some degree on Rogan, talking about, and I've actually written a fair,
JP does need to cry in here.
A fair passel on this.
Be funny.
There's been this idea that the extremes of political belief meet, hey?
Yeah.
And so let's hash that out a little bit.
Yeah, let's be extra passive aggressive. No names. Exactly.
You seem to find useful or possibly accept this additional diagnostic distinction, which would be cluster B or dark tetrad.
That's right. I actually wrote about this. I don't know if you know, in 2020.
That specific
in December, yes, in 2020. I called the article something like "Psychopathy and the Origins of Totalitarianism," and I published that at the end of December of 2020. I put forth the hypothesis, which of course I got from somewhere else. In significant part, I had read that infamous, quirky but I think important book, Political Ponerology.
Yes.
Is that Lobachevsky or something like this? Is that name? The author. And I had read.
I linked to Edward Dutton softly folding James Lindsay's definition of woke right. It's great, and the response is quite amusing. Ran into Conceptual Games into the art conference in London and asked him about the woke right, which turns out to be more nuanced than I had been led to believe. All right, well, fuck it. Let me see. Is it?
Hello, and welcome to the Jolly Heretic. I have here Mr. James Lindsay.
Hello.
Who is well known for his concept of the woke right. So, James, what is the woke right?
The woke right is people on the right who act like leftists.
And how do they act like leftists? What leftists about?
Oh, cancel culture, identity politics, the whole kind of 9 yards. Maybe the embrace of critical theories, Marxian analysis, maybe postmodernism.
How do they act like postmodernists, though? What is it that defines being woke right in the sense of behaviour? What is it they believe?
Well, the behaviour is primarily, like I said, the identity politics and the censorship, the cancel culture.
Okay.
But how they define postmodernism is that they reject objective truth and accept the idea that truth is local and narratives belong to different communities.
And this is the...
What was wrong with that? Why did we have to dance around it for fucking... Why couldn't he just say that in the fucking podcast?
The woke right that do this.
Yes, as well.
So how do they do that? I mean, what's an example?
Well, an example would be that to say that, that in order to properly understand, since we're in England, what it means to be English, that you have to have such deep heritage back to generations before, and thus the truth of being English is rooted.
Standpoint epistemology, which is an aspect of critical theory. Got it.
In this kind of maybe ethno-nationalist mood.
But can you be ethno-nationalist and not be woke right?
That's an open question at this point. The term is a little bit new. I don't know. I generally...
It would be kind of funny to be like, and therefore the Japanese have always been the woke right.
They would probably throw you in the woke right category if you're ethno-nationalist.
Well, why? I mean, if you're saying that the nature of the English is that they are a group of people with common
but this isn't. It's not that it's a group of people with common ancestry. It's that there is a particular understanding of the world that is only comprehensible from within that ancestry.
I see.
It's an epistemological position, not a...
Well, that's a far more...
Yeah, that's actually kind of fair, right? Like, because the Japanese would never grant you citizenship, but like they also, like for example, they have the English do not exist, being English is a mood. Well, I mean, like, look at Japan, right? Japan is an ethno-nationalist state. It is, you cannot be a full Japanese citizen unless you're basically 75% Japanese, or at the very least that both of your parents are Japanese citizens, which, even and not naturalized, but born in Japan, Japanese citizens, right? So technically you could be like an all black Japanese citizen, legally speaking. But even Japan, they wouldn't be woke right under the example, because Japan has had other people come in that deeply respect their culture, that then learn mastery, for example, of like certain instruments under a tutor. And like, they will respect that like random white weird dude as a master of that craft if they prove that they are a master of that craft, right? The legal status is more of a protection of their nation state from being flooded with culture, because they recognize that overwhelmingly, someone that comes from another culture is not going to be able to fully assimilate into their culture until the third generation, which is just kind of like a fact. Now, whether or not one chooses to make that a national policy is, what makes them ethno-nationalist, right? But no, I think he's kind of got, I don't necessarily disagree that, like, if you see someone on the right that is, espousing, and you do see that, like, you do see people being like, oh, this brown person, oh, they're English. Oh. It's like, well, they're not English, right? You can see from their skin that they're not English. But that doesn't mean that someone can't understand what it means to be English by virtue of their skin color. But that is a good assumption most of the time.
The position you're adopting is far more nuanced than the position that you're normally perceived to adopt then.
That's probably right. I mean, that's typically the case there. Twitter is not the best vehicle. I haven't given very many long
So if you're saying,
writing.
So if you're saying, I understand this and you don't, why not? Because I'm English.
Yes.
It's a bit like a person saying, I have an understanding of the nature of Greenlandic because I'm Greenlandic.
Yes.
And that's
and more importantly then, that there's an authentic understanding, right? This is where it transitions into the kind of awakened consciousness of woke. That's what woke stands for, is awakened consciousness, right? So you can imagine, for example, with the left, as we've heard, that you say, there's racial consciousness, say, in being minority status. We'll use.
Yeah, it's like you can't understand what it's like to be black, and like privilege is invisible to those that don't see it, right? And the same ideology could be applied to the right in terms of, like, blood and soil.
The American example that say
he's basically rejecting his own epistemology and metaphysics here. Okay, how?
Ayanna Pressley, who's a congresswoman, said there's a difference, but she said, no, I want to make sure we have the right people here. She said, we don't want any more black faces who are not black voices, right? Right. And then we had Nicole Hannah-Jones from the 1619 Project, commonly recognized as left woke, said that there's a difference between being racially black and politically black. And then we had Larry Elder, who's a black man, run for governor in California, and the LA Times publishes that he's the black face of white supremacy, which means that they weren't speaking authentically into the true understanding of what being black meant, right? So when you've taken this now a step, if you take this a step further down the road from where we were, there would be a position where you might say, not only do you not understand what I'm saying because of not being English, there's a step where you might say you're not truly English because you don't believe the right thing.
I don't necessarily disagree with this, but I don't see a lot of this on the right. If being English is not tied to experience, genetics, and upbringing, then it implies it's not based on outside reality, spiritualism. By claiming ethnic awareness is woke, he rejects reality. If being English is not tied to experience, genetics, and upbringing, then it implies it is not based on outside reality. So therefore, it's a spiritual essence. Right, okay. But that's not what he's claiming here. At least not here. Like, what he's claiming here is that someone says, for example, that there is an authentic black experience, or there is an authentic English experience, and that this experience and this understanding is unknowable and cannot be seen in reality by anyone who isn't English. At least that's the claim he's making right now. And I wouldn't disagree that that is standpoint epistemology, but I don't see the right necessarily doing it. What I see is He didn't say unknowable here. Well, it seems. I mean, maybe I missed it, or I'm misinterpreting it. But it seems to be that. It seems to be what he's saying, right? That and so like, but I don't really see that on the right. I don't see them saying like it's impossible for a black person to know that like whites are being replaced in Hollywood films and that sucks, right? In fact, I see them even on the like I see them champion Kanye West or champion Myron Gaines. Like I see them pick out, the good ones, right? Like the blacks that are willing to say like, that they support Hitler because the Jews are a problem or some shit. We can get into the collectivization of Jewish people, as a separate thing. But like I don't see them really engage in standpoint epistemology in the way that the left does. The left says there is an authentic black experience and you just need to shut up and know that like as a white person you have privilege and your privilege makes you blind to ever seeing it. Whereas what I see on the right is like white replacement theory. Here's what's happening. Here's the data that we think means it's happening. And then they'll make fun of black people for being stupid, not understanding per capita and all this other stuff. But then they'll also share a video from like one of the black guys who gets it. Like I saw from iHypocrite, right? Who is somebody that he would clearly say is like the woke right. And I saw him post something and it was a black woman that was talking about like the problems of black culture. And he was like, when that 12%, Indo-European kicks in or some shit, right? Like he's making a joke about the fact that there is a small amount of white DNA in black Americans, typically. And he's like making a joke about the fact that this black person gets it because they have some white DNA. And like, I think that he would look at that and he would go, aha, see, this is proof that they believe in standpoint epistemology and that you have to have white DNA to do it. When really it's iHypocrite making a joke based upon the fact that like this black person gets it. James Lindsay will never gain a black American perspective without having their upbringing and environment and culture. There's a difference between impossible and not real. I don't know. That seems disconnected. I don't understand what you're saying. I don't know if you're being sarcastic, if you're making a positive statement. I don't know why there's an exclamation mark at the end in parentheses. I don't know if you're making a real argument. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I'm failing to fully grasp it. Getting the joke isn't something I feel like James does. Yeah.
Thanks. That would be an example of being.
And that belief is some sort of intuitive knowledge.
That's right.
I'm saying BLM have a point as long as they don't say it's impossible. I mean, there is a point. There is a point that, like, if you're black, you're likely to have experiences that you wouldn't have had otherwise, and that the culture helps inform and contextualize, other people that are part of the same culture, and then the environment does the same thing. Yeah, but I see the left saying, or the woke saying on the left constantly that like, you as a white person are incapable of seeing what they see. And I don't really see that so much from the right. And so like the one thing that he's really trying to nail down the woke right on here seems to be something I just don't see a lot of. And he accuses basically every right-wing person that has any level of identitarianism, any collectivist philosophy, any like populist philosophy or anything. He'll call them woke at some point, or the woke right at some point. Lindsay attacks the HBC of ethnicity. He claims being English is an idea, not a reality. I didn't hear him say that in this. I just didn't hear him say that. The right believes in the HPC of, what the fuck is the HPC? What, homeostatic property cluster of identity, while BLM/left attempt skin color essentialism. I mean, I can hypothesize that you're likely correct here, but that's not what he's saying. He hasn't said that outright. He hasn't said outright that, like, that you can be English while having no English culture, having, no Anglo-Saxon or Norman or, Gallic, DNA, and not growing up in England. Right? He hasn't said that. in this, but I mean, he's also not being super consistent here.
The right things. That would be an example of being.
That's not true, Cosmo.
And that belief is some intuitive knowledge.
That's right.
It's almost like inherited knowledge.
Yeah.
You're like trying to debate bro him as he's like trying to explain a concept. I don't think it like we can probably assume that, but like I just don't expect anybody's street interview thing to be like a perfect, statement, and then we're going to pick it apart logically speaking. I'm just trying to understand his definition and then point out why his definition doesn't work based upon his actions and behavior on Twitter or even in this podcast.
But in fact, what it is ideology imposed upon inherited knowledge. It's actually ideological agreement is what ends up defining whether inherited the right things. That would be an example of being.
And that belief is some intuitive knowledge.
That's right.
It's almost like inherited knowledge.
Yeah, but in fact, what it is ideology imposed upon inherited knowledge. It's
well, okay, so now I kind of see your point here. Maybe it's because you watched ahead, right? But like, there is obviously an inherited knowledge of being English. If you are genetically English, you have an English family, you grow up in England, right? Like that is an inherited set of. That is your culture, right? That culture exists because there is, a thoroughfare of the land that you grow up on, the kind of like characteristics of your ancestry and the ideas that are passed on. And that is inherited knowledge because that is how you are raised. That is a lens by which you view the world based upon the way in which where you were born and what, certain aspects of yes, DNA, and then certain aspects in there. So inherited is not accurate. Experience-based, environmental. Well, I mean, it's inherited in the sense that like your parents give it to you by nature of where you were born and how they raise you. But correct. Experience-based and environmental, right? The idea that someone, I don't think it's impossible, and that's why I used Japan as an example, right? It's like, I don't think it's impossible for a white person to move to Japan and to learn their culture and to respect their culture and to have a deep understanding of their culture. And Japan recognizes this because there are people that become, like I said, masters in a dying craft, and they go there and devote themselves to it. And they're not they don't have an asterisk next to them just because they're white, right? If they earn that, if they prove that they have earned, at least in this accurate domain, that they are that thing, that they are a master, they will be treated as a master. And the Japan are perfectly fine with that. The Japanese are perfectly fine with that. But they also have a legal structure that says you're not a citizen and things of that nature because they know that is rare, right? That is something that is very unlikely. And that the overwhelming majority of white people that come here and marry a Japanese wife are going to bring their American values, their American culture, their American genetics, their American food, all of these other things that inform them based upon their experiences, and that most of them aren't going to do this like lifetimes worth of study to become and rewrite themselves as Japanese. And so it's like, it's not an impossibility, but it is an extremely unlikely that they get that in the first go. So if a Pakistani moves to Britain and remains segregated and lives according to Pakistani culture, they will never become British. Something James Lindsay doesn't want to accept and smears woke. Yeah, that's just 100% true, right? If you're Pakistani and you move to Rotherham and you go to a mosque and you're in a town that is like, 85-90%, Muslim community, and you have a completely separate NHS healthcare system, and you vote according to your religion and vote according to your political parties that represent you, and the police fire all the white people because we need, people that are representative of the community. Well, what community are they representing? If they need to be representative of the community, it almost begs the question of, well, isn't this community different if the police need to be different in order to represent the community? You're kind of like falling on your sword insofar as the left is recognizing that is an isolated community that isn't English. And like the left admits that as well. right? The left and the right both admit that. It's the centrist liberals that go, oh, well, you just have to come here and vote like us and do our things. And isn't it great that they bring their tacos with it? But at the end of the day, they're American, because American is just like, a piece of land that you're living on. It's, America is an idea. It's like, yeah, America is an idea, but it's more than an idea. Like, there is the fatherland. I think Bakunin kind of accepted this thing, where he said that, like, patriotism is not love of the fatherland, right? Like, that is evil. That's gross. But love of your ancestry, of your people, of your land, of your lineage, of your culture, that is a true love of the fatherland, and that this is a natural thing. And, like, he criticized Marx, right? And he criticized communists as an anarcho-syndicalist, right? Who's the father of fascism, by the way. I mean, like, Bakunin isn't a fascist, but he's the father of anarcho-syndicalism. And where does fascism come from? It comes from him, right? So it's not like this is a good guy, right? But even still, like, he recognizes that. How dare you, woke. Yeah, anarcho-capitalist. I must be super woke right. It's funny that, like, people will be like people will call me like a hardcore righty and a fascist and, like, woke right, and then at the same time, like, other people will call me like all these, like, Christian tradcath people and ortho bros will, like, try and pretend that I'm, like, some leftist degenerate progressive. You're woke when it comes to Jews? I'm not woke when it comes to Jews. You are just a Jewsburg. You're consistently self-owning, and, like, that's all.
So my message to the haters out there is no one cares, no one's listening. All right, well, let's get
imposed upon inherited knowledge. It's actually ideological agreement is what ends up defining whether or not you're authentic to these.
So that's very interesting. So it's almost like a no true Scotsman arc.
That is.
So say if an ethno-nationalist were to say, I accept you are a Scotsman because we have common ancestors going back to whatever. Oh, except I don't accept you're a Scotsman because you're left wing.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
Right. So actually, then this woke right idea is not as silly as I had originally thought. I have to say.
Okay. Well, wait. What? So hold on. What the right wing? What right winger is saying to a fucking ginger, like, Irishman, right? Like, let's just find, like, a redheaded, blue-eyed lass with a thick Irish accent that lives in Ireland. What I would be very hard pressed to find a right winger that would say they're not Irish because they're, like, a lefty, or that they don't have the right ideology. They would have plenty of things to say about their ideology, but, like, yes, let's find her. There is a place. There's a place, a beautiful place in the world. Okay, and this beautiful place in the world is Australia. Okay, boys, and in Australia, in Melbourne, in Sydney, a few other populated places, there are the children of Chinese immigrants that are half Australian and half Chinese or Japanese or Korean, with thick city Australian accents. And you can find half Chinese red-headed girls with Australian accents. And they exist in the world. And this, to me, is the most important demographic group in the world to protect, okay? For very selfish reasons, we must protect these princesses, and we must make sure that they breed. I think the point here was that Dutton mostly disarmed his idea upon examination. The reason he says this is not so silly is a recognition it can only apply to most of the... It cannot apply to most... Yeah, like... It clearly doesn't apply to, like, Sargon of Akkad, who he's constantly attacking for being woke right with, like, vague bullshit.
That and found it striking, and at the same time, almost, I think sometimes, a chapter here, a chapter there. I read I think one of the most important essays in English, which is Joseph Pieper's Abuse of Language, Abuse of Power. I don't know if you've heard of this. Joseph Pieper was a Catholic, and he wrote this. I don't know what else he did, honestly. I should probably look into it. But he wrote this essay, Abuse of Language, Abuse of Power, and talked about how tyrants arrange an abused version of the prevailing language
Yeah.
to mislead people into the tyrannical program. And it's in two sections, two parts. It's been 5 years since I've read it, so forgive the details. But there's, in a sense, 2 chapters to this long essay. And one of the 2 is very Catholic in its orientation, and one of them is this more general thesis. And it was extremely interesting. But of course, in political punerology, you also have the discussion of the importance of language, which of course we were seeing with the social justice woke movement as well, that they're misusing words like racism very blatantly. And so in political punerology, you have this claim he makes that he says, well,
okay, but how does that apply to this presumed woke right? Like what words are the right like watering down? Maybe I'm missing something. I don't see that on the right either.
with the psychopath, what he calls a pathocracy, what you have is you have people who are psychologically disordered, who create a vision of the world. They need other people to play in it. And the way that they do this is by creating, he calls it a second language. So it's the same language, but the words now refer.
Nah, I would go farther than that for Sargon. I think Sargon of Akkad is a civic nationalist. Like I do think his economic policies are like, you know, I think he would want a little bit more protectionism, a little bit more, you know, a lot more border security and protection of the you know, the English nature not being watered down by, you know, immigration problems and things of that nature. So I think it's more than just like traditional.
Refer to other things.
What is KC2? Why does everybody have an acronym for everything? You guys kill me, man, with all these acronyms. The real person to test woke right on is Kingdom Come 2. What I must have missed that controversy. But yeah, I have seen the right. You know, that is true. The right did go a little crazy on Groomer. But the thing is that he was the champion of that. Like James Lindsay was the champion of making Groomer no longer like a sexual thing, but like a Marxist process of like, you know, grooming someone into, you know, ideological grooming into the, you know, the cult of leftism. The real person who tests woke right on is Academic Agent circa 2025. The one with his avatar is a malsuit.
Of course, having read the postmodernists like Derrida, I'm picturing all
That's
of
what
his
happens
ideas.
in the Tower of Babel.
That's right. That's right. That's exactly
Remember,
right.
words lose their meaning and no one can understand.
That's right.
Nobody can understand each other.
So they reorient the discourses, and then what he says actually solves the tyrannical problem. This is the Lobachevsky's, if I'm saying his name's right.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I see the right trying to reclaim words more than attempting to water down words. Like I think political discourse in general does that, right? Because it's like overusage of the word is just really common, and I don't know if that's like leftism, right? Like look at the evolution of the word like retard, right? Well, it used to be mongoloid. It used to be imbecile. It used to be stupid. It was, and then retarded was a medical word, which meant slow, right? Because the word can be used as a pejorative, as an insult to someone's intellect. Medical terminology has had to change, right? Has had to change what the medical word is over and over and over again, because it became used by the general population as a pejorative for anybody that was doing or saying a thing that they might view as like a bad idea or like a low IQ idea. And so it's like, I don't think that's like wokeness that is always, you know, either on the right or the left, is always to blame for a word losing its meaning or being used too much. And I think this is probably more a consequence of social media and how so much more people are connected in like political fights and arguments and, you know, content and things of that nature, you know, over and over again. So I think that just speeds up that process. So I do think, you know, when we look at racism and redefining racism as prejudice plus power and having an intelligentsia use a word that has a negative connotation and then attach to that their ideology to that word, so that when they use that word, they're actually intentionally crafting and using that word as a means of saying something that goes against the kind of colloquial understanding of that word, is very, very, very different than like Nazi getting overused or incel getting overused or groomer getting overused. It's it's not this. I just don't think that it's necessarily the same thing. And I think you need to adequately find the thought leaders that are creating a corpus of like academic literature around a word having a new internal definition that they then use to useful idiots as a means to make it a part of the cultural zeitgeist, so that when they say you're racist, what they really mean is that by virtue of your power and your privilege and your inability to see the black experience, that the policy you implemented at your company that was intended to be colorblind is actually discriminatory against blacks because you punish people for being tardy, and like timeliness as a concept of whiteness, and so you're racist for saying that people need to be on time at work or they're going to get fired, right? Like that's a completely different thing than people like calling everyone an incel. And so now basically incel just means you disagree with, like, you think women have to have accountability, or like you judge a woman that says she's a 10 when she's not a 10 and you call her a mid. And then they're like, you fucking incel. And it's like, you can be an incel and have like, and be a father with a loving wife. You're still an incel. It's like, that's just watering down a term because it's a pejorative. These are very different things. Can anyone showcase any example of like right-wing thought leaders like, Mencius Moldbug, or, you know what I mean? Or somebody that like is like, part of like the new right, or them, right? Like Lindsay or Peterson, or like any thought leaders, creating a corpus of literature and academic literature to make a new term that like only the knowing in group know what the new definition of the term is, so that it can be disseminated as a means of pushing power in institutions and structures by writing policies of like anti-racism. But because we have a different definition of racism and we instituted the executive branch of the government, now we can actually bring in things that on their face don't make sense because we snuck in words like racism that actually means we snuck in critical theory, and so we can put in rules that aren't even intended. Like, that's a completely separate thing than what I see on the right. Agreement on time is actually collectivism. I should be able to do whatever I want whenever I want. I mean, unless you have a fucking contract.
His thesis, what solves it is that a third language evolves.
Sargon responded to this saying JPP made a point against Lindsay about using Luciferian intellect. Lindsay is gatekeeping the right as a liberal because post-liberalism is a threat to his ideology. Oh, yeah.
That unmasks the second language and allows people to see it for what it is and, in fact, laugh at it. And so this is what takes it apart. So I read these two essays, and I'm taken in by them. Of course, I've been reading the postmodern literature quite a lot. I had been reading
Yeah, Ariel Suarez. I'm fucking old, so I remember Mencius Moldbug before he was Curtis Yarvin.
And I'm taken in by them. Of course, I've been reading the postmodern literature quite a lot. I had been reading Lyotard, the postmodern condition, and he has this very confusing they're all very confusing sections throughout the whole book. This very confusing section about this thing.
Can we all just admit it's so fucking gay when someone is like, I've been reading Lyotard, and he has this esoteric thing that's really difficult, but basically it's this. Dude, just say, hey, I read the, Lyotard says this, or basically says this, and then just say the thing, right? Like, you don't need to let everybody know that, like, you're holed up in your study reading all these books that the dumb people are too dumb to read. Like, fuck off, you smarmy prick.
Thing called legitimation by parology, that he accuses all knowledge-seeking enterprises, including the sciences, of being legitimation by parology. And there's this story that goes...
Like, if I start doing that shit, call me out on it. You know what I mean? Like, I'll say an idea comes from a book. This is a really good book. You guys should read this book. But I've never, like, maybe... And even then, even when I bring up books that are hard to read, when I'm like, I don't know if everybody should start with like Mises's like Man, Economy, and State, right? Like, I think you should maybe start with this book. I give like other books that have a good idea of it that basically say the same thing. Maybe I'm being a bit of a dick when I do that or whatever, but like, I just want people to know the information. Like, it's like I'm not trying to gatekeep knowledge, dude. Like, the whole point of me being a streamer easily. Like if I wanted to just get views, then I would go be Asmongold. I'd play whatever new fucking game came out, and then I'd drop like some little fucking, Liberty bombs. Or I'd go be fucking, Young Rippa before he started making comics and actually doing shit, right? So I actually, even though I have some issues with him, like I respect that he actually went out and did things. But I'm here to give knowledge and information, right? And I'm here to learn from you guys so that you guys give me knowledge and give me things to look at, and then we can all grow as a community and be better informed and better warriors for truth, and and grow and learn these things. This swarmy I was reading this book and it's very difficult to it's very yeah, here you go.
You not fooling a libertarian by bringing up them bitch ass roads. Libertarians, which tend to be smarter people, fuck them hoe ass roads, man.
You guys probably heard a reverb on that. So I messed up, I think. Go to fucking, where Rhodes at? It's on monitor, with monitor off. There we go. That should make it not sound as bad. Right, but you know what I mean? Like, I just hate this gatekeepy, like, I'm better than you, I'm smart. Let me really pluff it up before I just get to the idea. It's also a waste of time. It's like, you don't need to, give me, 3 different ways of how smart you are before you just fucking tell me the information that you think is interesting.
Goes along where he's teaching legitimation by parology to his students at some point, somebody's teaching Lyotard to their students, a philosophy professor, and says, okay, so what do you think legitimation by parology means? And everybody comes up with crazy ideas because you can barely get it from the text. And finally, the professor says it means false legitimation through consensus. You get everybody to agree.
Okay.
And so,
cool. So it took you fucking 30, 45 seconds of you talking about how fucking smart you are to just say, oh, this thing, he has this idea called this, but what it really means is false legitimacy through, or what did he say? False legitimation through consensus, right? That when you get a whole bunch of people to agree to something, even if it's not true, it gives it some level of legitimacy. Just say that, dude. You don't need all this fucking fart smelling shit before that. It's stupid.
False legitimation through consensus. You get everybody to agree.
Okay.
And so I framed out this essay in terms of saying,
I agree, Slope is Dope. Don't read books. Fucking listen to audiobooks and go do shit. Go hiking and listen to an audiobook. Do 2 things at once.
That what the pathocracy or the pathological ideological state, which becomes a vehicle for that pathology that serves the psychopaths at the center of it, the way that it operates is it generates a parology, a second false logic that defines the ideology, and a paramorality, a second false set of values and virtues that also defines the parameters, the social parameters and the psychosocial parameters. How do I know if I'm a good person? How do I fit in with my society? And so I write this long essay. My poor assistant, I got in trouble for this. I had him publish it on Christmas. I was so excited about it. Christmas Day, we put this out. And, very long essay explaining that this is what I see as at the root, because I was trying to diagnose and explain to people what nobody was calling woke yet at the time, at the end of 2020, or maybe we had just begun to call woke. We were trying to diagnose and explain this social justice left phenomenon. And so I put out this essay and said,
what the fuck is he talking about? No one was calling it woke in 2020? Dog. People on the left were calling themselves woke in 2013, 2014. You're trying to take credit for popularizing the term woke when that shit was what they were calling themselves 6 years before this? Get the fuck out of here, man.
I think at the root, underneath the whole thing, there's the same psychopathologies that motivated people like Lenin and Stalin.
Actually, Ariel Suarez, that's a good idea. For a book like Human Action, listening to it and reading it at the same time, or reading along as you hear it is for a book that dense, probably a good idea to engage multiple parts of the brain.
Thing. There's the same psychopathologies that motivated people like Lenin and Stalin and all this. And I didn't have the psychological chops. I was aware of dark triad or tetrad terminology. I did know quite a bit about the cluster B personality disorders because I knew some people who were basically rabid feminists in the 2010s, and they were all talking about they had various schizoidal personality, and that one may be cluster A. I'm not really sure. Yeah, and then they had,
I did know a lot about that, and then immediately just mentions a cluster A personality disorder. Oh fuck! I love how Jordan Peterson does this. Oh God, what is it called? It's a I can't remember the term from it, but it's from behaviorism. From oh my God, Robert. My brain is just forgetting everything I learned in psychology right now. I have had a hell of a week. I told you guys about it before, but where it's just like he just goes, yes it is, and then just like move on the conversation, like this like active listening kind of like is where that comes from. But he kind of started it, in his psychotherapy practice. But yeah, it's like you can see he's already turning into a psychologist as James just fucking rambles.
Borderline, antisocial, histrionic,
narcissistic
would come up again and again. I think that actually is paranoid's cluster C, right?
Yeah.
My reading, for example, of Derek Bell, one of the founders of critical race theory, is that he had very likely suffered both paranoia and schizoidia, which are both mentioned by Lobachevsky as well as indicative. I can't say any about any of the cluster Bs. So I think it's a little broader than just that one cluster up here. Conspiracy theories or paranoid thinking, for example.
Yeah, right.
And schizoids tend to have imaginary conversations with people who aren't there on a...
Dude, he is in full-blown psychologist mode. It's funny. Yep, right. Taking notes. Like he's just letting him get through what he's fucking saying and agreeing with him when it's time to like just move forward.
Childish, fictional level. They're pretending the world is the way that it should have been for their emotions when they were 9 years old. That's the split, the skits and the schizoidal. And so they write these elaborate stories about how the world's supposed to be, and then they have outbursts when the world doesn't match that. And Derek Bell was famous for writing these missives.
Yeah, cluster B seems to be associated with leftism, I think, and to a certain degree. I think it's extremely associated with queer theory and with trans people. I think it's super fucking like especially like covert vulnerable narcissistic personality disorder. But I've talked about this before on the channel before. If you've seen, I have videos. They make their own science. If you're like new and you haven't seen that, it's like 4 20 30 minute videos and about transgender people specifically and NPD specifically covert vulnerable.
Elaborate stories about how the world's supposed to be, and then they have outbursts when the world doesn't match that. And Derek Bell was famous for writing these missives where he would present them as evidence of racism at, say, at Harvard, where he had an imaginary conversation with a dean and then would write the whole imaginary conversation down. And I'm thinking, this is so disordered, not just disordered thinking, but this is psychologically disordered, that you would then present this hypothetical conversation as evidence. But at any rate,
for
a long time, I've thought that's there.
Okay, so.
Yeah, narcissism seems to be breeding in our society for a whole host of reasons. Narcissism and narcissistic traits, and dark triad, right? Like traits as well, seem to be just kind of like growing. Like I don't know that it's like, oh, you have a cluster B disorder. I think the problem is like a lot of these, like we look at mental health and disorders as like we're beginning to understand that most of them are a fucking spectrum, right? That like we kind of arbitrarily create these categories because we know like people that have problems like this tend to think the same way. And so we cluster them together and then we kind of just like throw the kitchen sink, psychiatrists specifically will throw the kitchen sink of drugs at them. And then they'll be like, okay, benzodiazepines seem to work on these people as well. And so it's like, then we kind of like retroactively find like, well, what are the commonly associated traits? And it'll be like, okay, you need like 9, there's like 9 things that are indicative of this. And it's like, so long as you have 5 of them, you probably have this. And that's the thing is that like, there is, everybody's going to have some narcissistic traits, right? Everyone's going to have a lot of these traits to varying degrees. And so when I say that like narcissism is increasing because of social media and, I think some of it is also just therapy because like we have so many people in therapy that is completely useless therapy. Like I'm a believer in psychotherapy, but psychotherapy should be like, oh, I have a problem. I go to a psychotherapist. I say, here's my problem. And they go, okay, we're going to spend a couple of sessions figuring out the problem. And then we're going to train you to solve the problem in your life. And it's going to be 20 sessions. And I'm going to give you the skills so that you can work on this and so that you can solve this problem. So you can change your behavior or change your environment after we've identified the problem. And like, we want to make, and that's basically what cognitive behavioral therapy is. But like so many people, especially women, are just like in lifelong therapy, and that shit is just breeding it's breeding mental illness. Like, you don't go, like, when you're at a fucking seeing a psychotherapist for 30, 40, 50, 100 sessions, you're going like once a week for like 3 years, and then you see it as a badge of honor, like, oh, I'm in therapy, I'm working on myself. It's like, no, bitch, you're just bringing up all your trauma, and then you're inventing new trauma, and then you're blowing your own trauma out of proportion so that you can constantly talk about your trauma, and all it does is like rewrite your and rewire your brain to think like a traumatic victim. Like, no, you're supposed to go see a psychotherapist and be like, hey, I've noticed that like I'm a pussy at my job and I need assertiveness training so that I can be better at my job and so I can get the promotion that I want. And then the psychotherapist goes, good, we're going to work on assertiveness training. We're going to figure out where your behavior falls flat, and we're going to figure out where your thinking and your fears and your anxiety are not rational fears or rational anxieties. And then we're going to identify those things so that we can get you to reframe the way that you think about those things, and we can get you to modulate your behavior so that you get the goal. And the goal is to be more confident, more assertive, more of a leader in the workplace and get that promotion. That's what fucking therapy is for. And so like we're breeding narcissistic traits, and we're breeding like, this especially social media and dating apps and women is doing just a fucking number on them. And like, so yeah, so like, I agree that like it's worth talking about these things, and it's worth talking about cluster B disorders and things of that nature and how they're similar to these things. But I think it's more important to recognize that like you don't need to be a narcissist with narcissistic personality disorder to fall into a behavior and to fall into an ideology that breeds narcissistic tendencies in you that make you less connected to reality and more mentally unstable. And that doesn't necessarily mean that you're a narcissist. It just means that you are seeking validation online with likes and clicks, and you're constantly trying to be in the in group, and you're constantly thinking of yourself as a victim, and like your ideology is breeding these things, and they're disconnecting you with being able to like accomplish your goals in reality, and they're making you project your own insecurities and anxieties that you're growing onto the world, and like it's making the world a less healthy and good place, right? Like, at least that's how I view it from my limited understanding of psychotherapy. I'm not a psychotherapist, right? So please, I'm not trying to do like the not so erudite thing. I don't want you guys to think that I'm more knowledgeable than I am. I went to grad school and I've read about it a lot. That's it. But that's my opinion.
Let's lay down some theses and tell me what you think of them. So the first is that about 4 to 5% of the population, maybe more, has dark tetrad cluster B traits to some significant degree. Mm-hmm. Okay, and so that was histrionic, narcissistic, antisocial, and psychopathic, right? That's the cluster B cluster.
What? No, it's antisocial, borderline. Psychopathic is that's an old way of characterizing cluster Bs, but that's fine. It's whatever. The psychopathic was in cluster Bs before anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Narcissistic, antisocial, and psychopathic, right?
He left out borderline and added psychopathic, but basically
that's the cluster B cluster. Whether those,
for the record, I think it's just an honest mistake.
Antisocial and psychopathic, right? That's the cluster B cluster. Whether those are psychopathologies, like,
yeah. Slope is up. I get that you're like you're kind of crazy, but like you're half right. There is a difference between like rational emotive behavioral therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, mindfulness-based cognitive behavioral therapy that is designed for people that have problems and then to solve those problems. And I would even add in, though this is on the gray area, like narrative therapy specifically for people that have eating disorders, especially like anorexia and bulimia. Things like narrative therapy often tied to body dysmorphia and body issues and things like that. Being able to like rewrite that narrative, you know, and you know, and obviously there's some other, you know, things where people do things well, but like, this people that there is a group of people, a large growing group of psychotherapists that are just trying to get people in psychotherapy for no fucking reason. And the goal is to keep people in psychotherapy and justify their job, not to identify problematic behaviors or problematic thinking and then correct those so that they align with your goal and put you and move you into a better place. And these people have, as wokeness has infected the ACA and the APA, and as like they've become more political organizations, and like feminist therapy and feminists have overtaken so much of it, and it's gotten more and more feminine because there's more females in it. It has been a growing problem where it's harder and harder to find a real therapist that's just trying to help you fix a problem, as opposed to, you know, what you described, a priest class trying to protect their fake job. So there is a serious element of that is growing, that is a problem, but that doesn't mean that psychotherapy is like wrong, that there aren't mechanisms that we have learned that do benefit people's lives. You know, especially when it comes to more severe things like, you know, mindfulness-based cognitive behavioral therapy for like people with post-traumatic stress disorder is like wildly helpful.
Illnesses, that's a matter of dispute. There are certainly forms of severe social misbehavior, manipulative social misbehavior.
Yes.
And people who fall into those categories will use cries of victimization to parasitize.
Yes.
Right. So they're parasitizing on empathy. That's one hallmark, right? They have disordered interpersonal relationships.
I'm not super familiar with dialectical behavioral therapy. I have seen DBT, like I've read some about it, but it's not one of my like areas that like I read a lot about. Like it's not my favorite. It's not the one that I, you know what I mean? Like that, like I would suggest to people. But it's just like, I don't know enough about dialectical behavioral therapy in terms of its efficacy with specific disorders and things like that.
Often very intense. They're predatory, particularly the antisocial types. That's more straight, repetitive criminals. Very stable pattern of behavior.
Yeah.
So let's say 4 to 5%. It's probably increased because of the net. That would be my guess, because it's not well regulated on the net, because most of our evolved mechanisms for dealing with such people don't work. Especially, we could talk about anonymity, because I can understand why people defend it.
Slope is dope. Genuine question. Do you have like a kink? Like, are you a masochist? I feel like you say so much stupid shit that like you genuinely enjoy like the hate that people give you. I'm curious, like if like do you like say shit hoping to like trigger a bunch of people, knowing it's just dumb as fuck, like hoping that people will like yell at you and like you get off on it or something? Like, is it a sexual kink? Is it just like some type of like neurological thing where you're just kind of like really enjoy the hate that comes at you because it like makes you perceive that you're better than everybody else or something? Like, what's going on there? I'm just curious. Like, cause it's like, it's beyond the pale. Like, you are consistently saying the dumbest shit you can think of in any situation. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you never have a good take, like, which is like statistically impossible. Like you, like it's maybe not impossible, but improbable. Like the amount of times you've been in this chat, you should have said something true or based or correct. But like, it seems like you're just constantly trying to like be off of the deep end and get hate. Is it like, do you just love the attention? Is it like the kind of like a class clown syndrome to the extreme? Like, I don't know. I'm just curious. I'm genuinely curious. Like, what's going on there? Like, if you're capable of being honest about it. If not, I mean, whatever. But it is just funny at this point.
But by the same token, it allows you to escape from your well-deserved reputation.
With Mother's Day just around the corner, I wanted to share an amazing organization that's making a real difference for mothers in need. Preborn. Their network of clinics provides love, support, and...
I never skip past people's paid paid advertisements in their videos.
Hope to pregnant women who are feeling scared, alone, or pressured about their pregnancy decisions. These choices can affect not just their baby's life, but their own emotional well-being as well. When a woman walks into a preborn clinic, she's welcomed with compassion and offered a free ultrasound so she can see and hear the little life growing inside of her. And you know what? Most of the time, these powerful moments help her choose life. This Mother's Day, you can help both a mother in crisis and
No, I don't fucking skip them. All right, like you guys can bitch about IP all you want, but like I go through. I can put it up to 2 times real quick while the ad's going though.
and her baby. Just $28 provides 1 ultrasound, or $140 covers 5. Every dollar goes directly to supporting these moms and babies. Plus, monthly sponsors receive photos and stories about the lives they help save. Want to get involved? It's easy. Just dial pound 250 and say baby, or visit preborn.com/Jordan. Make a difference this Mother's Day by supporting both mothers and their babies. Again, that's preborn.com/Jordan. Get involved today and impact generations to come.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So that's
years ago, by the way, you said that one of the features, you got in trouble for this, and you were right, of course. But you said one of the features of our
make it slower and louder
moment was that there's male aggression and female aggression that express themselves differently.
Yeah.
And male aggression, I don't know if you use this terminology, but I think it's something that's
this is what I'm talking about. Dude's trying to protect his fake degree. Like, you've been here long enough where I have said multiple times that people with psychology and sociology degrees on average have a lower IQ than the general population. That a bachelor's degree in psychology and sociology, like the average IQ of people with that degree is like a 98, 97, depending on the data. Like, I'm not trying to protect the degree, man. Like, I know it's a bullshit degree. I learned so much more outside of those degree programs than I ever did in them. I've talked countless times about how it's a bullshit, dumb degree. like the only thing I really learned anything in was in my minor in religious studies. And then when I was in Liberty, was like learning the Bible as part of my grad school program was like probably the most useful information I learned out of anything throughout all my college experience. Like this, but this is what I mean. Like, you just say random shit in the hopes to get negative feedback. And it's like shit you know isn't true, but you're just hoping, like you're poking the bear constantly. I'm just curious. Like, it's entertaining. It's fun at this point. It's cute. It's cute. Babies are disgustingly disgusting. Dude, fuck off. Babies are wonderful. Anytime somebody doesn't like babies is like a massive red flag for me for like problems psychologically. Like, if you see a baby in like a little onesie and like they coo and roll over or do something and your brain doesn't go like, "Aw," right? Like, if you don't have that part of your brain, there's like, you got some issues you need to deal with. Like 99 times out of 100, something's not right with you and you should work on it.
in fact, doesn't upload very well.
Yeah,
you can't punch somebody in the nose through the screen. Yeah. But female aggression, the social aggression, uploads very well. But what it turns out is this cluster B or dark tetrad manipulation uploads almost even better.
Yes.
You can have 50 accounts. You can switch from one to the other. You can create entire false environments that your target.
Or you just buy Chinese bots. But yeah,
have to engage in.
It's particularly true because it's literally cost free.
Yeah.
Right. So you might imagine that any storehouse of value is likely to be parasitized to the degree that you can invade it for no cost.
Yeah, that's totally right.
Okay, so this is what I think happened to the universities, right? Is that they're whale carcasses and they've been invaded by parasites. And the whale carcass idea is a very old one. It's a huge storehouse of value, right? So since World War II, the West was on a pretty productive trajectory, and we generated massive storehouses of value in many, many places. Those would be financial storehouses, but reputational storehouses, that's even more germane. Like Harvard has both. It did have both, right? $53 billion plus a stellar reputation.
Yeah.
used to have a stellar reputation. Like, honest to God, if you are a business and you hire someone from an Ivy League or a public Ivy school, there is only one reason to hire that person, and that is to use them for their connections. Because if you give them any level of power within your company, like, you are just going to make your company worse. Like, it's not helpful to hire somebody from that is like, they're far more likely to have been indoctrinated with dangerous ideas that are destructive and subversive than they are to have learned anything helpful in the workplace. And like 99% of jobs that like require a college degree, like, you just need to determine whether or not they follow things through to conclusion, and you need to determine what their IQ is. they don't need a college degree for that. Like, you don't need a college degree to work in HR. You don't need a college degree to work like as an insurance agent. You don't need a college degree to do like accounting stuff. Like, maybe some accounting stuff would be helpful if you had like some certifications. You don't need a college degree to code. Like, again, you need certifications to prove that you know how to code those things. But like, a college degree is useless for like 99% of shit. Like, you need a college degree to be a doctor. You need a college degree to be a lawyer. And that's just because of the legal framework. You need a college degree to be an engineer. There's very few things a college degree is actually necessary for. And like, you're not helping your company. And on top of that, the people expect more money because they have student loan debts to pay off. It's a bad investment. Unless they went to Harvard and you know that they have like wealthy, connected parents that you can use to help, boost your business or something.
The best brand in America.
Exactly.
In the world.
Next to Disney.
Yeah, right.
Right, which is another storehouse of value that's been severely parasitized. Okay, so that's two things.
Yeah, so 420 TV, they have like something called like, incestuous graduates. And so like, it has become like really, 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 really common to like never, ever, ever bring someone from undergrad into a graduate degree from the same institution. So like, if you go to Harvard for undergrad, like, it's actually way harder to get into grad school if you graduated from Harvard in undergrad. So like, you kind of want to go to like a really good like public Ivy or something. I mean, if you're going to game the system, I'm not saying as a businessman you should hire these people, but if you're trying to be like a connected politician or lawyer or some shit and use those connections, like, you want to go to like a public Ivy for undergrad and then go to Harvard for like grad school. Don't go to fucking Harvard undergrad. Like, that's like, you're like that. You can watch a lot of classes from Harvard on YouTube and they're the same fucking classes and the same level of difficulty that's taught at fucking like community college. Like, this shit's a joke. To be fair to Harvard, their a cappella group has a lot of hot Asians. I could see that.
Things. There's 5% of the population. Oh yes, the dark tetrad types are narcissistic, Machiavellian. Yeah. So they use language only as a means to manipulate towards instrumental ends. There's no communicative intent. Right. It's all essentially status gaming. They're psychopathic, and that means they're predatory parasites. And then they had to top it all off with sadism. And I think that's what changed the dark triad to the dark tetrad. I think the reason for that.
Well, like he's not wrong. Like, obviously, this is his wheelhouse. Like, I'm not like talking about psychopathy and totalitarian thinking and shit and trying to like judge Jordan Peterson would be gigatarded. Like, this is his wheelhouse. But at the same time, none of those things, well, psychopathy is a problem. Sociopathy is a problem. But like, Machiavellianism, for example, is like, if you're an objectivist, you're probably pretty fucking Machiavellian. Like being a quid pro quo, seeing people as, as like a means towards your own selfish desire. Like, any one of the tetrad, the triad, not necessarily the tetrad, isn't like horrible if you have some of those traits. And we all kind of have a bit of those traits in us. And so like, the problem is when you get a combination of all three or a combination of all four. That's when you become a dangerous person that is, problematic to be around, that is destructive towards their family, that like cannot achieve meaningful long-term success in interpersonal relationships because they're fucking over and hurting everybody around them, etc. If you're elected to Congress, you're Machiavellian. I mean, maybe, probably.
Is that if you have a dark triad orientation towards the world and the world turns against you, it makes you so angry because you're rejected and unsuccessful that expresses itself in positive delight in the unnecessary suffering of others, right? So this is dark material. Yeah. Now, there's no reason to assume that the cluster B dark tetrad types would do anything other than gravitate towards storehouses of value. First of all, the parasite problem.
Yeah, again, it's like child molesters that end up as public school teachers or gym coaches or, priests and things like that. It's like this is an area that you can enter into that gives you exactly what it is that your sick desires, want. It gives you access towards those things. And the same thing is true of like political power or Discord mods. Exactly. Or Reddit moderators and things like that. Like these are smaller versions of like what we see from all of these grifters, and it's part of the problem with like all of these fucking right wing, left wing, whatever political commentator. Like you see it all the time. Like 99% of these fucking streamers are pieces of shit, and it's just because like it's so appealing to people that desperately need attention from other people online.
Problem is a very deep problem biologically, right? It's so deep that some people think sex evolved to solve it. So you mix the genes, it's harder for parasites to move down the generations, right? So that's actually one of the canonical theories for the evolution of sex itself. Why would you take a 50% hit in terms of genetic transmission when you could just clone yourself? Well, the parasites can breed, multiply faster than you can, and so they have the upper edge in a lengthy battle. So you mix up the genes and anyways, so the parasite problem is a very old problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to add one more thing to that.
Yeah.
So imagine that a system of knowledge is a way of representing the world and navigating in it. Okay, so that would be like a scientific theory or an engineering theory, right? And so you might be able to assess that theory on the grounds of objective fact, say. Okay, but then imagine that there's a different form of language game, and that is.
Do I have any advice for dating a high IQ chick with bipolar disorder that's managed with meds? Yeah, leave. I mean, it's you know what I mean? Like if you're gonna do it, like, you know what I mean? Then you're already in it. You're already in love. You know what I mean? That's unfortunate. And I mean that like I hate to say it, but leave. I mean, like imagine, look, when you love someone, right, that is bipolar, and a manic episode occurs or a depressive episode occurs, you are willing, you're white knighting for this person. You are sacrificing your happiness and your future and your ability to, be able to have a home that is a peaceful place because this person is in your home. You're to be able to because they eventually always break. You're going to fit with a manic disorder, and all that's fine and dandy. But the question then becomes, do you want to have children? Do you want to build a life with this person where if you escape from this person, it will ruin your children's lives, right? Because even if you take custody of the children in the future, right, then they don't have a mom. Or if you leave and they get custody, then they have a crazy mom and no dad, right? All of this is like fine and dandy. You're like, I can do this. I can, you know what I mean? I can deal with this because there's other things that I get value. And when I do like the equation, I'm like, well, I don't want to be alone. I get, there are things I like about this person. They add value to my life. And this is a negative part of that. But like everybody comes with problems. I'm willing to deal with those problems. That's fine and dandy until you add children to the situation. And if you're with someone and you're not planning on having children with them, accidents happen, number one. But even then, it's like, are you ever going to have children? And if your plan is to have children someday, well, then you're wasting this person's time and you're wasting this person's life and your life in that position. But unless you plan on having children with that person, and I would say it's a really bad idea to have children with with a person that's on meds as a means of managing BPD or bipolar disorder, which I'm assuming you don't mean borderline personality disorder. I'm assuming you mean like manic depressive bipolar or one of those categories. Because those manic states can be rough, man. And I'm not trying to shit on your dreams or your life, but that would be my advice. But again, I'm not a psychologist, and who am I to fucking tell somebody to leave somebody's, girlfriend or whatever, but I would say, playing video games is better than being in a committed relationship with someone with bipolar disorder.
Is that you orient yourself with you bring a number of people together and you lay out some game rules. They could be religious axioms. In fact, I think religious axioms are game rules. I think that's the right way to think about it. But it could be political, right? So communism, a pseudo-religion, has game rules, axioms that you have to accept. And so does conservatism. These are
Slope is dope. Mental illness isn't real. Slope is dope. You can't love a mentally ill person. Which is it, you dumbass?
games that can integrate a large number of people. Okay, so that's a slightly different function, right? Because now it's like if you and I decide to play basketball, we're going to produce a hierarchy within that set of rules, right? Whatever set of rules you lay out, people are going to be differentially able at implementing.
That's right.
Right? Any set of rules.
That's right.
Like, so for example, if you were in a gym and you had school children roll and you had a competition, you'd get a hierarchy of rolling speed.
Yeah,
and then the top rollers would be the high status people within that game. So you can organize systems of knowledge so that they're ground rules for a game, and then you produce a hierarchy. Now,
Ticky Tack been watching too many fucking Red Pill podcasts. Fucking Ticky Tack might be reading Mises, but he's also clearly in Andrew Tate's Hustlers University
hierarchical
program.
position has value.
Yeah.
Or whatever the fuck it's called.
The higher you are in a social hierarchy, the more positive emotion you feel, and the less negative emotion, and the less likely you are to perish.
Yeah.
Partly because you have social capital and social support. So people will compete for status within the confines of any given hierarchical game. That's a whole different function than representation of the world. Now, maybe you'd hope that your game represents the world.
I feel like I've heard this from Jordan Peterson like 100 fucking times. Like, all right, get to it. Everybody that's like that's made it 22 minutes into this has already heard this spiel from you.
Too, which I suppose is that would be something like competition in a scientific lab, right? Because
something like that.
Something like that, or competition within a game that's actually
Yeah, 420. Yeah, exactly. I'm so glad I blocked Slub is Dope. Streams are 10,000 times more enjoyable. All right, fair enough.
productive and self-sustaining.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but 10,000 times 0 is still 0, Boval.
Right. And the axioms of Western culture seem to be a game like
Life
that.
is suffering.
Now, okay, having established that, you can game it.
Yeah, of course.
Right. And so that seems to be, okay, so we agree on, so far, there's nothing in that you think is objectionable?
No, nothing. No, that's right. I think that's exactly right. And it's a good way to look at it. And I think it opens a door to how this becomes woke in a particular way if we get very, very general. Because if you actually want to know the controversy about woke right, what's happened, Eric Weinstein told me this. I know we're not going to name names, but it's positive.
Yeah,
He told me that what he realized, and of course he's a mathematician as well. So I'm a mathematician. So he said, he told me this at ARC, actually. We were having a conversation, and he said, when I realized what you've done is generalize the concept of woke and then applied it in a different domain, it clicked. So it's no longer, just left-wing, totalitarian behavior. It's now...
It clicked for me once you made it vague nonsense. What the fuck? Oh, fuck me, dude. What? This is stupid.
This mode of totalitarian behavior that I can apply.
It's transferable.
In domains. Correct. And so with the hierarchy, well, not just the hierarchy, everything you just described, but you have these reservoirs of value in hierarchies built off of these games.
Yeah.
So there's value there. And
the left woke is anti-hierarchical. Right, like critical theory is against hierarchy. Like they believe that hierarchy is a form of oppression. So like he just gave you this whole thing about games and like social institutions and hierarchy and how like good structures have this hierarchy. So are the woke right fucking anti-hierarchy? Like what? Like he's actually like pointing out the flaw of calling the right woke right. Because they differ in certain degrees than like critical theory as applied to where it comes from on the left. Like this is why post bad guy Germany, bad guy Austria, whatever, that we have third positionism. It's like it's a different vein.
Parasite is drawn to the reservoir of value
wherever it is,
and the idea is that you want to be high status, but they have natural limitations because they're not
competent.
They're not competent. Yeah, they're outside of the range of what brings you to the top of these.
They tend to be very low in conscientiousness.
They tend to be. That's right. And so, what would you do?
Jim Bob says Jordan Peterson is a libertarian. I trust Jim Bob. He has a good definition of the worldview. Dude, Jim Bob just wants to win. right? Like he's not concerned with like getting to the truth or anything. He just wants to win. Like, you know, if he was concerned with getting to the truth, like he would have like long form conversations where they really like, you know, where a debate is a dialectic to get towards some level of truth. He doesn't care about that. He's just trying to win. And that's why you won't get any good definitions out of him. Because if you get anything good, any good positive positions out of him, those positive positions can be critiqued by someone else that just wants to win.
What you of these
They tend to be
hierarchies-
very low in conscientiousness.
They
for
tend to be.
example.
That's right. And so,
And
what would you do?
agreeableness.
What you would do is try. There's a word for what you would try to create as the parasite who's now latched on. The thing you would try to. There's different. If you want to talk about it in politics, there's one word. And if you want.
I take back everything I said about Slope is dope. He's 100% right here. They are competent. What the fuck does that mean? You ain't at the top if you don't know how to play the game. They're playing a different game, right? But like the idea that somebody like Jake Shields is like incapable of getting to the top of the hierarchy because they have no level of competency. It's like they're very confident at being grifters and they have some believable competency from, you know, from their fighting career. Like, you know, like what? Or Sargon of Akkad lacks all competency or something like, but again, we're not naming names. And since we're not naming names, we can just kind of apply bullshit. It's like you know, I call this all the time the spaghetti argument. We can just kind of throw everything against the wall and see what sticks.
Word for what you would try to create. That's right. And so,
And
what would you do?
agreeableness.
What you would do is try. There's a word for what you would try to create as the parasite who's now latched on. The thing you would try to. There's different. If you want to talk about it in politics, there's one word. And if you want to talk about it in religion.
Myron Gaines is competent. Yeah, he's competent at being like at being like the village idiot, right? Like he's very good at being confident and projecting power and wealth and, you know, finding disaffected young men that are, you know, below average IQ and like thinking like, oh my God, this guy has the bravery and the courage and the wealth to be able to say the things that I can't say, right? Like there's a competency in anybody that like it, you know, reaches. It's like the same thing with Destiny, right? Destiny's a piece of shit. I don't think his opinions are good opinions, but to think that Destiny lacks competency is stupid. It's just, you know, what is he competent at? He's competent at entertainment. He's competent at taking enough Adderall to just make his jaw move a lot so that he can do 8-hour streams back to back when like normal people could not do that, right? He's competent at finding drama and being in the drama, but always kind of landing on his feet so that like his career isn't taken over by the drama. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of competency there.
You would try to create as the parasite who's now latched on. The thing you would try to. There's different. If you want to talk about it in politics, there's one word. And if you want to talk about it in religion or more generally, there's another. The general word or the religious word is cult. You'll create a cult where you've taken a variation on those rules to where there's a new status game that's rigged so you're always on top of it.
Yep.
And what you're going to do is pervert the underlying rules. We call it an ideology or a cult doctrine. The word in politics would be splinter, a splinter movement within a broader movement. So MAGA is a political movement, and you can imagine a splinter off of it, where the Democratic Party had a political movement, and the Justice Democrats came along 10 years ago and made a splinter off of it that created the Squad. A lot of people know that history, at least, so it should be, you know, germane. So the generation of a localized cult is sort of this hypothesis, and the ideology grows.
Wait, but MAGA doesn't apply to that. Like a MAGA is not like some localized cult that goes in to subvert and then like the movement of the Republicans was one of like feeding boomers social security and welfare and pretending that they were doing budget cuts and being neocon and giving everybody's money to Israel. And like that worked until the new generation came in and they couldn't afford a home and like the fucking, and like the roads were all shit and they were taxed to death and the grocery store, you know, payments might have gone down technically, but their rent was so goddamn high that it was a larger percentage of their take home pay. And especially once taxation in other forms got added. And so they're not like some localized cult that came in. It's a new populist uprising that is taking over the RNC because the current RNC has become corrupted and weak. And then those people are coming in that are more competent. Now, I have plenty of things that I disagree with them on. But like this, he's using things to describe the left and then just kind of like throwing the right out as if the right is the same thing. But we have evidence of how the left is doing it. And there's not really that same evidence of how the right is doing it. Now, like there are problems within right-wing thought, but this is silly.
Goes out of the desire for the people at the top of that who are parasitizing the hierarchy to create their kind of internal nested hierarchy where they're on top of the whole thing. And the way they do that is by saying the big system is gamed. The big system is rigged. The big system is fake. And we have a secret truth about how things really work. And now you enter into the Gnostic kind of, I don't know, even metaphysical space. You know, the ancient Gnostic religions, whether against Judaism or Christianity, all held out that Yahweh, the character, the creator God of Genesis, was in fact a demon who had tricked everything. He wasn't the actual highest unknowable God. He was this low-level, functionary God who said, I'm going to rule over all this stuff. I'm going to imprison them in this, wonderful garden. And then, whoops, they disobeyed me and almost realized the game by eating from the forbidden tree. So now we're going to throw them out into a real prison. And they've been, in the Heideggerian sense, they've been flung. Their being has been flung into a world they didn't choose, in which they suffer. And you get the whole.
What is the fucking point of like describing ancient Gnostic battle with Christian and Jewish thought on Yahweh? Like, is he gonna thread this back to the left and somehow and like the right or like what this is what?
Whole Gnostic architecture, but the way that Gnosticism attracts is by saying, and I can make this kind of literal to things that are happening in our world if we have to, is that the authorities in the existing game know so much, but they don't want you to know everything. They don't want you to know more because you might surpass them. They're trying to keep.
Bitch, that's you. Like, what are you talking about? Like, everything you do is like, I'm so smart, I read this. Like, what? Like, you're describing yourself right now.
Keep you down. But if you come with me in my cult, I'll tell you the real secrets.
That's an appeal to paranoia too.
Sure.
And that's going to be more effective under conditions of extreme uncertainty.
Sure.
Okay, so let's concretize this a little bit.
Sure.
I'd like to talk about,
I mean, it's not wrong that movements do that and that there are splinter groups that do shit like that. But like, you're also describing yourself.
Talk about Douglas and Joe.
Sure.
I think let's amend our rule. We're not going to point any fingers at woke right people.
Okay.
But I'd like to talk about the current situation.
Yeah, the situation and the ideas I think are important.
Well, Douglas's point with regard to Joe was that it's troublesome for those with the.
Yeah, he hasn't read that much, but I mean, like, so it almost certainly comes from like this, right? Like right, like this is probably what he's referencing. Marxist and Austrian class analysis by Hoppe, right? I want to do the following in this paper. First, to present the thesis that constitute the hardcore of the Marxist theory of history. I claim that all of them are essentially correct. Then I will show you how these theses are derived in Marxism from a false starting point. Finally, I will demonstrate how Austrianism in the Mises Rothbard tradition can give a correct but categorically different explanation of their validity. He probably heard something about this and then just thinks that because for whatever fucking reason he feels like he can read 1 billion books about fucking Marxism, but reading anything about libertarianism would be like a waste of his time.
The conservative bent to throw
government versus person instead of rich versus poor. Basically, yeah, but it's not government versus person. It's people of wealth and power that utilize the state to gain unfair advantage and violate property rights against the people versus the people that lack that power or that do not do that. Right, so like he's saying like, yes, you're totally right that the nobles did this. You're totally right that the wealthy capitalist here did this. But it's not because they're wealthy capitalists. It's because they use the power of the state as a means of maintaining their wealth and their power and abusing people and abusing private property rights that like makes them a ruling class in that way. But I mean like billion-foot bird-eye view, yeah, government versus person instead of rich versus poor.
Throw away the idea of institutional legitimacy.
Yeah.
And that's a fair comment, standalone comment. Joe's rebuttal to that, insofar as he had a rebuttal, because I thought the conversation was actually pretty civil given how difficult it was that the institutions have been so cataclysmically faulty in the last 10 years that the only possible antidote to their falseness is really unrestrained investigation. And Joe's been a master of unrestrained investigation, obviously, because he's allowed his interest to take him wherever it goes, which allied with a certain amount of conscience is a pretty good orienting function as far as I'm concerned. And I'm at a loss to some degree how to reconcile those viewpoints, because I think it is a cataclysm that the institutions have become unreliable. But let's walk through them a little bit. I think the universities are gone.
Me too.
I think that Harvard is having this war with Trump, and that Trump is 100% right.
Yep, me too.
The president of Harvard, in my understanding, said to the Trump administration that it was unfair to punish the researchers by withholding their research funds. But I look at that and I think, though.
I'm not one to judge too much about being on a tangent, but this feels like a tangent from when the right goes too far.
Those researchers have been filling out DEI statements for 10 years.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, they lost all their credibility. They're not independent researchers at all.
Oh, that's right.
And they could say and have said that they were just following the rules. It's like.
Right, but it's like the thing that bothers me about this is that what we're going to do is we're going to talk about how, you know, these institutions can be filled with, you know, a certain psychological profile that abuses and uses cult-like ideology, and that this is what weakens it and all these other things. And it's like, I highly doubt either one of these people, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'll be proven wrong here in just a second, but I highly doubt either one of these people are going to showcase the actual problem, which is that these institutions are not competitive and they're not grounded in reality because federal student loan programs exist, because they get massive research funding from like the National Endowment of Science and all these other, you know, NGO organizations and state-based funds, and that that we fund them with taxes so that they don't have to provide an ideology or a function or a purpose that is commiserate with reality, insofar as it's commiserate with like a competitive ability to educate and prepare people for, you know, the free market. And instead it is become parasitized because it is, they utilize their prestige and government connections. And the reason Harvard is so much worse than, let's say, you know, your local state college is because they're so much more connected with government and nepotism and getting funding and things from bullshit things, as opposed to providing a good education. Like, they are less free market. Like, the University of Chicago seems to be a decent university because it's less connected in that way, right? Ivy and public Ivy institutions utilize their prestige to gain more government, assistance, more grants, more, connections with people that are utilizing the state. And instead, what we're going to get is we're just going to get the psycho, analysis. But it's like, why is it that Harvard is so much worse than like a community college or a state college or just some random liberal arts college? Why is it that the wokest places are the places with the most prestige? Is it because the parasites really love the prestige? That's part of it. But like, there's not going to be an explanation of like, of what or how we fix this, I don't think. Instead, we're just going to get this like psychoanalysis of like a vague group of people because we don't want to name any people because we're going to be passive aggressive.
That's not a very good excuse if you're a seeker after knowledge, right? If the rules have become pathological, you have an obligation to cease following them. Harvard took its DEI head, I think it was Harvard, and kept the person and changed the name. Well, that's all the universities are going to do that.
Yeah, that's right.
Why wouldn't they?
And that's just fundamentally deceitful.
More deceitful even, right? It's another form of mimicry. And I guess that's another thing we could point out about the psychopathic.
Yeah, man, it's happening like literally everywhere. Same thing has happened to social emotional learning in schools. It's like, oh, we got to get rid of critical race theory, so we called it SEL. Oh, we got to get rid of SEL. Well, it's portrait of the graduate now. Or like whatever, the new fucking term is. I stopped following it because it just kept morphing.
5% is that they're masters of camouflage. What a psychopath does is mimic competence, right?
That's right.
And usually they can't get away with it because not for long, because they don't create, they destroy, and eventually that evidence accrues, and then they have to leave and find another host, so to speak.
Right.
Now online, that's a snap, right? Because you can just switch.
Exactly.
You can just switch your identity, and
that's right.
And you solve the problem, or you can multiply it beyond. And then there's a bot problem online too.
Tremendous bot problem.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, but you can just move to a new group, right? So like you see this with like somebody like what's her name? Carolyn or Carlin or whatever. What the fuck is her name? The psych teacher, Carolyn Ann, is it not Carolyn Ann Harlos? It's a different one. What the fuck is her name? Borisenko, that's it. Yeah, like she was a lefty, and then she got kicked out of the lefties, and then she was in the sewing circle shit, and she stole a bunch of people's stories, and then they like kicked her out, and then she went walk away. So I didn't leave the left left me, and then she went to Prager, and then she got kicked out of Prager, and then when she went to when she got kicked out of all of those places, she went to New Hampshire and the Free State Project, and fucking somehow grifted her way into being the gubernatorial candidate there, and then she grifted there for so long that everybody there realized that she was a fucking psycho. So then she gets kicked out of that domain, and it's like, and then she goes to the Groypers, and then she's like based with the Groypers for a while, and then the Groypers were like, oh, I'm gonna kick her out of that. Like when you're an online figure, you can very quickly switch to a new audience. Once you've worn out your welcome with one audience, and just move to a new group and just redo your identity and your political philosophy, and just say like, I grew up, so like I learned new things, so this is the new audience, right? I assume most of these people are grifters and lying sacks of shit, because most of them are, right? Like, I don't know, is Candace Owens base, or is she really cool? I don't know. But when I see somebody like fucking get ejected from where they're at and then move into a new kind of political philosophy and start leaning into that, like, I just assume they're a grifter. I don't know that Candace Owens is a grifter. I don't have that fact, but like, come on. Yeah, dude, not even the Groypers could put up with her, because they knew that her racism and her anti-Semitism was like feigned. Like they could tell that like she didn't have her heart in it. Like, you know what I mean? It's like when someone tries, it's like she would say the N-word, and it was like, I didn't hear enough hate in that. Like you did like I could feel that you were awkward when you said it. I could feel you didn't really mean it.
We've tracked some of that, and for some of these discussions about the woke right, 30% of the comments are bots.
Yeah, right.
So that means we're automating.
Oh yeah, she did crazy shit. She's a fucking psycho. Let's just leave it at that.
The psychopathy. Like, I've thought for a long time, and I do think this may be the case, that virtualization enables psychopathy. And if that's
the woke right is a Jew/ally label created to discredit people, like Festus. I don't know who that is. And Myron. This is the neocon attempt to gatekeep since they lost the argument. What the fuck does that even have to do with neocon? It's just throwing out weird words.
That's the case.
We're in trouble.
We're in trouble.
We're in big trouble.
Well, at least 50% of internet traffic is criminal, right? It's
Holy cow, yeah.
It's 30% pornography, which is close enough to criminal, so I think distinguishing them is not useful. And then, like, old people are just scammed nonstop.
Right. Nonstop.
Right. And there's no policing, and there can't be, because you can hide so effectively.
Right.
So, and then what it seems to happen is that the unrestrained psychopathy spills over into the public domain, and everyone is mad, like in both senses, angry and insane because of it. Let's return just for a moment to the hierarchy idea. So you pointed out one interesting mechanism of attaining.
Yeah, but like, again, there's no policing because it's impossible. It's like, you guys remember, I don't know if you guys remember, if anybody older than 20, right, remembers when you used to just get phone calls from weird numbers and you didn't know. And now, like, a lot of carriers and Google especially will very quickly find numbers that are like Google generated numbers, right? Because it's Google, so they know it's a Google generated number, right? That don't, where the IP or is using like a commonly, or even if it's a commonly known VPN, so they're like, this is all in London in this specific IP address, right? They're getting really good at, like, when you get a phone call, it says potential spam. It's not perfect, but like when you say there's no policing, it's like, yeah, because the state's retarded. Like, but like the market is already beginning to slowly solve, spam calls and things like. There's a competition, right? Like AI bots and things like that are trying to increase the number to be able to deal with like Google and other, telecommunications companies being able to quickly identify these things, and they kind of go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Status, which is to twist the rules slightly, create a new game, and dominate that as its originator.
Right.
So that's a transformation of a process that's actually creative and adaptive, right? Because if I wanted to make a variation of a business, I could do that. And then if I served my customers well and so forth, I could climb to the top of that new business niche and succeed. This is the parasitical equivalent to that, right? It's to what? To generate a version that does nothing but attract unwarranted attention. That would be the narcissistic spin. And to use any means whatsoever to attract that attention.
While directing blame to the
This just feels like fucking like psychological knowledge and well-read masturbation at this point. Like we're not actually getting anywhere in this conversation. It's just like the two of them are like, I'm smart and I know things. You're smart and you know things. Like get to the fucking point. Like make an argument about like an actual mechanism. Like it's like he's describing vague mechanisms of how psychopaths generate in hierarchies, but like not actually like connecting it to a real world example or to an argument that like, parallels to our current situation. They try to label the new right as woke to associate them with the left. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to label them as woke, like to associate them with the left. Like, collectivist identitarians and things like that. It's leftist thought. Like, I mean, it differs. I mean, it's like, it's easier just to say it's like third positionism, or that it's like, or you could call it fascistic, or whatever. Like it is similar to the left in that way. It is further away from libertarianism. It is further away from individualism. It is further away from that which is correct and ethical. You need this for reacting to content like this? What?
You guys all read the script, right? I don't read script. Script reads me. What the hell does that even mean? What you getting at with the book script? Spit that shit out, man! All right.
I do feel kind of like that right now.
Parent structure.
That's fair.
I think that's very important. So, for example, with Karl Marx, he phrased his vision of communism wasn't the crude communism.
I'm going to interrupt now and do my own ad read, which is, guys, fucking like the stream, like, share, and subscribe. Join the Discord if you want the go live notifications. We might watch that movie, that North Korean documentary on Sunday if I'm feeling up to it. Follow me on Twitter if you want to watch me be toxic. But remember, if you want to support the channel, I always answer super chats, and memberships are only $3.99. All right, continuing.
Communism that was experimented with by Gracchus Babeuf in the French Revolution. It was a transcendent communism, and I use that word because he doesn't call it transcendent communism. He calls it communism. But what he says, his exact wording for it is that it's communism as the positive transcendence of private property as human self-estrangement, and thus a complete return of man to his true nature as a human or social being.
Right.
We'll be right back, but first, here's a sneak peek at the member.
Right. What the fuck are you on about, dude? Like, you're not...
Exclusive portion
this
of
is
this episode.
Stupid.
What the hell is going on?
I mean, the left is doing what the left does. The issue is never the issue. So let's say he agitates property as human self-restraint. Say, Cutter's behind it. His true nature as a human or social being.
Right.
I'm not watching fucking him pull some like clip of a portion of the conversation that's on his membership exclusive shit. It's stupid.
The vision of the future.
Watch the full member exclusive session now on Daily Wire Plus.
So that's a Nietzschean revaluation of all values.
Yeah,
right.
It's really.
I'm glad that they realized that they were getting fucking nowhere and that they were just masturbating about how smart they were, and then they cut that section out. Like, good on you. But guess what? I definitely don't want to buy Daily Wire Plus so I can watch that. Like, just like actually make an argument parallel to our situation instead of just being like, oh, transcended communism.
It's much deeper than people think. It's redistributing property.
He's a guy talking to a guy about another
to transcend property. And so how does this turn into what I said is that the game, which at that point he's looking at, it doesn't matter if it's capitalism or feudalism or even slavery, it's the private property game that he believes is the course of history. He says, well, everything is actually that thing's fault. And people who play that game are the people who are the problem. And that's how he recruits. He finds people who are losing within that game, who are being injured by that game, and says, you know what? It's not you. It's the whole bloody game. Come over here. We've got a different game. But the trick is, who's at the top of that game? With Karl Marx, it was Karl Marx. It wasn't the people ever.
So far, Slope is Dope, we're watching it to call it retarded because it is like this conversation has gone fucking dumb.
If you read it, so what's Communist Manifesto? We'll just break it down. Chapter 1, Communist Manifesto is titled Bourgeois and Proletarians, Bourgeoisie and Proletarians. So he describes the relationship between the people who are playing that game, the bourgeoisie, and then the proletarians, who are the workers at the bottom who are making that game possible. And he says, all you guys down at the bottom are getting exploited. You're being alienated from who you really are. You're alienated from your product. Everything's terrible for you, and it's exploitation, so the winners of that game can cheat you. That's the relationship that he puts out. Chapter 2 is communists and proletarians. And he says, so it starts out brilliantly. He says, so what's the relationship between the communists and the proletarians or the workers' movements? He says, we don't disagree with any of the workers' movements. We actually are the highest expression of them. So we take their vision and put theory behind it and take it to a higher level of understanding, and we're going to bring all you guys with. And so naturally, what's going to happen? So let's say he agitates the proletarians to revolt. He's just saying.
Yeah, but that's because communism is inevitable in dialectical materialism, which is again another fucking marker that like the woke right is not the same fucking thing as the woke left. Right? Like throughout the entire conversation, he just keeps kind of like self-owning whilst pretending that he's like super smart. It's like, yeah, well, why is it that they say that they're the purest expression of that? That's because, like read, again, I say this all the time, read Engels, Socialism, Scientific and Utopic, right? It's like, it is inevitable that the contradictions that exist within the system of capitalism or the system between nobility, landed gentry versus, the feudal system, right? That these contradictions come to fruition and revolution occurs. And then, then you have this, antithesis that, breeds up. And then, there's some form of, petite revolution, if you will, and then there's a synthesis of a new system that is still exploitative, but eventually we always get to communism. So it's like he's describing in when he's saying that like we're the purest expression of that, is that like this revolutionary spirit of like your grievances against those that are exploiting you is like just a part of the real history of man, which is communism, which is inevitable. Which is not what the fucking right is saying. The right, the woke right, if you will, is not saying that like, that there is this utopic vision in the future where, all communities, it is inevitable and it must be true that at the end state of man that like we will have, a divine king under Christ or, whatever their version of fucking, order-based systems are, because the right is ultimately of the belief that that order and society and that social structures and community and culture is degenerative. And I don't mean degenerative like degenerate. I mean it like it's, it's entropic. And so it requires tyranny. It requires force. It requires power in order to, stop that degeneration, in order to stop that entropy of those systems, so that we can centrally plan those cultural and family and social, cultural, psychosocial values, or those pro-social, behaviors back into society. This is a fundamental difference between the woke left and what he's attempting to call the woke right. And he's just like couching this argumentation in like regurgitating Marxism and being like, oh, I understand it, so therefore. And it's like it's like he's expecting the audience. He's shrouding and gatekeeping the knowledge to such a degree that like it's instead of communicating the right idea, he's just communicating nonsense, and a bunch of people are like, this guy's smart, and so they're nodding their heads. Now Fabian is on a tangent. Fuck. Well, no, I'm describing a problem I'm reacting to. I'm just like, what are you talking about? It's not really a tangent.
Sad that the shepherds are going to be the Communist Party.
Unless you think all reactions are tangents, that like when someone describes a thing and then that is a tangent. But I mean, you might be retarded enough for that.
And then who's going to run the Communist Party? Karl Marx.
Yes.
So it's a whole thing is a giant scam to blame the existing system, to agitate a large group of people who aren't winning within that system, to get them to switch games with him at the very peak.
Okay, so to me, I know that we've talked a little bit about religious matters, but I'm going to delve into that.
For me, actually, before we go, put a bookmark.
Yes.
Because Hitler did the exact same.
But I'm going to delve into that.
For me, actually, before we go, put a bookmark.
Yes.
Because Hitler did the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Mussolini did the exact same thing. Hitler is much more clear. He says, we had this German race. And back in history, he writes this fictional mythological history of the Germans. Some of it, if you read or see it, is just kind of humorously, transparently false about how great they were in antiquity and all of this. So we've got these Germans, and they've got all this, he's got this whole occult, theosophical, Aryan stuff that he's brought in from Helena Blavatsky and read The Secret Doctrine and all this weird occultism he's attached to race. And in Mein Kampf, second volume, chapter 1, he talks about, well, the Nazis have a new world concept, Weltanschauung. And that world concept will be the racial world concept. And then he lays out how the state exists to preserve the race. That's the point, because when you have the race, you have the people who will generate high culture. And when you have the people who generate high culture, then you can advance society to its highest level of expression and man's highest level of expression. Very progressive ideology. But what he's saying is we had this somewhere in this mythical, distant, foggy past, and we can recover it. How? By taking every step that we can to figure out the race and purify the race. And guess what?
This is not the exact same thing. It's the exact opposite thing. It's saying we used to have this pro-social and all of these things, but because of degenerates and brown shirts and Jews, they subverted the once great thing. So we need power to impose order on the system to bring these behaviors back. It's the exact opposite of what the communist is saying. Like, yeah, they're both economically socialist. They both feel that they need some totalitarian state to move the process along. But the communist believes that they are doing right by moving the process quicker and getting us to the inevitable conclusion. And the Nazi, the fascist, believes that power is needed to restore something that was lost in the past because of subversion, because of entropy. Like, if they did the exact same thing, and then he just used a bunch of fancy words to describe the exact opposite thing.
Everybody who's with me that wants Germany to be made great again after World War I and the ravages of the Treaty of Versailles as they saw it, and the challenges that came with the interwar period as we see it now. All you Germans who are mad at Europe and mad at the French and you're having a bad time, guess what? There's a mythic Germany that you've lost and we can get it back. Hey, come on, let's go. And here's the ideology. It's our racial world concept. And here's how it's going to be organized, not with this vanguard Bolshevik model over there that the communists use, but we're going to use what I call the Führer principle. Not me, Hitler called the Führer principle. The leader principle. Of course, who's the Führer? Hitler. So he's on top, and it's this absolutely rigid.
Yeah, it's a fucking hierarchy. Instead of being anti-hierarchical, where the communists are saying that the very nature that there are haves and have-nots is proof of their exploitation, it's a return to order so that the people at the bottom can be rightfully led down the right path. Like, they have socialist elements, okay? They have similarities. This is not one of them. This is just being high on your own farts and having read a lot, and it's stupid. Reification fallacy? Is that I understand reification, but is that a fallacy? I'd never heard reification used as a fallacy. Misplaced concreteness occurs when an abstract concept or idea is treated as if it were real, concrete object or entity. Well, that's what reification is, though. Like, that's the whole concept, is a reification where people and their relationships become, commodities in and of themselves because the capitalist system, turns interpersonal relationships into concrete material things and commodifies things. But yes, to reify is a fallacy. That is interesting that became a thing. I find that hilarious. I knew what reification was, but I'd never heard reification fallacy, and it's just describing reification, and that's hilarious that it's defined as a
top-down pyramid of authority, which is a completely different expression.
That's what a Tower of Babel is.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, with the wrong thing at the top.
But it's the same program.
That's what a Tower of Babel is, with the wrong thing at the top. Dude, stop.
The game that it's not the game that we're all playing. It's the game that we've been forced into by this rotten circumstance, has dispossessed us from who we should be. We're heritage Germans, for example, and we should have the benefits of our mastery of race. But the problem is, in his sight,
it's very attractive to anyone who has nothing to offer but racial identity.
That's right. That's right. And two things: racial identity and obedience. Maybe a modicum of cruelty as well.
Yeah, well, that comes along for the ride.
It comes along for the ride eventually. Yeah. Because a lot of the young Germans were actually inspired because they thought it was going to be good for the worker. They were inspired by the socialism part of National Socialism, and that it was going to be good for Germany, and they loved their country and they wanted to see it great. And so they were swept up. The Hitler Youth were swept up to get into this. But it's the same program. There's a game. We used to be the masters of the game, but now we've been dispossessed from the game. They threw us from top to bottom. That was an intolerable experience. By the way, this is all the story of Lucifer.
Hold on, what?
But it's the same program. There's a game. We used to be the masters of the game, but now we've been dispossessed from the game. They threw us from top to bottom. That was an intolerable experience. By the way, this is all the story of Lucifer.
Yes,
cast to the bottom.
Yes.
And so what we're going to do now is we're going to grab our rightful inheritance and we're going to build a structure that returns us to it. P.S. The organizational structure is the Führer principle, so I'm at the top.
Okay, so
he's not wrong in that analysis. He's just wrong in saying that it's the exact same thing as the fucking communists.
And we're going to build a structure that returns us to it. P.S. The organizational structure is the Führer principle, so I'm at the top.
Okay, so I want to talk about this Lucifer idea. So Lucifer...
Jordan Peterson just wants to get more fucking esoteric and weird. Like it wasn't already fucking weird enough where he was just like, it's the same thing, but it's not the fucking same thing. So now we're just like, yes, hold on. Let's talk about Lucifer. Like, fucking what?
Is the morning star, and he's the talk about this Lucifer idea. So Lucifer is the morning star, and he's the angel of the untrammeled intellect. That's how he's portrayed in Milton, right? And he's allied in some strange way with the serpent in the Garden of Eden.
If I might just interject, if he's the morning star, what do you do in the morning? After the morning star rises, you wake up.
Right.
Woke.
Right. The spirit.
That is the most retarded shit I've ever heard. Hold on, I have to go back. This is the dumbest hold on.
This Lucifer idea. So Lucifer is the morning star, and he's the angel of the untrammeled intellect. That's how he's portrayed in Milton, right? And he's allied in some strange way with the serpent in the Garden of Eden.
If I might just interject, if he's the morning star, what do you do in the morning? After the morning star rises, you wake up.
Right.
Woke.
Are we just playing a fucking word association game now? Yes, I'm sure. This is the same level of shit that I expect from people when like dudes sit and they do this with their hands and they're like, "That's how you know the Jews got him." And then Andrew Tate does it, and it's like, "That's how you know he's an alpha male." But like, what in the fuck are you talking about? Like, are we high right now? First of all, morning star, like the morning sun, like that word isn't just used for Lucifer. Like that word is used to describe Jesus and like several and like an angel that comes to meet I think it's like Isaiah or whatever. I could be wrong. It's one of the fucking judges. Like that word is used to describe multiple people. Like it's been popularized with fucking with Lucifer, right? It was, sure, you watch that fucking detective show, it's like Lucifer Morningstar, I think is his name. That, but like what? And then the idea, it's like, what do? You wake up woke. That is like they've reached peak just masturbating together on like how smart they are, and now and then he's about to be like, but it's the untrammeled intellect. It's like that's describing you guys right now. Like you're just having a conversation about how smart you are to let everybody know how fucking smart you are. Like we've gone so far away from like actually describing the right-wing ideology and how it has similar issues with the left to where now we're just like letting everybody know we read books. There's an argument that Morningstar was simply a metaphor for one who falls. Right. When an angel comes in like dragon form, it's fucking Morningstar because it's like he's coming like the setting, like the sun, right? Like that goes away and comes back, right? Like it's just coming down. Like this is dumb.
Right. The spirit of enlightenment. Right. Okay. So
or dark enlightenment, as it were.
Yeah. Right. Absolutely. Well, that's the question. What's the difference between genuine? What's the difference between what's genuine and what's false? Let's say. Yes. So in the story of Genesis, God tells Adam and Eve that they can pretty much have free reign, except for one thing. They can't, as far as I can tell, what it means is they can't.
We're back. Like, is Adam and Eve the beginning of the story so that we can understand what the fuck you mean when you say woke right? Because you have more contradictions in the way you describe things, James Lindsay, than typical fucking communist.
Can't take the right to define the moral order to themselves. They have to abide by the moral order, that there's an intrinsic moral order that's grounded below nature, even grounded in the principle of being itself.
Sure.
They have to ally themselves with that. But Eve, interestingly, Eve is tempted by the serpent. Maybe her powers of discrimination are somewhat lacking. Maybe her proclivity to empathy clouds her. And maybe it's a form of feminine pride. In any case, the serpent tempts her, telling her that if she ate of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that she would become like God, which is the one thing God forbade, right? So the idea seems to be something like, the more radical the revolutionary precept, the more likely something Luciferian is behind it. So it's a serpent in the garden, so it's clearly something poisonous, but then it gets weirdly associated with the idea of...
It's like numerology guy who makes connections through numbers. Like, right?
Lucifer, right? Which is a very...
Numbers? You mean the book of the Bible numbers? Oh, okay, so you're woke.
Strange leap. The leap is something like, what's the most poisonous of all possible serpents, right? So then it becomes a meta principle. And it looks to me like it's something like the drive to power. And that fits well with the notion that, well, Marx would be on top of the communists and Hitler would be on top of the Nazis and Mussolini would be top of the Italian fascists.
Yeah.
So if the belief system is pressed into the service of the hierarchical status of its...
We're talking about the untrammeled intellect. Wouldn't we be talking about fucking like Gentile anyways? Or are we talking about just like the hierarchical structure and the leader or whatever?
Originators, then there tends to be something profoundly Luciferian behind it. Yes?
Yes. So now we're talking at a very abstract, deep, whether metaphysical is...
Just to let everybody know we're fucking smart. We're talking at a very abstract, very deep, whether metaphysical is, I think metaphysical is the right word. Shut up.
I think metaphysical is the right word, level for what represents woke. This isn't going to be like recognizable to your average Joe on the street.
Dude, when you are getting so fucking esoteric and overly fucking wordy that you're pissing me off, it's a fucking problem. Because, like, this is a problem I have. And, like, this is beyond the pale from the shit that I do. This is so dumb.
The street who's dealing with, a pride parade and saying, well, that's woke. I understand woke. But
yeah, and they are called pride parades.
They are called pride parades.
And the
Ooh, pride. Pride goeth before the fall. And morning star means to fall. And so if it falls and it's morning and you wake up in the pride and it goeth. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
The cardinal sin of Lucifer is pride.
Is pride.
Right. And it's the desire to replace God, to replace the fundamental moral order. So I figured something else out too recently. So imagine that
if you figured out something else too, that would mean that you figured out something in this conversation beyond word associating that has nothing to do with when the right goes too far. You are like 20 degrees of separation from the original topic. Like, you're saying interesting shit, and if I was high, I'd be like, ooh, that is interesting. But it's like, it's not meaningful because it's not grounded in the conversation or in definitions or what it is the fuck we're talking about.
To replace the fundamental moral order. So I figured something else out too recently. So imagine that you could found a society on power, because you can, at least for a short.
If we got Lindsay to sit down with Vosh, we could sell the recording to the military for advanced interrogation.
Period of time. So
fucking Dick Cheney would love it.
Imagine that you could found a society on power, because you can, at least for a short period of time. And imagine that you could organize a group of people hedonistically as well. So that would be the real dark side of populism, right? We'll just have the government give people, it's like Pleasure Island in the Pinocchio video, right? Bread and circuses. You can get away with.
That's not what fucking, like, that's not what populism is, though. Like populism is a recognition that the elite, whatever group that they are, whether you want to call them Jews or whatever, is that they have fucked you over and that they have stolen from you. Now you could say left-wing populism would be then to introduce welfare redistribution, but that's not it's not a hallmark of populism or dark side of populism. Again, that's just fucking leftism. Like, what? We're just like saying shit now.
The government give people, it's like Pleasure Island in the Pinocchio video, right? Bread and circuses. You can get away with that for a while. Power, hedonism. You can abandon everything and sink into it.
Also, bread and circus has nothing to do with fucking, well, I guess it kind of does have to do with populism because it's an appeal to the population. I guess you could say that.
You can get away with that for a while. Power, hedonism. You can abandon everything and sink into a pit of nihilism. That's not very effective psychologically or socially. But that begs the question that the postmodernists wrecked their ship on, I would say. Is there a unifying principle, a high-order unifying principle? That's the meta-narrative idea, right? Because the cardinal proclamation of postmodernism is that there's no pinnacle meta-narrative. There's no upper union.
Yeah.
What is happening right now? Like, we were just bouncing from concept to concept. Let me put in my filler words about postmodernism and why it's wrong. What? It's like it's designed to make the normal person so fucking confused that they think that these people are geniuses. I love Jordan Peterson when he's talking about psychology. And like, it is and again, these conversations can be interesting, but it's vapid. Like, this whole thing is like not moored to anything substantive so that we can have like a conversation about when the right goes too far.
But I think that's wrong. I think that the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice is foundation. And I think that's the narrative that runs through the biblical corpus.
Yeah, right? You've given very, very eloquent speeches on that.
Yeah. Well, and so then we would have a dynamic where because we're trying to figure out how to identify the loose.
Yeah, and then they're fucking like telling each other how great they are now. Like, oh, you've given very eloquent speeches on that. Okay, dude.
Well, and so then we would have a dynamic where because we're trying to figure out how to identify the Luciferian players, let's say. Exactly. That seems reasonable, right? So they're
dude, if I was a 21-year-old girl in like a 22, 23-year-old girl in like a graduate psych degree course, and he was spouting this shit, I would be like in love right now. But right now, I'm just fucking annoyed at the stupidity of this. Like, ground this shit in reality so we can have a conversation about what's happening in politics. And both of the people seem to just be fucking, oh my God. I mean, I feel like I can just keep pausing it now to say the same shit because it's the same problem over and over again. But I'm getting increasingly more upset about it.
Because we're trying to figure out how to identify the Luciferian players. Let's say. That seems reasonable, right? So they're in love with the creations of their own intellect.
Fucking slim. They're building a tower to heaven with a foundation of verbosity, and well, good luck with that.
But that intellect is not serving the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice. It's serving the principle of power.
Right.
You remember in the gospel account when Christ is in the desert, the third temptation that Satan lays before him is the temptation of power.
That's right.
Right.
Everything that you see before you.
Yes.
Matthew 4.
If you follow me.
That's right.
Right. So that seems okay. So you don't have any problem with the underlying dynamic of that?
No, not at all. No, not at all. And I see, a fruitful discussion because, this is of course very high order thinking and expressing, but
I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. I see a fruitful conversation. And this is of course a very high order thinking and expressing. Oh my fucking God. Will you two just get a room? At this point, like, will the two of you just end the podcast and go suck each other off so you can have some post-nut clarity and get back on the fucking topic?
the experience for people on the ground is exactly what we were mentioning earlier. It's those traits of the dark tetrad, like Machiavellianism and all of this. So they're going to experience.
I'm never going to be able to interview anybody because every time I see somebody fucking talk, I just get angry and start shit talking. I'm never going to get an interview with anybody famous, like, ever again.
What does that look like in everyday experience? The swarms on social media, the cancel culture, the struggle session, this kind of stuff, the lying and the manipulation,
the cries of victimization,
the gaslighting, and is the it's called sometimes DARVO, deny, attack, reverse the roles of victim and offender. When you catch a psychopath out, they do it's an acronym DARVO. They deny
there's a number of people operating like that.
That's right.
At the moment.
It's everywhere.
Dude, this perfectly describes you on Twitter, dude. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you just throw out accusations and then gaslight people and then, like, refuse to actually, like, back up any arguments. And then, like, if somebody really calls you out on it really well and they're a small account, you block them. And if they're a big account, like, you just farm the fucking engagement from all of the fucking chaos. And you don't give a positive position.
And so these are the experiences. So the expression that I could give to tie people, just to bring woke right back to the conversation, is we're familiar now with the machinations of woke left, right? And what I would say is, well, what's woke right is same energy, different direction. You have all of those same exact, whether it's Luciferian at the high level, whether it's struggle sessions, Machiavellianism.
Well, we've got a hierarchy there. It's like it's Luciferian at the core. Then we've got the cluster B dark tetrad traits. Then there's the mechanisms that you described, right? So that's a differentiated, that gives us a way of identifying.
So if we use the kind of, pop word of the day of, vibes or energy, it's same energy, different direction. This is exactly like what I was already saying with Marx versus fascism, or communism versus fascism. And we could go as weirdly deep as you want. There's a few ways to get to it. Like you say, well, obviously communism's
talking about Midwestern Marx when I had a conversation with Noah from them. And I'm planning on talking to him again when he's ever not fucking busy.
Into the arch progressive ideology, but I disagree. It's probably fascism. But differently, communism was actually obsessed. If you read Marx, he's obsessed. What was this? Well, the quote, positive transcendence of private property as human self-estrangement, and therefore a complete return of man. Mm-hmm. To what? His real true self. It's obsessed with state of nature. It's obsessed with, we've been alienated all the way back to the beginning. For him, private property marks the fall. So the serpent came along and didn't offer an apple, but offered the fundamental right to exclude private property. But you have the same general concept. So they're obsessed with looking all the way back to the state of nature.
Well, and that is also an unbelievably effective move on the psychopathic side, because the basic criminal attitude.
Why is this not, there we go.
Yeah,
it's a return, like, sure, that I'll give him, is that it is a return to nature because of their belief, their false axiomatic belief in, like, the default state of man being one of, like, pure equality, and that, capitalism is in and of itself a system that has indoctrinated man into its own exploitation and class system. We need critical conscience. Like, at least that's right. And, like, I mean, you could make that comparison to that whole conversation before, but Jesus Christ, did it take a long way to get there.
And I dealt with criminal types quite a lot. It's pretty straightforward. It's perfectly fine for me to take what you have because you took it.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. And
that's
so
exactly
Marx has just nailed that perfectly.
That's exactly what it is.
Property is theft. As soon as property is theft, the criminal is the moral agent. And that happened in the Soviet Union, right? Because in the prisons, the criminals were treated as moral agents, whereas the political...
As much as I think Proudhon was wrong when he wrote property is theft, I hate them using his phrase without understanding Proudhon. Like, You read all these fucking books, but then you're just borrowing this property is theft thing. But it originates with Proudhon. Like he also says property is liberty. But but heaven forbid these fuckers read another goddamn book and talk about how amazing they are because they read the book. So I'll leave it at that.
Prisoners were treated as, what would you say? The kinds of heretics who deserved nothing but the longest possible sentence of death. Right. Because the criminals were victims. If property is theft, criminals are victims. That's a hell of a satisfying outcome for the criminals.
That's right. And so what you have in that same paragraph, so you have Mark.
Wait, hold on. What was his claim there?
Right. Death. Right. Because the criminals were victims. If property is theft, criminals are victims. That's a hell of a satisfying outcome for the criminals.
That's right. And so,
I mean, not even communists really think that, but in regards to property, yes.
What you have in that same paragraph, so you have Marx saying that what we're going to do is get back to our state of nature, but we're not going to go back. It's not going back. He's just discussed Babeuf and the failure of the French Revolution commune model. That it was all low end. It was grubby. It was dirty. They had no high culture. They had not, same as Hitler's interest, no high culture. He says this is wrong. We're going to have a transcendence. So we're not going.
Same as Hitler's, and the similarity is we need culture and art. Yeah, fucking Hitler also drank water. Like what the fuck? Okay.
They had no high culture. They had not, same as Hitler's interest, no high culture. He says this is wrong. We're going to have a transcendence. So we're not going to go back to state of nature. We're going to transcend. And all he's doing is rehashing Rousseau, which had passed through Hegel and Schiller. And what Rousseau had said is we need to be, because he wanted to live a free libertine lifestyle, not liberal, but libertine, but he liked being a citizen, didn't he? And so he wanted to, savages made to live in cities. That's, in the French, but that's what he literally called them. Savages made to live in cities. That's the completion of man. The omega of man. Alpha of man is the primitive communist. The omega of man is when you reach the point where you're the same sharing attitude and liberated lifestyle as the beginning, but now you have all the high culture and benefits of all the production in between. So it's a perfectly paradoxical and impossible thing, but Marx calls it the riddle of history solved that knows itself to be its own solution.
This part's right. But again, what the fuck does this have to do when the right goes too far?
What does the future hold for business? Ask 9 experts, you'll get 10 different answers. Bull market, bear market, inflation up, inflation down. Can someone please invent a crystal ball? Well, until then, over 41,000 businesses have future-proofed their operations with NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud ERP, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, and HR into one fluid platform. With one unified business management suite, there's one source of...
I'm not saying I'm noticing, but Oracle is mostly a fucking CIA front. So, just going to throw that out there.
Truth, giving you the visibility and control you need to make quick decisions. Think about it. With real-time insight and forecasting, you're essentially peering into the future with actionable data. When you're closing your books in days instead of weeks, you're spending less time looking backward and more time focused on what's next. For any business owner looking to streamline their operations, NetSuite is the solution I'd recommend. Whether your company's earning millions or even hundreds of millions, NetSuite helps you respond to immediate challenges and seize your biggest opportunities. Speaking of opportunity, download the CFO's Guide to AI and Machine Learning at netsuite.com/JBP. This guide is for you at netsuite.com/JBP. Again, that's netsuite.com/JBP.
And so that's
the
alpha and the omega.
So that libertine offering is an interesting twist. I've been trying to puzzle out. I wrote this article with Jonathan Pajot on the Scarlet Beast of the Apocalypse. And it was really illuminating to me. There's lots of the Book of Revelation I just don't understand, me and many other people, but I understand some of it. So the Scarlet Beast is the degenerate state. So imagine that when a uniting principle disappears, so that would be the Nietzschean death of God, you get the postmodern condition, which is that there's no uniting narrative. And so the state grows a lot of different heads. It's kind of a hydra now. It's collapsing into chaos, symbolically speaking. It has a lot of different heads because nothing's uniting it. And that's why it's blood red, because that's a very dangerous condition. It's a...
God, dude. Oh my God.
fragmenting condition. Okay, so that's the Scarlet Beast of the degenerate state. This is a symbol of the end of times. And I don't mean the end of time per se. This is a symbol of how things end, right? Always.
Sure. That's right.
Right.
I follow you.
Jesus fucking Christ. Revelation's political satire. It's pissed off Christian raging in Rome. Fucking Mark had to come back just to be like, this is so fucking stupid.
Okay, fine. So the state deteriorates still. It's a multi-headed hydra. Okay, but then it has something on its back. And that's the horror.
Yeah, but that's not cool and esoteric. And that doesn't make you sound super smart, Mark.
Babylon. Yeah, the mother of all prostitutes. So the idea there is that when the patriarchal state or psyche loses its central function, female sexuality commoditizes. Right? And we can see that's like just happening everywhere right now. OnlyFans is the...
I mean, maybe. That's a hell of a fucking jump, dude.
Greatest example of that. Right. That woman in Great Britain who's sleeping with...
That's the idea. Like, oh, okay, where the fuck did you get that idea from? Like what?
Like 100 men a night, or I think she managed 1,000 in a week, something like that. I won't say her name, but she's become very well known for the absolute out...
That's why I can't take Christians seriously. They completely ignore history and humanity for a couple scraps of papyrus that might not even be correct. Useless twats. Mark fucking going in tonight.
Outrageousness of her behavior. Her mother is her business manager. It's so awful that you just can't believe it. Okay, so you have this mother of all prostitutes. So that's the central spirit of commoditized female sexuality. That's going to happen when the state deteriorates. Of course, female sexuality is going to commoditize when the state loses its protective and integrative function. And so
hold on. So when the state deteriorates, we just get prostitution everywhere. Where the fuck, how did you apply this to the state and why we need like a strong state? Like what linkage is, like what link is there to that? That like the like without a like an uncorrupt strong state, we have prostitutes everywhere. What?
She offers this libertine pleasure, right? So you could think of power. That's a way that that's what power offers to those who are willing to use power. It's like, why do you want control over someone? Well, to have your way with them, obviously. And there's going to be a sexual component to that. That was certainly the case in Marx's own life, for example. So you can imagine the fantasies.
You can't in the same talk about bread and circus from like from a corrupt state, and then at the same time be like, but then once you have power and organization, you like this is contradictory nonsense. Like these are just drawing connections out of your fucking ass. They don't mean anything at this point.
That possessed him too would be, well, once we establish this new utopia, and the communists promised free love. That's a common leftist, as if it's love, which it isn't, and as if sex is free, which it never is. What happens at the end of the Scarlet Beast whore of Babylon dichotomy, say interaction, is the beast kills the prostitute. So that's perfect, right? Because so the degenerative patriarchal state breeds the commoditization of female sexuality, but ultimately destroys all pleasure. And I also think that's happening now. I mean, you have radically high rates of virginity, for example, among Japanese and South Koreans, and in the West more broadly, an apparent breakdown of the relationship between men and women, not least politically, right? With the men starting to fly off into the conservative sphere of influence and the women becoming increasingly liberal. So that's another,
the data doesn't even show that. The data shows that virginal rates are going up astronomically on Gen Z in the West as well.
Shows you the fact that these mythological
but that is fairly new data, so maybe he's not abreast of it.
Tropes appear fitting, shows you how deep the malaise is, right? Sure. The culture war is way deeper than the political.
In a vehicle to this is transgression, right?
Right, but that doesn't necessitate the state. That necessitates a breakdown of order, right? A breakdown of social rules. You get normlessness, right? You don't have norms. It's like Durkheimian like anime, right? That's not the same thing as like the need for like a political state that is strong. That would be the quote unquote woke rights argument, that we need a state to come in and centrally plan, our values and a return to our values. So we need more power. Like at this point, like they're just jumping from topic to topic to such a degree that like they're threading like their own downfall of their own arguments, but they're switching to them in such ways that like it's just like, ooh, big word, smart. It's getting really silly.
Transgression of the existing order. And transgression, I think, is such a key feature. In fact, I've described recently a cult of transgression that you can easily describe on the woke left, right? And it kind of fits my same energy, different direction, or same energy, opposite direction. Because you see with both of these two wokes, but also other these kind of degenerate ideologies and psychosocial dynamics, you have this cult of transgression where it's like the payment to be in the cult is to transgress a little further. You start with, we need LGBT representation. Okay, we've already transgressed because the T is different from the LGB. It's completely different. It refers to trying to work out
Again, not wrong, describing cult-like behavior patterns and how they operate and comparing it to the left. But how the fuck does this have to do with when the right goes too far?
Of transgression.
Well, there's nothing in lesbian, gay, or bisexual that is a disintegrated psychology. There's something fundamental in the transition that's a disintegrated psychology. If you have gender dysphoria, if we admit that that's even real, you have a disintegrated psychology. Your phenomenology of self and your ontology of self are out of whack. And in fact, what they do then is once it gets out of whack, they invert it. And they put this phenomenology first and say the ontology has to follow. So
to be fair, you could make that argument about LGB. I'm sure the hardcore Christians would. You could make that argument. I mean, like, just because transgender is worse, like you can say that there is a breakdown between your gender role and your identity as an individual and how that plays in your sexuality.
If we do enough surgery, somehow we've changed ourselves. This is completely disordered thinking. So it's already a transgression, but let's not get lost.
Well, and the foundational principle there is sexual identity, right? This is a very strange thing about these fragmented identity claims, is that they, like, an identity
seems like Jordan Peterson's actually kind of making that argument here anyways.
Should unite and it should serve a psychological and a social purpose simultaneously.
Sure.
An identity that's predicated on hedonistic orientation isn't an identity at all.
And this is where the transgression is. What does the whore present? The whore, she presents.
He just goes on to the next thing and doesn't realize that Jordan Peterson just said, well, I don't know, man, lesbians and gays and bisexuals, right? Like there's no pro-social, like, portion of that. So like there is a libertine degeneracy to it because it doesn't serve a social function such as childbearing and things of that nature. Like not that I like particularly am like super conservative and I'm like, we got to stop the gays or anything, but I'm just saying your argument could also be used for the rest of the LGBT.
She presents sex out of its context. It's free, as you said, sex is never free. She presents free sex, right? So what she presents,
the ultimate delusion,
the ability to transgress. And so you go from LGBT itself as a word, but we need representation. Okay, fine. So we need to put gay characters on TV. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe it's not a problem. Who knows? Well, we take a step. What does it got to be after this? We know, well, we need gay characters in children's programming. It's a further transgression. Then we need them in schools. Now we need a drag queen to come read to the kids. Well, the drag performance needs to get more radical. And you can see it in the pride parades too. It's the inclusion of more and more transgressive stuff. This is a cult of transgression, and it's how
Okay, but how does this go towards the right going too far? Right? Because if you're recognizing that the left is, forcing this sense of normlessness, this hedonistic identity of like do free love, whatever, all of it's great. It doesn't matter if it's pro, social, etc. And is replacing culture and is replacing, beloved stories, right? Because I think that's an incredibly, important part of this is it's not just that they need a black person or a gay person or something. They need to replace your previous heroes with a black person or a gay person and then rehash the story in a new lens that takes away the cultural aspects of those things. So like, how does that apply to the right that is saying that our identity and our culture is being erased and that we have to reposition and reassert our white identity and our American or our European or our English or our whatever identity back into these places because there's something significant about a country and a people and a culture that has those representations as opposed to those antisocial representations. Like if anything, you're by doing this in a conversation about how the right goes too far, you're kind of making the argument that they're not going too far, that what they're doing is they're correcting an imbalance that is coming from a cult-like behavior on the left. How does this, differentiate or maybe not different? How does this substantiate the claim of the woke right?
Trends too. It's the inclusion of more and more transgressive stuff. This is a cult of transgression, and it's how
now we can link the transgression back to your original idea that you have a hierarchy of social status, let's call it conservative. And so now the parasitic predators swarm in and they splinter it. They splinter with transgression.
Sure.
Right. So that's an important thing to note. Right.
But there's a deeper thing here, which is it's also what Mao did with his red identity, black identities, which were split themselves, is that the target is actually normal integrated society, and the excuse for the targeting is the opposite side pathology, right? And so with Marcuse, to go back to the left, he writes this essay in 1965, Repressive Tolerance.
To go back to the left? When the fuck were you on the right? you weren't, like, what is this? Oh my God, these people are just like, slow down, think for a moment. It's like they're in a competition to like say more cool esoteric shit to the point where they're speaking nonsense. This might be one of the worst instances I've ever seen of Jordan Peterson, and I think it's because James Lindsay is here and they're trying to like compete in this weird way, and it's bringing out something really dumb in Jordan.
Side pathology. It is actually normal integrated society, and the excuse for the targeting is the opposite side pathology, right? And so with Marcuse, to go back to the left, he writes this essay in 1965, Repressive Tolerance. He says, okay, there's three kinds of tolerance. He says there's democratic tolerance. That's what a normal, healthy society has, and it only can tolerate so much or it'll fall apart. And then there's the repressive, right-wing, maybe it's fascist, whatever. He actually uses the word fascist repeatedly. And then what he says is actually those two things are the same thing because of different stupid excuses, nuclear weapons or whatever else. So actually we live in the repressive state now.
Yeah, right. All game rules are repressive.
And his argument is actually that all capitalist society will degenerate into fascism unless it's resisted. And he says the answer to this is liberating tolerance. And what is liberating tolerance? And his own definition, which is close to from memory a quote, it is we will extend liberating tolerance. He says would mean we extend tolerance to movements from the left and we withdraw tolerance from movements from the right, which is everything to his right. Okay, so speaking,
it's amazing how that's played out
in psychopathology. That's splitting.
Well,
by the way.
And sociologically, I mean, one of the things I've noticed about my home country, it's really stark in Canada. if conservatives protest.
Oh my fucking God. We're just like hopscotching to new thing, to new thing, to new thing. Okay, let's talk about repressive tolerance and what that means from a political perspective. And like, what does this have to do with the right going too far? Like, this is becoming such a frustrating conversation.
They're flattened.
Yeah.
Left protest, there's no holds barred, no matter how pathological it becomes.
To use a Jordan Peterson example that he loves to bring up, this is like the fucking enlarged ear of the intellectual, and thus spake Zarathustra, right? Like it's like, what are we saying here? How is this connected? The proportions are all out. Like we're just competing to fucking say interesting shit.
They're flattened.
Yeah.
Left protest, there's no holds barred, no matter how pathological it becomes. The left-wing protesters are always the heroic victims. The trucker convoy was a great example of that, right? Because, it was a disruptive demonstration, although remarkably peaceful, and the legal repercussions are still unrolling. And I think maybe tell me what you think about this. I think it's because it might be partly the spread of the ideas of Marcuse through the culture.
Absolutely.
But I also think that people are genuinely people. There's something to genuinely fear when actual conservatives protest, because they don't do it until they're pushed to the wall.
That may be, but I think
is it also an indication that something very fundamental has gone sideways? Because conservatives aren't the protesting type.
I wanted to share something special with you as we transition.
I'm about to give up on this conversation because I just don't see it going
Lent into the Easter season. You know how Lent was all about fasting and reflection? Well, Easter is our time to rejoice and remember that Jesus died and rose up for us. How has put together this amazing Easter program with Sister Miriam James Heidland, Father John Burns, and even Liz Tavish, the actress who played Mary Magdalene in The Chosen. Oh, and Kevin James is part of it too. They're all exploring this beautiful spiritual book called Interior Freedom by Father Jacques Philippe. The program is designed to help you experience true freedom in your everyday life. Each day you'll learn practical ways to let go of those external things that weigh you down and discover the peace that comes from trusting God more deeply. It's perfect for continuing those prayer habits you worked so hard to build during Lent. Just a few minutes.
Dude, look at the sections. They're borrowing tactics from Gnostic cults, the hallmarks of sadism. The flaw in sunlight is the best disinfectant. So what are we going to fucking embattle, like the foreign bot problem? So now there's are we going to go pro censorship and why we can't have anonymity online because we're all because anonymity breeds psychopathology. So we need people to have real ID so that we don't have to worry about Indian bots no, dude, no. And then lastly, we have don't let resentment motivate you, the spirit of Cain. Like I can already see kind of how this conversation is going.
Each day for reflections, prayers, and meditation that really connects with the joy of Easter. And Hallow isn't just for Easter. They have thousands of prayers, meditations, and even music to help you build that daily prayer habit and grow closer to God. So why not download it today? They're offering 3 months completely free. Visit hallow.com/Jordan for this exclusive offer.
No, but I think that the trucker protest tells us something different.
The conservative Karens protest every black kid that just so happens to be rifling through their bag. I don't know what he's talking about. That's one. Okay, that's just one. Giving money is not the same thing as going out into the streets and protesting. I think that's really more what he means.
Different, because the target, these people, this is one of the most genuinely peaceful, pro-liberty, free. It was the Freedom Convoy, and they meant it. And they policed their own borders, and they kept the radicals out on the right. So what happened was they showed up, the left showed up to protest the normal people. I'm not going to say the middle, the normal people. Everyday freedom-loving Canadians. And the excuse was there's a far right. Okay. So what happened is I call this ideological flattening or dialectical flattening, but it's psychologically it's splitting. The person that's occupying the leftist deranged position has flattened liberals and conservatives into a single monster. Not so they can fight the conservatives, so they can fight the liberals. And that's happening on the other side. Conservatives will look over and say, well, there's the far left. And all the classical liberals are actually in their camp. And they've flattened them. It's the same splitting behavior. And again, so this is, again, an emphasis of this woke.
Yes, the conservatives have flattened the Democrats, those good blue dog Democrats in the center left. That is your whole fucking career. But now that it has come for you because you're some fucking 1990s Democrat, all of a sudden it's a fucking problem that the conservatives have identified, that your fucking multiculturalism is base and everybody is equal and isn't you birthed this shit. Now that it's come for you, you're fucking you want to differentiate yourself from the commies.
An exhibition of this woke right phenomenon of same energy, different direction, opposite directions in this case. And the idea is that they are attacking the middle through the proxy of the far opposite side. So I brought up Marcuse because he's also famous for Eros and civilization and the sexual liberation. And we were talking about the pride and the queer theory.
Well, those left-wing movements in the 60s all floated on a cloud of free love.
That's right, they did. But look at the Pride Parade. Okay, so we need representation and visibility for gay people because there's a repressive society. That's the excuse. It's the far right that won't let anybody come out. So they come out. And is that where it stays? Is that what they're actually targeting? No. You have fetishes. You have all kinds of perversion, degeneracy. I mean, I don't want to even talk about what it is, explicitly, which is an advantage to queer theories. Nobody will say what it actually says. Yeah, because it's so gross.
Yeah.
But what they were targeting were...
What is the fucking point here?
Liberal societal norms, real societal norms, healthy, let's forget liberal, healthy, not degenerate societal norms about sex and sexuality. And the excuse was
degenerate's the right word too, I think, because I think one of the hallmarks, because
degenerate's the right word. Why are we going into fucking whether or not degenerate is the right word? Because it means degenerating of the culture. No shit, dude. Not even a conservative, but it annoys me how this guy enters a conservative space and demands it changes according to his principle. Who the fuck does this guy think he is? Anita Sarkeesian? Yo, did you hear fucking Polygon shut down? It got bought out today. I tweeted about, hold on, what did I tweet? Hold on, let me quickly go to, I tweeted out, I feel like nobody liked it because I did something to piss off the algorithm. You ever have that happen where you're doing fine on Twitter and then all of a sudden all of your posts get like 1 like? And I'm like, I did something. I think it's because it happened right when I did this, which is when I retweeted Jake Shields' Kanye's song as a joke because I thought it was funny. And as soon as I did this, every post is 2 likes, 1 like, 1 like. This one has 10 likes, whatever, 1 like, 5 likes. Yeah, it was like fucking way lower than what I normally get because I did the bad thing that made the Jew mad or something. I don't fucking know. But I just saw this like Polygon sold the ValveNet and hit mass layoffs. And I just said, everybody pray for Brianna Wu, who has to suffer in silence, pretending like she isn't in shambles from Polygon's closing. Like, I'm like, fuck you. That's funny. God damn it. I accidentally hit a button on my fucking... whatever. It's like right around here.
They come along, it screws everything up. And, there's all this oppression in society. We're going to liberate people from oppression and everything's going to be utopia. That's Marcuse in a nutshell. Okay.
Defined primarily by full sexual liberation.
Of course.
Right.
And
there is.
Hold on. It all goes to hell. And so then the right wing.
Hold on. I gotta add some more shit. Okay. Oh, the right wing. We're going to talk about the fucking right wing, which is the topic of this fucking conversation. Let me hear this genius wisdom.
Wakes up woke and says, actually.
So the right wing wakes up woke. Oh, it's fucking you. Oh my fucking God. This is so fucking stupid. It's so stupid.
Hold on. It all goes to hell. And so then the right wakes up woke and says, actually, I think the oppression is what was holding us together. So we should do more of it. And they create a hierarchy in society that's very rigid, again, with that Führer principle from the fascists. Because Mussolini had his lighter version of it. Hitler concretized it for Nazi Germany in 1933, following Carl Schmitt's book, The Legal Basis for the Total State. They created the legal structure for this thing. But the idea was that there is a hierarchy that kept society on the rails, and we're going to go back to that hierarchy in extreme pastiche form. And there's a reward structure socially for the people in the club to push the envelope and attack those normal, everyday societal norms in the center. So again, same energy, opposite direction. But the point is the transgression, which they call queering on the left. We don't have a word for it.
Again, same energy, opposite direction. You want to fucking talk about how ideologies have contradictions in them. And then you want to finally get to the point, which is same energy, opposite direction, which is that you're describing 2 different processes. Now, for the title, When the Right Goes Too Far, that's fine. But you have been acting like it's the same thing. But you're saying now it's the same energy. What the fuck is that energy? Define it. I'm not even necessarily disagreeing with you, but define it. Instead of this fucking this is designed to confuse so that you fucking just read and watch him so that you'll hopefully get the fucking super big brain knowledge he has.
For it on the right. They call it being based, but that's not the same as transgress. But it's still transgression. And so same pathology for different reasons. Same idea, like Marx said, you go all the way back to the state of nature. You're going to combine it with the end, so you're going to become the alpha man, who's also the omega man. In other words, the alpha and the omega of humanity. So you become God man, Homo Deus, as Harari named it in his book Homo.
Oh my fucking god. You shut the fuck up. Like you were like it was you made Alpha and Omega as the comparisons, and then after you made that, then you get to then say that you're both, so therefore you're God. You are making Gnostic things here that aren't even here when there's plenty of it there.
Deus. And then on the right, they don't go that far back. They don't go back to the state of nature. They're not interested in the state of nature. They're interested in the mythic past from which they've been dispossessed that never existed, a romantic vision of who they were at some golden era in the past that they've been ejected from. But they're still now the alienated outsider. They're still the alien force came in, dispossessed them from who they are, and now they're going to claim it back. And the way they're going to do it is by organizing a fascist structure as an answer to the degeneracy, a very rigid structure and a too rigid structure, in answer to the not rigid enough structure of communism. And then what they do is the exact same transgression against the center to build their own power out in their local little cult against the big game of society. They're attacking the game of society to build their numbers with the hope of being able to replace it in both cases. So this is why I call these people woke. It's not just...
You call them woke because they are completely fucking different, is the way that you're describing it. It's not like, what are they? Oh my God, dude. I mean, like we're kind of getting to what he's saying here, and like I don't necessarily disagree with this specific interpretation. This is fine, right? Like he is describing this, but why is the term woke the thing that we're using here? Let me hear his justification.
Society to build their numbers with the hope of being able to replace it in both cases. So this is why I call these people woke. It's not just that they've gone on cancel rampages and struggle sessions. It's not that they've put me through a relentless struggle session since September without stopping, or doxed my family and everything.
You're not going through fucking struggle sessions. You're being a retard on Twitter and calling everybody names, and then when people ask you to justify it, you just fucking act like a smarmy prick.
Else in their wrath, I said James calls them all woke right, and they decide to prove me wrong by canceling me and struggling me and doxing my family and acting exactly like we all went through in 2015 when you stood up about the pronouns. And that's the thing, Jordan. Back then, you stood up and you paid.
You never got to why you call them woke. It's not all of these things, and then we go, that's the thing, here's your thing. Give me the fucking reason you call them the woke.
It was ugly, and you were right. You saw that when they said you will use these literally transgressive pronouns.
Or else.
You said no, and it's like the world lost its mind on you. And it's
all I have right now is that they are similar and that they are transgressive. So is every ideology that is against the status quo woke? Is anarcho-capitalism woke, and libertarianism is woke, and communism is woke, and democratic socialism is woke, and the woke right is fascism, but the woke right is all like is civic nationalism woke? Is every ideology that is transgressive to the status quo in the center fucking woke? This is a meaningless thing. I'm so glad that you have all of this knowledge that you can regurgitate in like sporadic bits to prove that you read a bunch of shit. And a lot of it I do agree with. Some of it I disagree with. Some of it are fucking insane jumps to conclusions. Like from fucking Office Space. Like you need a fucking jump to conclusion, Matt. But what the fuck are you on about?
So looking back, it's almost quaint, but it wasn't quaint to go through. But the thing is you were right. And then
after the difficult days you had, is this relaxing for you? No, it's enraging, but it's also cathartic to get it out.
Peter and Helen and I did the grievance studies papers, and we were right. So we were right. And I see the same structures, the same patterns, the same behaviors, the same reactions, the same explanations with slight modifications.
Now you're just saying everything is the same with slight modifications, but you just described how they're fundamentally different because one is order-based, one is hierarchical-based, one is against order, and one is against space. One is about a return to nature, the other is about a return to order. No, you're just saying that they're both transgressive, that they both are willing to use tactics to try and to assert their power to transform the nation state and what is occurring. You're literally just describing people using power and political strategy and by that means. And if you were a libertarian, then that would be fine. If you were coming from a position of rejecting that political power and defanging the state so that people could engage in free market capitalism and so that people could voluntarily associate, then that would be a fine example of describing how they are similar. But you're the same. You're a statist. You just want to go back to the fucking 1980s status quo of pretending we can import a bunch of Pajeets and that all we'll get is really cool Indian restaurants. It's fucking stupid.
The difference between communism and
You have hate
fascism
in your
as
heart,
modern
let it out.
archetypes. And what I see when you can think of those as modern era mythologies for how society is supposed to be organized. And I see the same thing. And the thing is, we were right then and we're right now.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it as the hijacking of belief, right? That's a
right,
nice
yeah,
phrase.
it's a parasite.
Yeah, yeah.
And that hijacking of belief is this, just to take it all the way back to the Gnostic thing, that's what the Gnostic cults did before Irenaeus put them down. And then, Augustine comes along and mentions them all and says there have been 84 heresies or whatever up to this point by the 4th century. The Gnostic cults did the same thing. They splintered off from the true faith. They came up with the idea that they had secret knowledge. That's the gnosis. But look at what the cults were, like the Manichaean cult. The Manichaean cult is an absolute splitting of the world into total good and evil. It's not us and them. It's us and everybody else against us. And the idea is that the evil is embodied in the world, and the good have to slowly work to consume the evil and turn it to good. And eventually you end up with all good. But this Manichaean battle between good and evil is what Marx codifies on the first page of the Communist Manifesto when he says that in a word what he's talking about, the entirety of the story of history is oppressor versus oppressed. It's a fundamental dualistic metaphysics. There's no unity of society.
Bringing up the Gnostic cults here doesn't do anything for your argument other than just, again, masturbate that you know things. It's stupid.
Society with a kind of melange of different.
Why not haves versus have-nots? Yeah, exactly.
Different people in different places working, playing different roles, sliding up and down the ladder. No, there is a fundamental dualism. You might move within each of those, but there's a fundamental dualistic structure, and they are in conflict. That's the first line.
Well, Nietzsche, when he described his master morality and his slave morality, like you just bring in more comparisons for no fucking reason without making a fundamental argument.
Line of the Communist Manifesto after the famous preface. The first chapter, he says the history of man is the history of the conflict of contending classes, oppressor and oppressed. And he says that what it's going to result in is the revolution of society or the common ruin of the contending classes. So either the bottom's going to come up on top and take over, the splinter group is going to replace society itself, or they're going to ruin everything. They'll destroy everything that they can't have. And then we're looking at, beastly behavior, and I don't mean animals.
So maybe we could lay out some of the behavioral markers because we might as well make this concrete. I can tell you what I've observed.
The closed captioning is probably not written from a script. The closed captioning is probably just trying to figure out words off of like their phonetic pronunciation, and it's an AI. And that's probably why it's spelled like that.
About the behavior of psychopathic parasites online. Okay.
Sure.
Maybe if you have 5 of these, you're one of them. You know what I mean?
That's
so
often
any one alone isn't enough.
Right. Diagnostic criteria.
So in the comment sections, for example, anonymity is a marker.
Mm-hmm.
Use of a transgressive cover name, often satanic, often. So, and it's tongue in cheek, but no, it's not.
Yeah.
Derisive language, right?
It's tongue in cheek, but no, it's not. Shut up. Shut up. People troll. Let them troll. Or don't let them troll. Ban them. I don't give a fuck, but shut up. This is such a boomer take.
So that would be language indicative of contempt.
Yeah.
Contempt's a really toxic emotion, contempt and disgust. Hitler used disgust language to characterize the Jews, not fear language.
That's right.
And you destroy things you're disgusted by.
That's right.
You stay away from things you're afraid of.
He says in Mein Kampf that early in the book, in the second chapter, that one of the best moments, he doesn't say it's the best moment of my life, but he realizes, and it's clear that he's very happy about it, was the moment when he realized that the Jew is not a German, and the German is not a Jew.
Right.
That's
Yeah, I was talking to Mark about this. Is this the Jew? Like when he's walking around, he gave that whole speech about it.
disgust.
Right, absolutely. They use derisive and contemptuous, what do you call those? LOL is a good example.
Dismissive kind of...
acronyms.
Yeah, acronyms. Okay.
Now, there's lulz culture online.
Yes, of course.
I do it for the lulz.
Oh my God, are we fucking coming out for LOL and lull culture? Motherfucker, lull culture is the shit that happened when I was a teenager. Like, Gen Z is not fucking connected to lull culture. Like, this is fucking millennial shit. Jesus Christ, man.
That's a hallmark of sadism. Now, those people who do those things, so those are 4 or 5.
A hallmark of sadism. I mean, technically speaking, yes, people say nasty shit to get a trigger or a rise out of other people, and then they feel that they won. But like, what is this? Like, what is this danger of fucking like to the like what does this have to do with the right going too far? That teenagers online are fucking with you. Like, I'm sorry that you're so scarred because you accidentally believed that the fucking that fucking in China they were milking dudes for their cum, and you fucking posted some porn fetish, and then everybody made fun of you. I'm sorry that happened to you, okay? But that's not teenagers' fucking fault of the sadism of society because you because you had a bad experience and people made fun of you. Shut up. God, I have never wanted to use the F slur so many times.
5 things: anonymity, pathological nom de plume, derisive language, and then the use of these contemptuous.
We're in this skibbity toilet Riz culture now. Yeah, fucking, like, millennials are sadists. Millennials fucking, my generation attacks people to get a rise out of them, okay? Gen Z don't do that much. I mean, obviously that's still there. Gen Z attacks people by like layers of irony so that they can make fun of you for not understanding their layers of irony. Like, they make fun of you by putting on like a joke that's hidden within a joke that's hidden with like a Russian egg doll of fucking like layers of irony, and then you just don't get it because you're not one of them and you're not in the in group, and then they get to make fun of you for being old and not getting it. Like, my generation did lol culture shit where we just said crazy shit to try and piss you off, right? Like, my generation had Blood Ninja, right? I was like, bitch, this is serious. It's a rhinoceros. You know, like it's like I put on my wizard robe and hat, and then she's like, oh, fuck you, blah, blah. And he's like, oh shit, I gotta start writing these bitches down. Like, that was my generation with Blood Ninja and AOL messaging and shit like that. Like, that's not what, this isn't even like a phenomenon that's as common in Gen Z anymore.
Anonymity, pathological nom de plume, derisive language, and then the use of these contemptuous and.
Why the fuck is a pen name so evil? Yeah, right. Because it gives you anonymity, and so it allows you to be a fucking Blood Ninja. I'll show you Blood Ninja. Here you go. I'll give you a nice little break. I'll give you one. So this is, let's see if I can find one of these. So we'll just find a random one. I'll find the rhinoceros one. All right, here's the rhinoceros one. Okay, so this is basically a dude that would go on to, like, when AOL sex chatting was like a first thing, before there was a lot of porno and stuff, like people were like fascinated with like going into sex chat rooms. So he would go into sex chat rooms and he was like one of the first fucking trolls. So there's Blood Ninja and then some J Girly 13. Okay, baby, we gotta hurry. I don't know how long I can keep it ready for you. That's okay. I'm a Japanese schoolgirl. What are you? A rhinoceros. Well, hung like one, that's for sure. Haha, okay, let's go. I put my hand through your hair and kiss you on the neck. I stomp the ground and snort to alert you that you are in my breeding territory. Haha, okay, you know that turns me on. I start unbuttoning your shirt. Rhinoceroses don't wear shirts. No, you're not really a rhinoceros, silly. It's just part of the game. Rhinoceroses don't play games. They fucking charge your ass. Stop. Come on, be serious. It doesn't get any more serious than a rhinoceros about to charge your ass. I stomp my feet. The dust stirs around my tough-skinned feet. That's it. Nostrils flaring. I lower my head, my horn, like some phallic symbol of my potent virility. And the last thing you see is the skulls collide, and mine remains the victor. You are now a bloody red ragdoll suspended in the air on my mighty horn. Fuck, am I hard now? Blood Ninja was amazing. But nobody knew what trolling was back then. Like, so fucking... Like, nobody knew what trolling was, so they all thought it was like a serious thing, and they'd be like, what the fuck is happening? Trolling is like, you know, just a phenomena we all grow up with now, or like you all grew up with. But yeah, I don't like this anonymity and for the lulz and shit. It's just like outdated boomer nonsense. Like, shut up. People make jokes. People get out their frustrations on other people.
Pathological nom de plume, derisive.
Shut up. Shut up, child. He invented it. You respect your elders. All right? That is your predecessor right there, Slope is Dope. Without Blood Ninja, you couldn't be the troll that you are. All right? Respect your elders.
4 or 5 things: anonymity, pathological nom de plume, derisive language, and then the use of these contemptuous and cool acronyms: belittling, They use the word dude. That's a real good marker.
Yeah.
Or they'll use a derisive nickname to kind of equalize the playing field.
Yeah.
So
I'm Jimmy a lot.
You're Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Diminutive. They'll use a diminutive.
Jimmy Concepts instead of Conceptual James.
Right.
That started on the left, and now the right uses it.
Right. Yeah. So those are markers.
Then the right's going too far because they make fun of James Lindsay with a little fucking nickname. Oh, it started on the left, now it's on the right. Yeah, because you're a fucking dweeb.
What else have I seen? An insane rise in explicit anti-Semitism.
And I might actually have to start using fucking Jimmy Concepts. That's fucking funny. I actually like that. Jimmy Concepts over here.
And that's been going on for about 5 years, and it's worse
Nazi,
all the time.
And Nazi apology,
Yeah, well, that's
which isn't just the apology too.
Yeah.
It's the transgression. It's the post the meme, sometimes meant to be funny, so you have plausible deniability, or the other social functions of humor come into play. But they'll post the meme of Hitler. Why? Because you're not supposed to.
Yeah.
That's why. So you have norms of decency around different things. And one of those norms, in again mainstream healthy society, has been that we're not going to valorize Nazis. We're not going to lionize these guys. And you have, I'm not talking about the historians or whatever else that are coming out and rehashing David Irving or any of that. I'm talking about these, to use the word that's on the internet, shit posters who come and post pictures of Hitler with a smile on his face, or they're translating his speeches into English and clipping out parts where he's rousing Germany to a cheerful future. Oh, he just loves his country. That's one of the messages they put. They love it. I'm sorry. Read Mein Kampf. Actually read it. He's utterly clear about the point of his state is to preserve the race, and the biggest pollution of the race.
Yes, because you don't realize that you've become the Karen. That's why they're doing this to you, is that you haven't figured out that you're the Karen now, that you're the swarmy little fucking bitch that's like bitching at somebody, and like you're not the cool kid anymore, James. Like, that's why they're doing this to you, and that's why they do this to a lot of people, because they are sick and tired of being browbeat about their identity and browbeat about how, they need to capitulate and they need to be anti-racist. You raise a generation of kids on like attacking them for their whiteness. They're going to fuck with you because it has lost all of its power. Okay, when we were growing up and when Gen X was growing up, being called racist was an insult that hurt because you didn't want to be that thing. But now racist, just like incel, is a meaningless fucking term that is applied to basically anybody that doesn't agree with the left. And so the left made it cool. And yes, it does suck that people are like, that has happened to the right, that they're celebrating Hitler. But 90% of them are just shitting on it. And it's your Karen behavior. It's your fucking pearl clutching gay shit that is making it cool. Like, it's you being like, how dare you fucking post Hitler? You need to read. He said horrible things. It's like, so of course the kids are like, oh, you're getting a rise. This isn't some new fucking political divide thing. This is something that has been going on for fucking forever. Like Gen X, right? It's like the more parents attacked heavy metal music, the cooler that shit became. And then eventually your parents started listening to Metallica. Metallica started getting all soft, and all of a sudden hair metal wasn't fucking cool anymore. So they move on to the next fucking thing. Like you're making it fucking all my homies Karen's brother praise Jesus. Oh fuck. Grunge killed hair metal? Yeah, grunge probably. Grunge is like the new transgressive thing. Like you're just describing young people behavior, and then you're trying to psychopathologize it like it's this giant fucking cultural destructive thing. And it's like, but the more that you pearl clutch and you resist and fight, instead of like actually focusing on real problems like the housing market, the more you breed this fucking psychopathology that you're trying to stop. And the less we get shit fixed, and the more chaotic our society and our culture becomes.
To preserve it against pollution of inferior races, and the most inferior race is the Jews.
Yeah,
absolutely clear. The demonization is absolutely visible in 25 when he publishes that, way before they say, well, it took until 38, 39, maybe 42 when Churchill got involved. That's when they had to really start hating the Jews. And no, that current is all the way back to the beginning.
So this shit posting problem, so that's part of the enabling of the psychopaths by the free social media platforms, right? By the costless social media platforms. Do you have any sense? So we're working out ways to identify people.
Swarm behavior, by the way, is another one.
Another marker. So you'll get one of these derisive replies, and within minutes it'll get 600 likes on it. You don't know how that happened. From an account with 30 followers, and your reply somehow gets 600 likes in a minute or 2 minutes, and then everybody piles like a biblical plague of locusts.
And then they jump in on you and say you got ratioed. course, a lot of it's bots that people bought. But what they do is they say, my comment was more popular than your comment, therefore you're not very interesting and we're very interesting, so we're ascendant. And by the way, that's psychologically really impactful if you don't know what's going on.
No, fucking Twitter. First of all, get off Twitter, you fucking, like, oh my God, you bitch. Get off of Twitter if it's so fucking harmful and fucking like, oh, I got ratioed. Oh. Like, fuck, just get off Twitter, first and foremost. Secondly, you, like, the dude tweets like 100, 200 times a day and has a large Twitter following, and you have a lot of hate watchers. So fucking, yeah, sometimes somebody says something that's funny or quippy or calls you out on your bullshit, and then they get a bunch of likes, and it's not always fucking bots, you fucking weirdo. You have a lot of hate watchers, and you feed into it by attacking people, and then you fucking attack people, and then you do it vaguely, and then you fucking then you act like a swarmy little fucking prick, and you don't even explain your own fucking attacks, so their audience comes in and other audiences come in, and then shit goes viral because negative engagement really works on Twitter, and there's no thumbs down button. So people ratio you because there isn't any other way to tell everybody, to tell you how much you fucking suck. Oh my God, what a sad little man.
Yes, definitely.
You feel like the crowd, they tell me this all the time, we're all laughing at you. We're all laughing at you. We're all laughing at you.
Yeah, right.
It's very sophisticated psychological torment.
It is not sophisticated psychological torment. It's just a bunch of people fucking making fun of you, and you can't get off of social media because you're an addicted dweeb. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Unfortunately for my antagonist,
hallmark of sadism.
I understand the game, and therefore,
does it affect you?
Only when I'm not prepared for the pathway by which it comes. When I'm aware of it, no. But not at all, except maybe to encourage me. Somebody put up a meme of me the other day, and it said,
does it affect you? Only if I'm not aware of the pathway by what it... The answer is yes. The answer is yes. The answer is you're addicted to social media, and when you get ratioed and a bunch of people call you out on your stupid shit, you get real fucking upset.
It shows like a guy building a castle standing inside the wall, a big giant guy, and that's me. And all these people throw.
This might be the first reaction I get through because it has made me angry the entire time and has maintained my interest via my rage.
Throwing rocks, and it says on the meme, it says James when his haters throw rocks at him, and I'm building a castle out of all the stones they throw at me. And so no, not so much. Except they can catch you off guard. They can catch you off guard. And what catches you off guard the most, and this is the power of the struggle session, what will catch you off guard the most is when one of your friends buys it. Mm-hmm. They see it and they go with the people that are haranguing.
They're not your friends. You're in a fucking business that is full of nothing but grifters. Okay, they're not your fucking friends. Nobody likes you. Remember how they say nobody likes you? Yeah, nobody likes you. They're not your fucking friends, dude. Like if your friends are online buying shit off of Twitter and because you got ratioed, either A, you're actually being a dick here and your ratio is deserved, or B, it's just some fucking grifter that isn't your goddamn friend. Thanks for sitting through this for our entertainment. I appreciate it. I do. I'll tell you what got to me. What got to me was when I went on Tim Pool. I'll be honest. I'll be vulnerable. And then I was reading all the comments because I'm super excited to be on this big platform. And I got messages on Twitter, messages on Discord, tons of comments popped up on other videos that were old videos. And the purveying message was that people no longer believe in physiognomy because my arguments were so based and badass and Connor was such a loser commie. But all they could see was that I was a fat soy boy and Connor looked like a real man. And these were compliments to me. And all of the compliments were like, you look like a soy fat fuck loser. And I was like, and I got more than a dozen of those. And I was like, this hurts because they're complimenting me, which means it's true. Like, it doesn't mean that they're saying it to fuck with me. It means that they're genuinely, honestly saying, like, could have worn a better shirt. I bought that shirt brand new for that. I bought that shirt brand new and that hoodie. Both of those were brand new from Kohl's because it's the only place I can shop because I'm so big. It was not wrinkled. I mean, I didn't iron it, but I just bought it and folded it and put it up and put it in my bag to pack away. See what I'm saying? Like you look like shit. Yeah, I'm just fat and ugly, I guess. I don't fucking know. But and plus I was hunched over trying to reach the fucking mic, so I was like because I had my seat all the way down and I had to hunch over to reach the mic because they can't extend it for tall people. It was rough. But I mean, fucking Connor was wearing a black wrinkly t-shirt and fucking and so was fucking Tim Pool, but with a hoodie on. Amazon Basics actually has big and tall sizes. Yeah, I mean, but that's the only place I can go to physically when I was trying to pick out a shirt. Like, I agree that you can buy shit online, but I mean, like, if I go to an in-store where I can be like, this or this, let me see what this looks like. Kohl's is the only place. If it makes you feel better, I've never thought of anyone over 6'2" as soy. Yeah, whatever. But I mean, like, fine. But I'm just saying, like, that shit did get to me because I was like, they believe this shit. This was true. I gotta lose some weight. I gotta get my health under control. I'm gonna continue though, and I appreciated sorority. I do. I appreciate the support because I didn't make hardly anything tonight. I made $14.51 plus your membership. Tonight was a broke boy night. I blame Tim Pool's passive aggressive short mics, dude. Right? Why can I not bring it up for a tall person? It's crazy. And like Casimir right now is like, oh, were you vulnerable? Did it feel bad? Anyways, you had a shit haircut too. Fuck off. Like, I'm fine now, but like, fuck off. I'm going to continue the video.
Ringing you. That's when it'll get you. That's when it'll affect you.
So the proliferation of this kind of pathology seems to be linked to...
Another characteristic is the attempt to get people to distance themselves from you.
Oh, yeah. I forgot to mention that. Tim's like 5'11". I thought Tim was like a short little dweeb. Maybe not dweeb. That's not the right word. That seems mean. But like, I've said it so much tonight, so it was in my head. But I thought he was like 5'7", 5'6" or something. No, Tim's like almost 6 feet. I was like, what? It was very strange. Yeah, I would say he's like 5'11", maybe like 5'10" and a half or something.
I face that very frequently. Right. You want to get away from him. He's contaminated.
Yeah, well, that's discussed terminology again, right? You're the carrier of something pathological.
That's right.
Yeah. So the social media platforms, so Musk's perspective, and Rogan's to some degree too, mine for that matter, is that the best antiseptic is sunlight. But there might be a flaw in that reasoning, and maybe you can help me think it through. When I'm sitting across from you, I bear the weight of my words, right? It's going to have an impact on the net, but it's also going to impact...
He's really going to go there. He's really going to go on like, we have to get rid of anonymity online. Oh, you so fucking gay.
The relationship I have with you. And so I'm constrained or regulated. I'm regulated in my utterances by consequences. And so there's never been a time really where free speech existed without reputational weight. Now, maybe pamphleteering and that sort of thing, but that's trivial compared to what we have now.
Right.
I mean, how many people can you get your pamphlet to? And what sort of effect is that going to have? That was back in the time of writing, but now your pathology can multiply virtually without end. And then I'm thinking, well, maybe it's necessary. I thought for Twitter, for example, that there should be two sections. There should be a section where people's identification is validated and a section for the anonymous trolls. And that should be demarcated. So you can go visit hell land of trolls if you want, but you know that they're not real people.
Yeah.
Now,
What do you mean they're not real people? Like, some of them are going to be bots. Some of them are going to be real people, though. Like, what? The thing is that, like, this is a double-edged sword. Like, I don't disagree that having a bunch of anonymous people allows people to be, like, assholes online without any investment. But at the same time, it also allows people to say dangerous things. And, like, that's good. Like, you're like, it can be bad in some instances, but it can be good in other instances. Like, you need to be able to say subversive, negative, bad things and not have reputation management be a part of that. Like, you need to be able to go online and be like, I hate N-words, and then, be a 16-year-old kid and not, like, get canceled fucking 200, years, like, fucking, like, I don't know, I said 200, but, like, 20 years later, you get fired from your job and a cancel mob comes after you because you said some bad shit on the internet. You don't get 100K subs and not have a reputation. That's true, too. Like, it's, like, like people can look at you and go, oh, you're a bot, or oh, you only have a certain amount of this, and they can click it and go, oh, this person has 30 people. Like, it's not my fault that boomers like you guys can't fucking handle trolls on the internet, and it genuinely gets to you and bothers you. It's not my fault that you can't go on Twitter, get ratioed by some like no-name account and bots or something, and then just be like, oh, whatever, it's fucking bots, it's stupid. Like, this is boomers not being able to adjust to the new world. We appreciate you, Fabian. I appreciate you. I do. Thank you so much. I really do. Federalist Papers, right? Did you know Mintus Wave hit 100K subs? Yes, I did. I'm happy for him. Hasn't been a libertarian channel hasn't gotten that big in a long time. It might be the only libertarian channel that big, to be fair. Unless we can fully convert like Tick History or some shit. Twitter is just, whose line is it anyways? It's all made up and the points don't matter. Thank you.
The problem with that, as far as I can tell, is the digital ID.
Dave Smith is not really a libertarian anymore. He may have been at one point in time, but he's very far off the beaten path.
If you want, but you know that they're not real people.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with that, as far as I can tell, is the digital ID problem. I mean, the net allows people to escape the reputational consequences of their psychopathology, their destructive, sadistic, corrosive, power-mad, hedonistic psychopathology. It's a terrible thing. And
dude is really mad at the trolls.
People have no idea how dangerous it is. But if you verify IDs electronically, then we walk down the route to Chinese totalitarianism, something like that, as far as I can.
And if you read the original documentation, Stanford University has its Digi-China project and translates Chinese documents. 2014, they're putting forth the social credit system, and they actually explain that the purpose of the social credit system is to achieve a perfect socialism, because it's not just a social control mechanism.
No, it's a stupid idea. You know how I know it's a stupid idea? Go build your own fucking competitor to Twitter, where everyone has to put their name on it, and no one will fucking go there. It'll fail worse than Blue Sky or the other 15 fucking, attempts, threads or whatever, every attempt to try and copy Twitter. It won't work. It won't work because people don't want to fucking do that. People don't want to fucking have a conversation on a shit posting website. Like, Twitter is for shit posting. That's what it's for. That's why there's anonymity. You don't see as much shit posting on something like Instagram because your life is on there. They already have that. It's called Instagram. Right? And Instagram is for OnlyFans whores to sell their subscriptions with suggestive content that isn't technically pornography so that they can funnel you over into your girlfriend experience fantasy because your wife doesn't pay attention to you. That's what Instagram is for. Okay? And YouTube is a bunch of people that they only get so many views, and nobody sees them unless they're already popular and they have a large following and they have a reputation. So you have to manage your reputation in order to even get into the fucking algorithm. Shut up, you big gay dumb bitch.
It's a Pavlovian training mechanism.
Right, nudging.
It's like your life becomes a video game nudging you to hold the beliefs.
TikTok is just communist propaganda bullshit, along with a bunch of banned accounts where people can go and be rabid and crazy so long as they have the right political opinions, and even then they'll get kicked off at some point anyways. It's just TikTok is just a means for people to very quickly get famous so that they can transition their career over to other platforms. That's it. You go on TikTok, you get TikTok famous, and then you go make a YouTube channel and you get your ex gets big, and then you eventually get kicked off of TikTok, or you eventually start reducing that shit, and all your TikToks end up on YouTube Shorts anyways. It's not like a real long-term thing. It's just it's a shortcut for Gen Z to get famous.
So the state wants you to have.
Well, the man who just got elected Prime Minister in Canada, he says two quite stunning things in his book, which no Canadians read because...
Did y'all hear Rob got picked up by the Crucible? He just announced a few minutes ago he's going to stream full-time now. Oh, happy for him. I saw Andrew Wilson went on Louder with Crowder. I saw like a clip of it, and he was just like Crowder was just glazing him for being so amazing, and I was like, man, this is weird. Like, it just seems like another internet debater to me. Doesn't really seem that amazing, but like I don't dislike Andrew. I like Andrew. I think he has some good points and some bad points. the tide within YouTube is turning. Yeah, it's turning to conservatives. And now that they have more power, they'll eject libertarians because they kind of needed us as part of a coalition to attack the left. And now that they're getting popular and they're getting, they're winning the culture war, they're going to go back to attacking libertarians as like libertine leftists. You see it all the time. They're doing everything they can to try and paint us as lefties when we're just not.
In Canada, he says two quite stunning things in his book, which no Canadians read because we'll leave that lie. 75% of the world's fossil fuels have to stay in the ground. Okay, that's proposition number one. And he's made that a centerpiece of his thinking for 20 years. There's no...
Now you're just going to start bitching about Carney? All right.
There's no priority guiding every financial decision by every individual and every corporation that should be prioritized higher than decarbonization. That means every single thing. And then he says, of course...
Yeah, I might listen to it this weekend. I just saw like a clip of it. And I was like in like Crowder and what's his name, the wine guy or whatever, were just like glazing him for being like this amazing debater. And I was like, all right. I mean, he's all right. But I mean, it's like, I'm not like, what am I going to do? Like be mad? I'm happy Andrew's getting some success. I'm happy that like internet people that are like better at debating are like popping into the mainstream, but it's like kind of obvious that there's only a couple popping up right now, and it's kind of obvious that they're like super impressed with those people and have no concept or idea that like there's a whole world of low-level YouTubers and Twitch streamers that are debaters that like blow out of the water pretty much everybody that's famous for debating at the high level. Yeah, Elliot, I think there are a lot of people that are in that level, but Andrew's the first one I think to really break through. And so a lot of people are super impressed by him. And Andrew is a good debater. Like I'm not like knocking that at all. I was just like, why is he glazing? I was like, oh, this is like the first. He's probably never watched any of these like online debates where like people have like 100 or less viewers. He probably has no idea that there's like 100, 200 like really solid debaters. It's just like he's the one that's been on Piers Morgan and whatever podcasts and stuff and broken through, and I'm happy for him. I think a rising tide raises all ships, right? Like I don't think they'll attack us and they'll come after the libertarians and they'll pull the ladder up, so like they won't help us get on any of these shows or anything. But nevertheless, like just by bringing awareness to that space, it'll help us in the long run.
Still be losers in consequence of that, but it's a price we're willing to pay. We have to pay the sacrifice of others. So this is a man who thinks that net zero is the proper game, and that if you were a moral actor, decarbonization would be your God, right? Regulate every single one of your decisions. Well, out of that comes the kind of pathocracy that you described. It's like,
yeah, I'm sure this is the right going too far, is like a bunch of boomers in Canada elected a net zero econ World Economic Forum guy. Okay, Jordan.
You've seen this already. There's edges appearing. There's credit cards.
I mean, to be fair, he did just get elected. I'm sure the Canadians are mad about it.
They were issued in Australia that track your carbon footprint.
Like, I mean, if Harris got elected, like we'd probably be talking about it. Like, this fucking bitch. You know what I mean? Like, this is the fucking, just put a price cap on fucking grocery stores. This is going to destroy our economy. This fucking crazy bitch.
Yeah. Right. And at the moment, you're still allowed to spend on whatever you want, regardless of at the moment.
Would I work for the Crucible? I mean, it would depend upon like what the job would be. Like if like, you know what I mean? Like yeah, I mean, it would just depend on what it is. Like I would certainly like moderate some debates, you know what I mean? But like, I just don't like, I would be worried about working for the Crucible because I'd be worried about like audience capture and trying to like appease like a right-wing Christian audience. Because there's certainly a lot of overlap, and I would definitely like take a contract to moderate some debates because I think I can do that very well and be happy. But I wouldn't want to do like a stream for them where I'm like going over stuff. Maybe like the occasional stream, you know, like doing a presentation on like heroes of capitalism or some cool shit that we align on. But I wouldn't want to be like a regular streamer for the Crucible now. I just feel like there'd be clash between my ideals and their audience, and I wouldn't want to. I feel like it might cause problems if I did that. But like debate moderating and like maybe the occasional thing, like yeah, I could totally do that and would do it well, and it would be fun.
That's exactly right. And once you're fully trackable, well then We know what'll happen. You know exactly what'll happen.
Yeah.
You'll be nudged in whatever direction
That's right.
benefits the power mad Luciferians. That's exactly what'll happen.
It's not just social control. It is social.
I'm noticing that like the longer this goes on, and is the more they just start adding adjectives of hate towards like everybody. It's hilarious.
Training. It is. It is.
The fucking anonymous right wing, the anonymous trolls that make fun of me. These power mad psychopathic Luciferians. These woke morning stars.
Operant conditioning. I was looking for the word. It's operant conditioning in its most sophisticated form, especially when equipped with the technologies of AI.
That's for sure, because the AI systems trained on your purchasing behavior, for example, will be able to predict your likely behavior with a stellar degree of accuracy.
That's right.
Right. I mean, the advertisements that you're fed already do that to some degree.
That's right.
So the only solution I can think of to this is because the digital ID solution seems to be troublesome.
So there's a new Sleep Token album in an hour. I'll check it out. Probably check it out after stream.
To say the least, means no privacy whatsoever, forever, fundamentally.
Yeah.
I guess it's exposing this and hoping that people make wise decisions. And I guess that's what you're trying to do with the woke right idea.
Yes. Yeah. There are workable activities that could step into play. For example, a lot of times you'll hear especially libertarians talk about the revision to the Smith-Mundt Act in 2012, and now our intelligence communities, we know that our social media is awash with propaganda. Well, there are legal constraints that you can put at least on your own government to prevent that. You can take, if you want to have a task force for doing something in terms of, say, national cybersecurity, keeping Russian and Iranian and Qatari and Chinese bots and bad actors, Pakistani, these are where a lot of these bot networks are coming from.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. How do you read the Twitter files and think that it's a good idea to get fucking governments involved in trying to keep like foreign misinformation bots away from your fucking website? Motherfucker. It's very simple. No, hold on. Very simple. Okay. Okay. We're all here. We're focused. Okay. AI will compete with AI. And AI systems that will be used to attack will then create the market for AI software solutions to defend. Just like AI images are going to be created that make up fake news and misinformation, anybody that is intelligent and is not being constrained by government regulation and can actually engage in free competitive market, then there will be AI solutions to detect AI images. Or at the very least, voting systems that work alongside AI to determine when we can look at things and go, oh, the pattern seems that it came from a disreputable source, or the pattern seems that this has been like, that this has been, like right now people use AI bots to mass spam report people. Okay, well then there's AI systems that these people will develop so that they can detect what are mass spams and which ones are organic. And then you're going to be able to look at, and then you're going to use AI to look at an account and see, has that account reported anybody else, and have those reports turned out to be false reports, or have those reports turned out to be true reports. And you're going to be able to have a social credit system that you don't even know about, that AI is tracking in the background, that determines whether or not you can be trusted when you report something that is actually a reportable thing. This idea that like we need the government, or we need to be scared of like bot farms and things because you guys get too fucking scared because you got ratioed and it offends you too much, is fucking retarded. Stop it. You're behind the times. You don't know what you're talking about. And both of you are now going to have a conversation in the domain of like software and AI and like markets and government regulation, of which it is very clear neither of them have any fucking clue about what they're talking about. Okay.
From keeping those influence campaigns, foreign influence campaigns out with a dedicated cybersecurity project is going to clean up a lot of it.
You think the administrators can stay ahead of the bots?
I don't think so. Actually, so far, not yet. I don't know.
No, that's that's another problem, right? Is that the system transforms itself so rapidly that it's very difficult to regulate it.
What I'm thinking is, Trump created a space force because of maybe space war or whatever.
Oh my fucking God. So now now we need the government because why? Because the market can't do it fast enough? No, that's not how that works. The market will be more efficient at doing it. You're just getting impatient, so you want sweeping changes. You want to use power to punish people that talk shit against you on the internet. You are the very thing you pretend to hate.
Whatever it's supposed to do, and I'm not quite sure. But this is like, I don't want to make it a branch of the military, but I'm using it as an analogy.
I don't know. Maybe it should be a branch of the military.
A cyber security or cyber warfare division.
Maybe it should be a branch of the military. You fucking and you guys think that you're the arbiters of when the right goes too far, but you're a bunch of you're two centrist libs that think maybe the military should be involved in determining misinformation from bots online. Did you learn nothing from all of the other abuses of censorship? Fucking dolts.
An entire branch that is dedicated to that, because this is a serious problem for, and again, the bigger the country, the more power it wields, the more likely it is to be attacked. Not to be rude to people from Botswana, but there's just not that much incentive to go mess around with their internet. There's a ton of incentive to mess with MAGA, which is informing Trump.
Well, we've already tracked too, some of the groups that I'm working with. Women 18 to 34 have political opinions that are way off center compared to everyone else. Plus, they're dreadfully miserable.
Yeah.
Right. Well, they get 80% of their news from TikTok. And TikTok is a bot farm, fundamentally.
Yeah.
And
TikTok is full of bots. It's hilarious. People think their popularity on TikTok is like the same as it'll be anywhere else, and they don't realize that their following on TikTok is literally just bots. And a lot of those bots come from foreign countries that make sure that the only people that get popular is subversive leftists.
The algorithms are designed to produce exactly the kind of upsetting pathology that characterizes female voters between the ages of 18 to 34.
Well, I mean, this is why woke is so female coded. Everybody kind of wonders, what in the world is critical race theory? Why is it so female coded? It's because every bit of what we call woke on the left passed through feminism to mainstream. Yeah. So it was all built off of pathological women trying to figure out how to pathologize young women to join their club or cult.
Sure.
And so it all ended up getting twisted. If you look at communism,
yeah, he's not wrong about that.
That's part of that oppressor-oppressed narrative too.
It's also because women are just easier to fool with reputation management shit. Like, men are just more grounded in reality because we have to have accountability for the shit we say and do. You find a young, attractive woman, not even attractive, just a young, regular woman, and like people will glaze her for the craziest shit. Tell her she's a 10, tell her she's never wrong. And if somebody starts to try and force accountability on her, they'll tell her that like they're a hater or that they're bad. Feminism equals Marxism? Feminism is just like gender socialism, yeah.
Communism was not a feminine endeavor, right? Brutal gun shooting, the whole thing. And there's a lot of things you could say about the snitch culture and all of this, but it's not like what we have now. But the reason is because the ideology passed in order to become viable in our society, to find the receptor sites. The receptor sites for Marxism in the West were overwhelmingly young white women, and it had to pass through feminism to be able to get the parasite to attach as a mind virus in order to get there, because that's what it was designed to do. On the other hand, therefore, you have young men who've been ravaged. Literally, Dave Rubin and I were talking the other day, and he said that you, as an individual, have done more than, and I believe him, more than any individual on the planet Earth to help young men who've had a hard time through all of this nonsense for the last 20 to 30 years. Been a voice in the wilderness to reach and help and guide them and get them to, clean their room and all of the stuff.
I feel like that might have been true at one point in time, but he's really fallen off in terms of influence.
And to identify the parasitic predators and keep them at bay.
So what we have now is we had a vulnerability complex that attached to young girls. Now we have another one that's rising in answer that's attaching to young men. So the tragedy for me, and I'm watching this, and I get, I'm integrated with the moms networks of the grassroots moms all over the country, right? And of course, these demons have come up with all kinds of salacious rumors to spread with.
Wait. Where is he getting, like, I guess he's trying to describe red pill or something as like this other mind virus thing that's affecting young men? Dude, he just like goes in and just like makes an accusation and then just moves on to the next thing without like supporting any of the shit he says.
Regard to that, to discredit me and to remove me from their activity, which are all nonsense. But at any rate, what I'm watching is all these moms, I'm hearing from these moms already, who are telling me, they aren't using this phrasing, this is my phrasing, that they by the grace of God, their daughters didn't get pulled into the trans destruction mania, and now they're having to watch their sons get lured into Nazism. Mm-hmm. And that's why I'm so worked up about this woke right cult of transgression. I get it. You're a 15-year-old boy, maybe you're a 19-year-old boy, or 25-year-old, maybe you're a 35-year-old who hasn't grown up and got out of his parents' basement, and you think it's funny to post a mustache man meme or two here and there to rile up the libs and the normal people in the left and everybody else.
Plus, you're irritated that your identity has been targeted for 30 years.
Yeah, of course.
this really does feel like fear mongering to a certain extent. I don't want to be on like the nothing. I don't want to bet too much on the nothing ever happens stocks, but like, you recognize that all of this shit is full of a bunch of bots. You recognize that a lot of these like Nazi accounts are just fucking Indians farming engagement because it gets a lot of rage clicks and then it gets a lot of ironic support. Like most of this fucking like pro-Nazi, pro-fascist shit in young men is a fad, and the fad is designed to attack and transgress against the dominant culture, which is leftist Karen bullshit that is telling them that they're like a white piece of shit that should be guilty, and like they're in math class and they're having to do like, Johnny sold 4 slaves for the price of this, and such sold 2 slaves. Isn't white man evil? And you're like, what does this have to do with algebra? Like, this is punk. This is just a new form of punk rock, and it's gonna have some effect. The pendulum's gonna swing, but the more that you fucking pearl clutch over this shit, instead of just talking about solutions, because there wasn't a single fucking solution given in this podcast. An hour and 29 minutes, and it's supposed to be about when the right goes too far, and it has mostly been the two of them masturbating about how smart they are and all the books they've read and making spurious connections and mythological nonsense. And the only solution they could possibly come up with, they're now at about an hour and 25 minutes in, is we've got to use the military to stop, Chinese bot farms on TikTok, and we need more government control of our social media, and maybe we should get rid of anonymity online because free speech is just so dangerous. Yeah, I'm just not following you on this whole woke right shit. Like, I am actually not going to use the term woke right simply because it's associated with your dumbass. I'm just not going to call him the woke right. I'm literally going to use some other term. Like, I might call him proto-fascist, a neo-fascist, just a Jew-spurg. I like that one. Like, maybe you guys can, join the Discord. Link is in the description. And if you want to come up with names for the retards on the right that like can't stop talking about the Jews or, Hitler's base or whatever, we can come up with some fun, insulting names for them too, and see which ones track, ones I haven't heard of that are already gaining traction, because I'm not going to use woke right because it's associated with this nonsense.
On racial grounds, right?
Just like the way the Germans felt with the imposition of the Treaty of Versailles, if they saw it that way, whether we do or not, how the Germans felt about the French and broader Europe and the rest of their standing in the world, and they were impoverished.
I clearly kicked my camera. Did that work? It did work. All right.
And they were broken down. It's the same powder keg, or maybe that's not the right word. It's more like a tank of propane, because you're going to pump it up and get it to spray fire when it comes out the other end, right? It's like,
well, one of the things people can watch for everybody.
Michael Ballas literally did this 8 years ago. We have the New Right, NRX, Alt-Right, a ton of other names. Yeah, but there's something, I know. I just want to crowdsource it because there is a new level of retard, coming from presumably the right, but it's all, collectivist, socialist nonsense, masquerading as the right because it has some right-wing values such as, hierarchy and order, and, presumed, anti-degeneracy.
Everybody who's watching and listening is beware of anything that's motivated by resentment. The mere fact that you have had difficulties that are somewhat arbitrary, first of all, doesn't distinguish you from the main run of the human race. But if the motivation stems out of resentment, the probability that something horrible has got a hold of your soul is extremely high.
So I go back to the first thing I said, right? What's woke right? Well, it's woke people who act like, who call themselves conservatives. It's woke people who call themselves conservatives or right wing, right? So there it is. You just said it. They are people who feel alienated and dispossessed from their heritage, victimized. They're filled with.
You still are like. They call themselves on the right. No, they share some things with the right. They share, an obsession, a belief in hierarchy. They share, a desire for order-based politics. They share, a belief in the entropic nature of culture. They share a belief in the iron law of oligarchy, whilst simultaneously believing that they can return to, a better time by imposing, culture, by imposing a control on the culture. And like, you don't get to really make fun of them for being super fash when you want a branch of the military to censor the bots online because you're too worried about getting ratioed on Twitter. The only difference is that you don't actually give a fuck about family values so long as it's normal, and you have this vague notion of the importance of, European, white, or Christian, or other cultural specific identities being able to showcase themselves. You don't like the way the left attacks it, but you don't think that, like, as Casimir showed in the very beginning, is like you have no concept of like an Englishman being an Englishman. You have no right-wing values there because you're a centrist lib.
With resentment, and
and so these people are more right-wing than you.
They are people who feel alienated and dispossessed from their heritage, victimized. They're filled with resentment, and they channel it through left-wing or right-wing causes.
Yeah. That's the story of Cain, eh?
It is the story of
Cain's sacrifices are not rewarded. He invites this spirit of resentment in to occupy his soul. And
does anybody else feel like Jordan Peterson constantly trying to mansplain fucking the Bible, like along with his psychology, kind of feels like those like women that like browbeat trad cats and ortho bros and shit on like Twitter and tell them how to be like a good Christian, but like once you kind of like scrub away the surface, they're just feminists that don't believe in the Bible. There's some similarity there that feels subversive. When he first got into the Bible and Bible studies and was using it to describe it from a psychological perspective, it felt like a fresh, interesting lens of which to view the Bible. But now he's like really let his ego of understanding of the Bible go into this place where he's like letting you know what the real interpretation of the Bible is, and then like psychoanalyzing the Bible and then placing it on people that he politically disagrees with a lot of fucking pejoratives and insults, and like it feels really gross. I'm an atheist too, right? So I don't pretend to fucking understand the Bible, but yeah, there's something really fucking subversive about the way he engages in this conversation that I don't know. It's like it's got alarm bells ringing in the back of my head that this isn't right. You spite Inti memes so well in debate. How? Low money. Can you explain further? Because I know you didn't want to pay more money, but I'm willing to like. I just don't know what an Inti meme is. I must admit, like I missed that day of school. Oh, an argument in which one premise is not explicitly stated. Okay, yeah. I don't know. I just vibe it out, man. I wish I had a better answer for you than that. I don't know, but I think I probably just practice. I don't know. I'm not to toot my own horn, but I'm not dumb, right? So it's probably just IQ and practice and thinking about things. I don't know. I don't know that I have a good answer for that question, because I kind of do, right? I think having to hone myself into having a good philosophical background in debates and having to learn that while debating and doing those two things together has maybe trained my brain to think like what is the foundation for this argument that is occurring, and then from there I probably see the hidden argument. But also just a lot of practice. And sometimes you hear the same debate, you hear the same argument, but it's just in different words. It was what's his name? Wellspring. We had a falling out, but nevertheless, Wellspring said something to me that I didn't really get until really genuinely until after he was already gone, because he really wanted to strengthen my objectivist philosophy. He pretty successfully turned me into mostly an objectivist. But he said something to me, which is, once you begin to understand the philosophy, you begin to hear the philosopher speaking through the person. I think that's probably what it is. It's like I start to hear an argument and I go, that's Marcuse. Or, that's this person. Like eventually, once you really start to get the schools of thought, you kind of learn where those arguments come from. And then once you can identify who's actually speaking through them, not their own thoughts, not their own arguments, but what is the philosopher that's speaking through them? And then once that happens, you, I don't want to say you know everything about what it is that they're arguing, but you just have a whole wall of context to like what it is that they're arguing. And so you can kind of already figure out where they're going with their argument and what is being snuck in and what is like the foundation for their argument. So that's probably the right answer. And it's something that I didn't notice unfortunately, until after Wellspring was gone.
And becomes not only murderous, but the progenitor of genocide and the precursor to the flood, right? And the media is so interesting, James, because so Cain's sacrifices are rejected, and it's a little ambiguous as to why.
Yeah.
And then he goes to complain to God. And God says, you think you're miserable because you're failing. It's like, you're not. There's lots of things you could do about failing. If you did well, you would be accepted, right? What you've done is you have allowed something terribly tempting that crouched on your doorstep to enter your house and have its way with you. And that's why you're bitter, resentful, and murderous. It has nothing to do with your failure. It's this additional variable, which is because the thing is, everyone, in a sense, this is true of heroes in mythology. Everyone starts out lowly. Everyone starts out dispossessed. Everyone starts.
Yeah, I mean, like sin creeps on your back, sure. But what's the point here, man? He's just like, again, it's more philosophical masturbation at this point. And like I said, there's something weird and something dirty about him trying to like so authoritatively explain, I mean, when we're talking about Genesis, we're talking about what, 8,000-year-old story? You know what I mean? Like if you glean ideas from it and approach it with humility, I can respect it. But it seems like he's almost like talking down to everyone because he has figured out the right interpretation, and he's gonna teach it to you. I don't know. I'm kind of guilty of that myself sometimes.
It's out oppressed.
So, from a Jungian perspective, maybe that's my shadow material, maybe that's like the thing I don't like about myself I'm seeing in someone else. And so the alarm bells are going off because it's behavior that I don't like about myself.
True of heroes in mythology. Everyone starts out lowly. Everyone starts out dispossessed. Everyone starts out oppressed, right? And there's angles of your identity that you can construe as oppressor-oppressed narrative with no problem. If you decide that you've been treated unfairly and now you have a right to resentment and revenge, then you're the monster that breeds genocide.
Yeah, so what does Cain do? He's rejecting the system that he has to succeed in order to be rewarded. Yeah. He's rejecting. So
oh God! And James Lindsay's about to come and try and top his retard interpretation. James Lindsay can't let him fucking get a dub and be like, "Oh, that's an interesting way of putting it. I'll have to think about that." He has to go, what does he do? Let me add to it. Let me tell you what it really is. Like it's these two people just trying to fucking compete, and it's so it feels so gross, man.
There's a system out there he can do. He's rejecting the system that he has to succeed in order to be rewarded. Yeah. He's rejecting. So there's a system out there. And so what does he do though? He goes and kills his brother. He goes and murders
his successful brother.
His successful brother. He goes so it's exactly the same thing. A lot of these guys that are pushing the woke right stuff, and there's nothing wrong with a new character.
The woke right thing, of which I have so vaguely defined this entire time. Go ahead.
So it's exactly the same thing. A lot of these guys that are pushing the woke right stuff, and there's nothing wrong with a new character coming on the scene. Every one of us was a new character. You were doing great work, obviously, and you have a body of work extending well before that as a professional. But then you spoke up in 2015 about that horrific pronouns bill, and you sort of became a different monster, a public intellectual. It's a curse word, I think, but you know what I mean. And this, my favorite moment ever. I was skeptical of you until I watched you talk to Kathy Newman, and then I watched you do the most effective.
You should have been skeptical of me to begin with.
The most effective judo I've ever seen in a discussion in my entire life. And I said, I watched that to just, I was gonna tell everybody how you were wrong. And I watched it, and you impressed me, and I was like, I have to like him now. And so,
how annoying is that?
Isn't it? Yeah.
For sure.
No, but, and I think that that's the thing.
Why? Like really going mask off here. Like, I watched you for years as a public intellectual, and I was so excited to watch this interview so I could tell everyone how you were wrong. Why would you watch anything into that mind? Like, I mean, I guess I go in that mindset with like watching some socialist or something. Like, I guess I did that with like Gary Stevenson, so I can't say too much about it. But like, but in what way was that like a way to watch that? Woke right is a grift to push gatekeep people who have anti-war sentiments. I don't know if it's anti-war. I think it's just anti-neoliberalism, right? Like, he's a neoliberal, and he's trying to find anybody that isn't a neoliberal and just paint them with the woke right, and his inability to define it has been horrendous. And on top of that, he seems to almost understand but try and hide the fact that it's very clear the right believes in hierarchy, which is not woke. The right believes in, iron law of oligarchy and corruption of the state, which is not woke. The right believes in, these people he's calling woke right believe in, the entropic nature of society, and that we need to get back to a better time, which is not necessarily woke. Like, they both have authoritarian and collectivist ideology, and they both engage in, subversion and attacks, but like, that's any political party that's outside of the status quo. He's a grifting serpent. No wonder he's so into Lucifer, right? It's just like, and he's like, and I watched that so that I could find a way to say it's bad or something. It's like, shut up. Kinoflex is a push to gatekeep people who have anti-war. Oh, you were just correcting it. Fabian, out of topic question. Do you think there is a right way of thinking, like a correct way of thinking that lead to truth? Oh. I don't think I'm smart enough to answer that question. Like if I take a stab at it, I would say that thinking that is grounded in reality and grounded in logic, that is lacking, no, virtue ethics is negative. I dispense with that. Like, I use virtue ethics in my most confused states when I can't, when the choice before me, neither choice is aggressive, and I can't really see the outcome of the conclusion. That's when I go to virtue ethics. That's when I default to virtue ethics and say, like, what would a good man, a man that I aspire to do in this moment? How do I act brave? How do I act honorable? How do I act, in those virtues that I aspire to be? But I would say that I don't know. Like, in my own personal position, right? Like, as I said, that's what I do when I don't know. And obviously, if it's a contradiction, which is to say it's aggressive, then it's wrong. I don't think that way. And then I try and act in my own rational self-interest. But that means, what is good for my family, what is good for my children, what is good for society, insofar as it affects myself and the things and the people that I value and I love. And I think that sacrifice is evil. But in terms of like an actual thought process, that would require a level of knowledge that I don't know anyone has, much less me. Like, I'm not a neuroscientist. I don't know. I just know that if your thinking is irrational and not grounded in reality, you're going about it wrong. That's the best I can do. After panel shows, the group is always interested in your views. You could use that to your advantage by jabbing simple counters like, how do you contend with X related to your want for pithiness? Yeah, I do sometimes. This is Lindsay frantically trying to defend liberalism. Yeah, it is. And liberalism's going to fucking die, and I hope it dies. Because it's a bastardization of, classical liberalism. Liberalism is just a watered-down bastardization of classical liberalism. And we, I think, libertarians are the true predecessors of classical liberalism. And liberalism is a power game, democratically obsessed, equality obsessed, passive, gay version of classical liberalism.
I was excited to start learning as opposed to being.
And then, corporate power and wars to maintain and spread that ideology to other places.
Annoyed and resentful. I'm like, oh, well, I was wrong about this guy, move on.
Right.
But a lot of these fellas that are pushing the woke right stuff appeared in the anger and in the repression is the word of 2020, more 2021. They don't have a body of work extending before that. They just kind of came out of the ground. And good, I get it. There was a lot going on. There were people making great commentary about liberty regarding the COVID policies. There are people making great commentary about the obviously critical race theory, cultural revolution running amok, and the queer theory later. So I'm very grateful that everybody came along. But these people that have a longer perspective and a deeper body of work, it's hard because
that's a crucial. So that touches on Douglas's point too, is that to not throw the baby out with the bathwater.
That's right.
I mean, one of the things
institutions are corrupt, but due diligence matters.
Right. What has this person who's saying?
Yeah, no, you're just trying to say that like you were right all along and everyone should follow you in liberalism, and that like these people and their dangerous ideas are, the chaotic monsters. But that's just not true. Like they're not pulling from that. They're pulling from Christianity. They're pulling from cultural traditions. They're pulling from, conservative philosophies that are hundreds of years old. This idea that like everyone on the right, is representative of the teenager that, reposted Kanye West's Heil Hitler song is your own fucking fantasy because you want to believe that you're some superior intellect that has a knowledge of like the right path forward.
Saying these things done, and to whose benefit is what they're saying. So you have these pretenders. I think this is, maybe we can end with this at this section. I think what we'll do, maybe on the Daily Wire side, is talk about the anti-Semitic trope, but I'd like to introduce that for a bit. I don't understand it exactly. I don't understand why the woke right, for example, is particularly capitalizing on anti-Semitism. Do you just think that that's a particular...
This is it. Here's your answer. There you go. Guy figured it out more than 100 years ago. Can't post a link for some reason, but if you could just play May God Have Mercy on Your Soul from Billy Madison at the end of this. All right, fair enough, right? Like, I'll just read a little bit, right? But this is... Right? Here you go. All right, so this is it. This is all you need, brother. A guy, like, this is why the Jews are special. It's a bit commie, but read it and you'll understand it. The basic takeaway is that the Jews hold a strange position in a culture, right? They're of the culture, but not in the culture. They are, a separate group that, that has a special capacity due to their apartness from the culture to be able to describe and critique the culture. And those critiques and those conflicts with the culture during times of peace are meaningful and helpful. And during times of strife, those critiques become subversive and destructive to the culture. And there are a lot of other elements of Judaism and things of that nature. But when things become, there are canaries in the coal mine because the stranger, the Jew, sits outside of the dominant culture and consistently and critiques the culture and in many ways subverts the culture. And once the culture begins to go down, once the culture has, once the stability and the security of a nation state have these problems, the ire immediately goes to the Jew. There's a lot of other layers to it, but yeah, check that out. But yeah, I'll click it now. Let's do it now, buddy.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
It's such a dumb movie, but a fun movie at the same time. Oh, man. And I don't think that's from Billy Madison, though, right? That's from, is it from Billy Madison? I thought Billy Madison was the golf one. My ode to old Jimmy Cons. Yeah, Jimmy Cons. Jimmy Cons or Jimmy, what is it? Jimmy Concepts, was it? But we've changed it to Jimmy Cons. I don't know. Jimmy Concepts. Jimmy Cons is pretty fucking funny.
Particularly daring and attention-seeking transgression are they proclaiming that
No, there's more.
they'll violate something sacred because that's how brave they are?
This is a yes and.
Okay.
Yes, it's this transgressive. Also, they know good and damn well that there are certain transgressions you can't come home from. You go too far down that road, there's no way back. And not because your new friends are going to call you names like a sellout or a cuck or dual loyalties or whatever. There are certain lines you go down and you don't get to come back. And they know that. So they get to trap people there. But this, I believe, and we will probably or possibly disagree on this, I think that there are particular malevolent actors that are pushing this who have grander designs than getting clicks, getting an audience, satisfying their own narcissistic urges, transgressing boundaries. I think that and it makes total sense if I were to say China's supporting all of it, and if I had evidence,
and Iran.
Oh, China, Iran, Qatar, Pakistan, like the Arab League, Russia, and the deep state, possibly. Trump is a problem to something.
The deep state. Meanwhile, you want a fucking branch of the military to try and control disinformation bots. This is why liberals are so fucking, so I fucking hate liberals.
We can tell by the way that they've organized the Trump derangement program that's just screwed Canada royally, but has deranged Americans. I have family members I can barely relate with still because of Trump derangement. I was obviously cast out in disgrace from the last vestiges of the left when I said I was going to vote for Trump and said publicly on a podcast, "Make America Great."
I don't mean classical liberals. Like, classical liberals are still failed to grasp the whole picture, but there are predecessors, and I have a lot of respect for that. Liberals, the modern liberal, and I mean the modern liberal as in like this center left, pro-corporation, pro-war, spreading democracy, to other regions, and defeating communism through the CIA funded USAID program bullshit, pro status quo, pro everybody's equal, and it's so like immigration is multiculturalism is a strength, diversity is our strength. Like, now he's not a diversity is our strength guy because he saw through that bullshit, but he's a liberal through and through.
Great again. They lost their minds and said I went crazy. And so Trump is something, right? There is a lot of reasons besides just the fact that he's the sitting president of the United States of America. He's doing a lot of things. So this global order that are disruptive and in a good way, in all likelihood, there's a lot of motivation to take this man down. And if you can fragment his base by getting them to argue about Israel good, Israel bad, that's a deep cut that you've just taken cloven MAGA in half. So all it takes is one event, something that goes down in Israel, and Trump takes a side, takes the Israeli side, and bang, they can pull the thing apart. So it's like it's not just what we were saying, it's also a wedge to hammer.
I'm actually surprised it took him this long to get to a conspiracy theory. Now, I'm not saying it's a wrong conspiracy theory. I'm sure without a doubt that people, have other countries have bot follows to try and make America divided. Sure. But I just think it's funny that it took him this long to get to a conspiracy theory after all of the inane ramblings of like Morningstar means woke.
Deeper and deeper and deeper into MAGA, the people who like Israel and the people who don't, or the conservative movement, or America itself, which therefore implicates the left side doing the same exact thing at the same exact time, using the horrible events of October 7th as their pretext.
Well, we'll continue this on the Daily Wire side, and that way we can attract the maximum number of commentators who say that the reason we saved the discussion of anti-Semitism for the Daily Wire section is because I'm under the thumb of Ben Shapiro and the Zionists.
Oh, me too. Don't worry. I don't have Ben Shapiro or I'm Zionist. I'm paid by Israel. I've turned out the lights for them on Friday for years. Don't worry.
I see. Okay.
So we doing a little bit of trolling now? We're so fucking terrified of ratios and trolls, but now we doing a little bit of trolling? Fucking gay. Well, I agree with Slinzer's clip. That's pretty much how I feel about a lot of this. There's some interesting points in it, for sure, but mostly only as a springboard for me to call out all the other stupid shit. There were others. The morning star of right woke Babel, Tower of Babel. Let me put on my Agras hat. Is it so bad if America is more divided? I don't mind division so much, but I do mind, I do think that conflict, for conflict's sake, often is a precursor for a dumb electorate to vote in more state power to bring back stability. And so I don't think accelerationism or division is a good way to achieve anarchism. I think it usually works in the opposite direction. Because why did people vote for Biden? They voted for Biden because they wanted a return to normal. Right? And so and then Biden turned out to be, incredibly destructive and an increase in state power. So, yeah, I don't necessarily mind division, but I do think division can have bad outcomes. What I would much rather prefer is some form of pathway that leads towards reduction in state power and privatization of things. And then the success of those building upon, being a foundation upon which more and more people are accepting additional privatization and additional reductions in the state. I love you guys. Thank you for coming in for this very long stream and reaction and hearing about all the crazy shit that happened to me and Mark and my sister and my mom and squatters and all that crazy stories I had to tell in the beginning so you guys would know I was gone for a couple days. I got some stuff going on next week. I will schedule some more stuff Saturday. But if you want to stay abreast of what's going on, especially when I have my kids for the weekend, definitely join the Discord. That is the best place to reach me. Or just, follow me on Twitter if you want to see me randomly tweet out shit because the kids are at the pool or something and I'm like, let me talk some shit. Because I kind of do a little of both while I have the kids. And then Sunday, if I'm not too exhausted, maybe we'll watch that North Korean documentary in the Discord. So if you join the Discord, maybe we'll hang out and we'll just watch a movie or something, as a means of relaxing on Sunday night before we get the week started again. Thank you guys for the support financially. I try to always react to super chats and memberships. What was it? Sorority. Thank you for the membership. Thank everybody for the super chats. I appreciate it. Like, share, subscribe, and I will see you guys in the Discord or on Twitter or, probably stream on Monday. And I think I have some stuff coming up after that as well. So, deuces.